Oh, just starting this past week.
Yeah, well, not starting. Listen, I am a very much an advocate for being who you are. And I know after you, I do good things, but I got to go be degenerate. And so I have taken part in that ritual, per se, for the last few days. And I'm only getting back to fucking shit today. So, no, I mean, I knew kind of vaguely that we whooped their ass and we are going to facilitate the money to them, but we're not giving it to them. And I was laughing about that very much so, because I'm sure y'all put quite the leftist propaganda chill spin on there.
True, Lockboy did.
Totally.
He did.
Lockboy was
leftist
cooking.
spin, as you
I'm sure.
expect.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they can. I mean, I wish that we would just go back in there and bomb them some more personally, but we can't all have everything we want.
So you think the memorandum is a win?
Very base.
Right?
I think it was pretty win. Yeah, pretty good.
All right,
win.
cool.
Good job. Hell yeah.
Massive W.
Obama 2.0.
I mean, I did like Obama's foreign policy sometimes. Like when he was blowing people up overseas, mainly.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right, so we'll leave it alone for now. Don't worry, we're going to touch on Iran eventually again. All right. So thanks all for being here while we get started. If you enjoyed our conversation on House of the Dragon, also Silo season 3 is coming up. Just putting that out there. Silo's amazing, guys. The new people here don't know that I talked about that. Tom, do you know about Silo? You ever heard of that show?
No.
It's on Apple TV, I believe.
Apple TV. And Vidal, yeah, it's on
That's
Apple
the only thing
TV.
that prevents me from watching.
What's it about?
I want to subscribe.
I told you before.
I know,
you were
I know.
definitely here. You were
My ancestors.
I'm sure.
Sometimes we tune you
I was
out.
talking
Prime.
about that, but yeah.
I got Apple TV
very
just
small
for
memory.
Severance,
I
and
have
then
no
got rid
room
of
yet.
it.
That's the only Apple TV show I've seen. Season 1 of Severance. That's it.
Oh, yeah, only season 1. It ended.
All of Severance
it's
is
time
good.
to. It's time to do it. Yeah.
Wait, season 3 come out? Isn't there?
Season
is
2
there-
came
It's
out.
the whole show is done, man. It's time to
What?
Oh, I gotta
Okay.
log in.
Click
Okay,
that
okay,
bitch.
bad.
No, they're doing a season
No,
3. Am I crazy? What are you talking
No,
about?
it's not. Yeah,
Oh, it's
it's
not
season
just
2
Season
got
4.
done.
right now
They're
that
doing
it's
a
done.
season 4. They released
think-
the 3rd season, I thought.
Wait,
you might
no,
be right.
Wait, no,
They
the
released
whole
season
thing is
2.
done. The season. I'm almost
it's not.
positive the series
Okay,
finale.
everyone is wrong
not.
except for me, okay? And maybe Prime. I think Prime was also on my side.
Yo, is it 2
there are
seasons?
2
or 3?
seasons.
Oh,
The
nice.
3rd season is coming out in a
Oh,
year
hell yeah.
from now.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
Okay.
technically right too, because I said I'm waiting for season 3. So
yeah.
Not
Yeah,
on a
that's
tech.
fair.
You're not technically right. You are right.
We have a shared goal.
Honestly, you're technically
going on,
wrong
so
because
that's
you
good.
invoked technically.
Shared goal
Oh,
with
yeah.
who?
Hold on, we have a
True.
shared golden Kappa hype train going on, guys. So that's
Yeah,
good. Make
it's a-
y'all get
it's
theirs.
like
Gift all your subs now,
35.
because that will promote us extra on Twitch because it's a golden Kappa, and that only happens a couple times a day throughout Twitch in general. So if you were ever going to give subs ever to any channel in the shared stream right now, this is the time to do it because we will get the most bang for our buck promotion wise. So check that out right fucking now. And
Gold
so
Kappa.
thank you
Woo!
Yeah. Considered helping out the channel if you can. Helping out, Prime Kai if you haven't done so before. Consider subbing to the channel. If they gifting bits or gifting bits or gifting subs. Yeah. Now is the time. Yeah. If there's a golden Kappa, yeah, we haven't had one of those in a long, long time. So consider helping out to be awfully kind of you, if you could. But to our friend Ali, right? Silo, is about it's like a post-apocalyptic. These people like living literally like in something that looks like almost like a missile silo. And it's like underground. And this community, like they've been told there's a disaster that happened, right? They don't even know what it is, right? Just that something bad happened and the environment is like poisonous and they can't leave. And then something happens to get the story started. It like maybe is it actually true? Is the outside actually poisonous? Who knows? You start to understand like this little world that's there. Like they believe they're all of humanity, right? All of humanity is in this silo. That it's not exactly what they thought it was. And shenanigans ensue.
Is it?
And it's really good.
Is it based
it's
off
based
of
off-
City of Ember?
No, a trilogy of books called Silo.
Okay. Because
Yeah.
there's a children's book I read when I was like junior high or something that has a similar premise.
No,
Anyway.
direct from a book series. So this is adopting the third book in this season, and it's good. You should check it out. Anyway, it's coming out too. Season 3 is coming out soon. There are other ways to watch it, right? Some people like to sail the high digital seas, right? Whatever that is, I wouldn't know. But if you fancy it, give it a try. I think the first season is actually pretty dope, and just watch a few episodes and see if you like it. All right. Any which way, let's get to it. Um, did I get something here? Okay, fuck, my computer's being so slow. I'm sorry, everyone. Okay, let's just.
That's what you get for sailing the high seas.
Okay. I'll read the topic then. A couple deliberately had children with the understanding that their kids would likely have a debilitating, painful disease. The father was born with multiple hereditary exostosis. I don't know how to pronounce that. Exostosis. MHE. This is a bone disease in which tumors sporadically develop on the skeleton. Most are benign, but some can become malignant. There is no cure for MHE, and a lifetime of surgeries are required to remove the problematic tumors. What do you think of people who make the deliberate choice to have children who will likely suffer from painful, possibly lethal conditions? Is it unethical to make such a choice? Should society somehow discourage it? For instance, should the parents have to deal with higher insurance rates with full knowledge they make if that they made the decision? Um, yeah, this is a video that I sent these gentlemen. Which his father talks about this. He discusses it. And he has additional disorders, right? But like the MHE is what he passed on to his kids. Yeah, so like there's like lumps that form on the skeleton, and um, those lumps, like I said, they could be benign, but another problem is like where those lumps form. So I just like did a bit of a googling on this and looked at the Wikipedia page and stuff. Like those bumps can form in all kinds of places, and for instance, it can form in between the joints, which lowers your mobility. But they can also like form on nerves. It's like a hype train ended. Okay, shout out, we got level 2 hype train. Hey, thanks so much for everyone who participated, no matter where you supported. So thank you so much for anyone who bothered. Um, so anyway, yeah, they can form like near like nerve clusters and be extremely painful. And there's also it affects like how your body grows, and like yeah, your limbs and all that. It's unfortunate disease, really unfortunate. Um, and so this was passed on to the children, and I wanted to say, like, yeah, is that ethical? Now, there's two things I gotta say. All right, one, I kind of designed this with lactoid in mind. That's why that whole insurance thing was at the end,
So he's
right?
running, is what
Just
you're
for the
saying. Big time
just for
running.
the yeah, yeah, he ran indeed.
I was saying this is a lactoid topic for sure.
Yeah, I know, and he won't be here today. So that's unfortunate. So we'll just have to go with that. But two, I kind of got baited. So uh, the father, the guy who was within this video, he responded, right? So like some other channel, his name is Truly, right? TRLUY. They created this video, this like mini like documentary about this person, right? Like just explaining, talking about their lives and stuff, right? But they kind of advertise it incorrectly. So I'm gonna read a comment that the father made within the video, and then we'll go from there.
On
So the
YouTube?
father said on YouTube, yeah, yeah. So he commented on YouTube about this. Okay, so the father said, We did not know they would inherit it. I noticed the title, at least temporarily, was I knew my kids would inherit my rare condition. That was the title. I knew my kids would inherit my rare condition. And it is false. We understood there was a 50-50 chance, so we wanted to do IVF. And we had been told by my wife's doctor she may not be able to have kids. To our surprise, after 2 years of marriage, she was pregnant. Second child happened despite contraception. When we found out she was pregnant both times, we knew the odds were in our favor that our daughters would not have a severe presentation of the disease. The cancer is also so rare, a lot of doctors don't recommend the radiation of regular scans. They will not face the same concerns I have in life, as I have multiple conditions simultaneously. They will not use prosthetic legs because he has to use one. That's unique to my non-genetic condition. Like I said, he has a bunch of different stuff. Yeah. So he says that, like, unlike the title, that he absolutely knew it was going to happen, that it wasn't the case, that there was only a 50 chance. And he does say that in the video, that there's a 50-50 chance. However, in a later comment, right, and the reason I clicked on the video is because of that title, right? So, they baited me. But he does say in another comment, a separate comment, right, that people with MHE, like, do specifically have kids knowing this is going to happen, right? Who don't follow his path, and like he was trying to avoid it, but but according to him, other people engage in that. And we also know separately from this condition altogether that people with other debilitating, painful diseases, like specifically pass it on. Sometimes, like, because they want their kids to have it too. That's something we can talk about as well, right? So I just need to be transparent with everyone about, like, the stance on this person, but we can still talk about, like, the general topic itself, right? Like, hey, like, if you have a disease that is debilitating, should you reproduce? Is it irresponsible to do that, to pass that on knowingly, obviously, to your children? And what should society's response be towards that? Okay. So we'll do opening statements, starting with our friend Hunter.
Okay, I'm excited to go with me because I feel like I've got the hottest take on the panel. This is
You're playing the role of
100
lactoid.
This is I don't know lactoid's usual. I mean, he's a libertarian, so I assume he's gonna agree with me. Not that I'm a libertarian, but yeah, this is 100% ethical. I think it's 100% fine to have kids. I think very often, I've got some. Here's some of my takes here. If you think that it's bad or you think we should be discouraging this from society, that's like mild eugenics, but eugenics nonetheless. I think people who say that this kid shouldn't be birthed are Malthusian, solipsistic, nihilistic, depressed losers. That's maybe a little more aggressive than I actually mean, but I do think I stand by the brunt of that. I think a lot of people just sort of assume that these people can't have a happy life, and I think that those people haven't met a lot of disabled people. That's going to be my main ethical standpoint.
Go ahead,
I think that's it. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, one, I guess I've been sitting here and been pondering this since you sent me this topic, and I really, the only crime I can come up with is, I guess, the knowledge, right? So I guess in this situation they're playing God, right? So I guess they ate the fruit of knowledge here, and now they know there's a possibility that their kid is going to be disabled. Like, if you had told them that if they didn't know at all, none of us would be questioning whether it's ethical, right? There would be no question. Oh, you might pass it on. So I guess the only crime here is just knowing that you have a chance. Listen, I like to have sex. At any moment in time, one of these people could be lying to me, and I could catch fucking AIDS and die, right? But I'm still gonna fuck. Like, it's just really that simple. So, like, we're going to apply this to bad habits too? Like, no, I don't think we're going to do that. I mean, we might, but whatever. Also, I'm very, like, anti-eugenics. So I'm with Hunter on this one. Like, as not a Nazi, I don't think that we should have eugenics. Maybe in some sci-fi capable way, we might need it one day. But, like, if we're really talking about having designer babies, like what they're talking about with genetic, like engineering in the thing, this might be avoided whole within like a couple of years anyway, right? I mean, maybe not a couple of years, but it seems like we're on that path where they can like avoid problems in the womb by editing out genes and all sorts of shit. So I think that's like one thing. The other thing is also mutation can be good, right? How does evolution happen in general, right? It's, you have a mutation and then this natural selection decides whether or not it's a good mutation, right? So if we start, by fucking eliminating all these things, how do we know that we don't kill off a gene we might need in 10,000 years or 20,000 years or whenever we need this? I'm just saying these are all possibilities. Who are we to judge? And also, furthermore, humans as a modern species, as far as I'm aware, are only been around for 300,000 years, right? So, I think that if
6,000.
you're 6,000 to 300,000. I know it keeps getting pushed back, right? But what I'm saying is if your lineage has made it this far, I think it's actually unethical to not continue that shit because your ancestors didn't escape lions and tigers and bears, oh my, just for you to fucking be like, I'm a pussy, I'm afraid that I might give something to my children. No, your ancestors want you to go and breed. Like that's what you're designed for as a human. You're an animal. You're designed to eat, live, breed. So I mean, I'm not no judgment people don't have kids, but you probably should just for the sake of proving your ancestors correct for continuing their lineage. But that's it.
Okay, two quick things. Right? Okay, one, yes, there's a possibility that these kids might, one day, breed X-Men into the world. So
you never know.
You have to keep that in mind. And two,
Well, is that
two, you could maybe just like wear a condom when you're having sex to help.
Yeah, but that's no guarantee, right?
That's gay. No, fuck all that. No condoms.
Yeah, that's what he meant.
Like a 99%.
That's a better statement than what I said. I take
That's
that.
more scientifically grounded. That's gay.
Let's go to our friend. You can work on everyone else. You can wear condoms too, right? That's the thing you can do, right? Okay.
You could do that.
Well, yeah, our friend Corey, who was in the opposite square that you just.
No, seriously. Oh my God, it happened. I didn't touch it. Okay, whatever. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm largely in line with what Hunter said, minus maybe some of the charged language. But I'm a little bit conflicted myself. And Gibbs did bring up sort of what I wanted to bring up, and am going to bring up in terms of like throwing in a wrench of this aspect of genetic engineering, where it's like, okay, with this technology on the horizon, it's like, well, in this scenario, or if someone has the knowledge that their child is going to be born with some sort of condition, is it mandatory for them to undergo genetic engineering to eliminate that? I'm sort of on the fence, or I'm not sure I have a solid answer to that question. But all that to say is, as of now, do I think this is an unethical choice? My answer is no. Do I think society should discourage this as of now? My answer is no. But with the insurance aspect, well, I'm Canadian, so less applicable to me. But if I was an American, I would not necessarily be opposed, like if these individuals have to pay, higher insurance rates. That seems somewhat reasonable. I'm not fully opposed to that. And the last thing that I'll say is, not to open a can of worms, just very briefly. So Gibbs, you would agree that if we are designed to breed, right? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean that would be one of the purposes.
So
of
arguably, we would be poorly designed due to falling birth rates. Correct?
Yeah. So go out, fuck more, boys.
Okay, so
fuck wider.
We're designed for something, but we're not doing it. Makes a lot of sense. But either way, I'll move on. I'll leave it there for now.
Hey, listen, that's on them.
That's on who?
Get good, scrubs.
Who?
How do you get good at something you're designed at? That sounds like
exactly.
the designing.
We're not doing it, but we're designed for it.
Selection.
It's
You're
like
lacking
yelling
in
at a
that skill.
computer that it's not functioning correctly. It's like, okay, well, clearly
We
it
can
just
get
needs
into
to
it.
be
We can get into it.
fixed.
Don't worry. We'll talk about it. Don't worry.
It was designed poorly, probably.
Okay,
Riddell, I think you're muted, I believe.
Yeah.
Riddell.
Riddell.
You're muted.
Riddell, you're muted.
muted.
I think
Am I
his
going in
whole
the right
headset
direction?
is.
You fool.
I was
Yeah,
just
yeah,
cooking
now
and you guys
that is
didn't
me,
hear me.
yes.
That's crazy.
Dude, all of the attitude while muted, it was fucking.
I know,
the
right?
attitude was brilliant.
Just imagine what I was saying, and it was amazing. Just imagine. Is it my turn? My turn.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of co-sign the idea that I prefer a societal, especially a governmental pressure to decentivize childbirth as a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want the government saying, "Yeah, you don't have kids." I don't want society trying to desensitize people to not have kids. I do think there is probably an interesting conversation, especially if you do know that this can be transferred to your children and potentially have them in a, pretty unfortunate upbringing, to consider an option of adoption as an option. I think that raising that as a doctor potentially is fine, because at the end of the day, these people want to have families, and I think they deserve the right to have a family, of course. But ultimately, I kind of co-sign what a lot of other people are saying, because once we start stepping over that line where society slash the government is determining whether people have the right to have kids, and ultimately, I actually agree with Gibbs. One of the most important aspects of humans is to have kids. So it's to continue our species. So I think it's problematic, and we are entering that eugenics territory.
Tom.
I mean, yeah, I think that it makes sense to probably recommend adoption for a scenario like this. It's probably best, but I even sometimes, when I think about the fact that like some black kids might have to grow up with systemic racism, I think maybe black people shouldn't have kids either, because that's just going to be a really hard life for those people to live. And then same with like anybody with ADHD or diabetes in their family. Like, I think a lot of people should stop having kids, and we need to rise up the Aryan race a lot quicker. People like this guy is kind of fucking that shit up.
That clip out of context is gonna go crazy. That's gonna go crazy.
They're just gonna be like, "Wow, did they have counterpoints on your 2 weeks in a row?" I'm sorry.
No one would ever
let's-
clip anything out of context. Doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Never.
Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with everyone. The adoption thing for sure. I think the issue with when you get into like discouraging it, whether it be shame, whatever, like whatever you do to discourage it in the aftermath is only just going to affect the kid, right? Either you shame the people, the kids they're gonna have the effect. In this question, raising the insurance rates on them. The kid is the only one that suffers, especially if the parent can't afford the insurance. Like none of this is like discouragement. I think yeah, you want to have the kids, that's fine. If they end up having the disability, that's fine. Take care of them. To Hunter's point, you can have a good life if you have a disability. It's not like the end all be all. However, I think the only thing it would be is if these people, like, let's just say, find out their kid has a disability, have the kid, and then put the kid up for adoption, then I'd be like, well, no, you can't do that. I don't know what the punishment would be on that, but I think that should come with like a reprimand or a punishment or a stipulation that, like, if you're going to take this risk and if you're going to have this child, well, then that's fine. That's a risk you're taking, but then you don't get to put that burden on the state. And I don't know how you enforce that. This is just a feeling. Once again, just based off like the question, but like, no, I don't know if we really can discourage it right now, and I don't know if that does anything other than hurt the child. So
I want to push you guys on this. So
I have
Sorry,
some disagreement already. So
So
go ahead.
do I.
No, you go ahead.
with
Hunter.
what I said,
Hunter,
no, Prime. If you want to
No.
take it in a different
Yeah.
place,
no. Hunter, Corey, you go first.
it's our panel.
Hunter goes first, and then Corey. Is that
Yeah.
okay? Ali, that I don't understand what you're saying at all. You're saying no, wait, hold on. Let me just frame the question.
Well, I can clarify if you don't understand.
No, but I'm going to show my misunderstanding, and then maybe you could clarify, if that's okay.
Do it.
Okay, cool. Because maybe this isn't what you're saying, but this is what I heard.
Yeah.
I heard if you're a parent and you got told that your kid has Down syndrome, and you're like, shit, man, I don't know if I could deal with that, but I do believe that abortion is murder. And everyone's like, dude, don't worry. Adoption is always available. And then they have the kid. You're like, adoption is a no-go. You have to take care of that kid.
I am a little bit on the adoption is no-go type situation. However, obviously,
Really?
I'm not applying it overall, right? I'm taking it to the situation. In this situation, if you have a disease that's genetic that can be passed on, and then that's a choice you're making, I guess I'm being specific to this situation. Maybe if you extrapolate it out, I deny it, or I go negative on it. But in terms of like what I'm hearing right now is like, if you do have like this genetic disease that can pass on, that can severely affect your kid's life, well, then I don't know if it's like if like I'm cool with you like taking that risk and then like just passing the buck. Like you're just like playing with life at that point. And I like I don't know if I'm okay with that.
Do you is the issue that you see adoption as like maybe a negative, like
Yeah.
I don't like
Yeah,
okay.
being put up for adoption, our adoption system isn't the greatest, especially if you're probably like a kid with a genetic disorder, right? I don't think you being in like a hospital or an adoptive home or whatever it may be like is gonna you're gonna have like a good life. I don't know if you're gonna be taken care of properly or like to the best of the to the best of your needs.
What if the parent was mandated? I don't like the term mandated when we use this as a placement term to pay for fees for the kid while they're adopted. It's kind of similar to like when
Like child support
dad.
payments, essentially.
I'm
Exactly.
still
You
a
know
little
exactly
bit.
what I was talking about.
I'm
Kinda
still
similar
not
to
okay
child.
with putting like a child, especially like an infant with like a genetic disorder in just like the hand of essentially workers who are going to be like drawn thin, right? He's not going to get the proper care that they're not going to get the proper care that they individually need that you would get from your parent.
So
And so
just
like
to be,
But if the parent wants
just
to
to be
give them up
super
for
clear.
adoption, I doubt they're going to get the proper care from them either. Like
Yeah.
if it's somebody who doesn't want them enough,
see,
to where they're
and that's
willing to
why I
give them
said
up.
like once again, that's why I said like I don't know like what punishment means. I don't know really what you would
Sure.
do. This is more of like a feeling I had. It's just to me, if you're someone who has a genetic disorder and you're passing it down to or you're willing to risk passing it down to your kid, then I feel like you have more of a duty or a responsibility to then like take care of that kid if they come out with that same disorder that you have.
I'm gonna push back on two different things. The first
Yeah.
is I don't know if we're talking about adoption actually, because you continue to say like there's a distinction between adopting and like being a ward of the state. And a ward of the state
Yeah.
is like you drop someone off at like a firehouse.
Oh,
and
sorry.
then-
If you find a family to take the infant
That's chill.
immediately, it's just yeah, that's fine. But like, what I guess is putting like in an orphanage or whatever it may be, or like ward of the state, so on and so forth. Yeah,
Sure.
So
Surrendering the child
maybe
to
I'm
some other place.
I'm not okay with the transitionary period between being adopted and
Sure.
not being adopted.
I think
So are you
this-
gonna send people after the guy that drops the kid off at the fire station?
Sorry, say that again.
So like, wait, just to be clear, how far are you willing to take that, Ollie? Because like, let's say like, Hunter,
Like dropping
he's
the kid
just-
off at the fire station, yeah,
he's
you
spreading the
jail.
seed and he's just like Ultra Downy and he drops the kid off. Are you gonna send like Papa Gibbs and Ice to go get his ass or like
Shit.
what?
Jail.
Yeah.
Throw him in
Wait,
jail.
hold on. Doesn't that disincentivize like a
Having to
To me,
ton
that's
of
like
things?
close to child endangerment. Like you're dropping off a kid
but
who
do-
has this genetic disorder that you don't know how to that like most people
Once
probably
you
don't know
gotta
how to
ask
take
now,
care
Hunter.
of, right? Like the odds that someone's gonna adopt this child, right, and take on and incur this risk is kind of, I think, slim to none. When we have like children right now that you would say are like good and fine that aren't getting adopted, and so like yeah, it's you are just like putting this child in danger. You should have just
Okay.
aborted it. Like if you think I think abortion is murder, but I'm just gonna pass the buck on. You don't know what's going. You don't know if this kid's
Yeah,
gonna
but it's
survive
better
or not
than
survive.
dying, right? It's probably
I mean,
better than
but it could
death,
die. The child could die.
right? But probably the possibility of living is probably even better than certain death.
I mean, it's the fantasy that you think, right? If you have this genetic
That's a
disorder that's
moral
like
question.
life threatening or whatever it may be, like it requires a lot of surgeries, you're an infant, whatever. Like you don't know. You're kind of gambling if this kid's
Correct.
gonna live. Yeah. So
yeah,
like
it's a possibility and a possibility
it's
of
Schroding. No, it's just Schrodinger's cat at that point. You don't know if the kid's dead or alive. You put it up for adoption. You don't pay attention to
I would
it,
take-
right? You're not
okay,
looking at it.
Okay, I'm gonna say
Like no, I'm being serious.
No, I know you're
Like,
being serious. I know you're being serious.
Yeah.
Sorry, two huge issues that I have. First,
Sure.
I don't think that we're recognizing the second order effects of the policies that we're saying. When we're saying like, oh, someone drops a kid off at the fire station, they should be arrested because they're endangering the kid. That is
Shot
the
on sight.
one safe legal opportunity that these parents have. That is the other, any other route is endangerment. What the
we
state
should have
does,
better. Well, I mean, like if you're going to have like an adoption and blah blah, blah, you should probably have like better things than
Oh,
dropping
shit.
your child off
Why
at the
didn't we
fire
think about
station,
that?
right? There
Just
should
have
probably be
just have more better
a
adoption.
drop
I'm
like
just saying,
adoption facilities,
Yeah, but we-
adoption drop-offs, whatever it may be. If you want to have like babies be like put up, I don't think dropping them off at the fire station is the best way to do it.
obvious way. Okay, this goes to a
Well, I
second
mean, yeah,
point that I have,
obviously.
which is
And
like
It's not the best way, but
obviously,
that is the
obviously
point.
it's
the
not
lesser
good
evil.
that there are parents dropping kids off at the fire station. Obviously, it's not good, genuinely at all, that kids are being adopted. Like
Yeah.
I was having this conversation with a friend of mine, and she was like, adoption is terrible. I'm like, okay, I've got an adopted brother. Obviously, that was worse than him staying with his parents, but his parents were drug addicts and in jail. Like, obviously, it's adoption's going to suck, but it's the least worst option, right? Like,
Agreed.
that's just a lot of these situations when it goes to dropping a kid off at the fire station. That's the least bad option, and it's a shitty option. But I can't think of any better option.
Yeah, and my issue is that like you give the child the bad option, you give the child the bad hand, and essentially you get off scot-free. You suffer no consequences, you suffer no penalty. You just gave someone
Sure.
else a problem, and that's kind of like the issue.
I think
I don't think the kids are the only ones suffering in any of these equations, and whether or not being in an adoption facility is like the least worst issue, so on and so forth. The parents are the ones like not paying, like having any consequences.
I think the issue here is that we're talking about two different things, which is one, what is the responsibility of the parents, and two, what is the policy positions that we should take as a state? Because obviously, if we just want to shit on parents who leave the kids out on fire stations, yeah, they probably could be doing better. They probably could be doing better things in their life. I'm willing to say that. Whatever. You might disagree. But the second thing is, what policy positions do we have to disincentivize certain behaviors? And we have to come to the conclusion as a society that there are going to be bad parents who don't feel like they can take care of their kids, probably because they made poor decisions, but those people will make poor decisions. How do we deal with those situations?
Now, for the average
seems
parent,
like wait, hold on. It seems like it's all we're doing. If all we're doing is just arresting these parents, well, then the kid is shit out of luck either way. In your policy prescriptions.
If you apply this to like the average
can I have
parent,
a
but this is kind of
clarifying
specific.
question so I
sure.
understand exactly your issue.
Yeah.
So is your issue the transfer process of giving anonymously the kid to an organization, or is your issue something like the parent drops off the kid like their cargo and just leaves without really notifying anybody?
Both, right? So I think the idea that like you get to just drop off like your kid and just like boom, you suffer no consequence, and you just put all this burden on the child.
For abandoning your child is I think the sentiment. For abandoning your kid.
So
there's nothing
even
there,
if
but,
you
like,
directly hand the child to like a staffer or person.
Yeah, now you go to a staffer, right? And especially in the case with this where there's like a potential genetic disorder that's being passed on, right? You're giving it to a staffer, you're giving it to a worker who's then the kid's just gonna be put in a system with like 30 kids, 40 kids, 100 kids, however many kids are in this system. Like I don't know the specifics for each system or where they're at. That's going to depend. But then like the kid's not going to get the care that they need.
Yeah,
right?
Obviously. But like
well, okay, so then I think that the
like,
parent should suffer some consequences.
Okay.
That rate. Why not?
Because all that does is still offset the damage to the kids. Like you're not offering any substantial policy positions that genuinely fix these issues. Like you're just saying,
I don't think you're really gonna be able to fix the issue of like.
Well, the point is that
being a bad parent isn't something you can really fix, right? As I think these people should, to an extent, be punished. But that's kind of the discussion.
Okay, okay. Can you give me the policy prescriptions that you're advocating for? I
don't know. This is a feeling I have. This
okay. Well, then
I've put like into like, oh, policy. This is how you would go about doing it, right? This is just
what's the title of your bill, Ali?
Yeah. But just to my point, wrestling with the fact that society's going to suck, and there are specific things that we can do to change or modify certain behaviors, but that like just pointing to someone doing something wrong and saying bad, and then just like throwing them in jail is actually like a really terrible way to try to fix solutions in society. And I feel like it's very small. It's a very like a small-minded solution when we're just sort of just saying these parents shouldn't do it. Of course, everyone thinks that these parents shouldn't do it. I don't think anyone's cheering on moms dropping off kids at the fire station. But like, what like we have to accept the fact that parents are going to feel burdened by children. That's a reality of the situation. What do we do about it as a society? And I think it makes a lot more sense to just sort of have the least bad option, which I think is the current society that we live in. And sometimes it feels a little useless talking about these conversations when it's like, this sucks, right? It's like, sure, but what do we do about that? And it doesn't seem like there's anything tangible or realistic or like or plausible other than just like I don't
Well,
know.
hold on, wait. He's saying that there is a negative here that you want to disincentivize, but the problem is that you don't want to disincentivize this because it is the lesser evil. Like
Yes.
it is the better outcome, and so the problem is that we're mitigating for an issue that we don't really want to mitigate for. We want, like, the reason that you're able to drop off your kids at a fire station or anywhere is because they want to make it to where you're not this like super embarrassed person walking into an adoption place or wherever, like, saying, hey, I suck as a parent, so here, like, I'm a fucking horrible person. Like, the whole thing is a process made for you to be able to just kind of give up the kid so that hopefully the kid is going to have better circumstances later on and have the best possible outcome, instead of growing up with parents that don't want them but only kept them because they were too embarrassed.
So I want to let in Corey addressing the fire station thing really quickly. I mean, yes, I think part of it is like the anonymized aspect of it, but like the practical reason why like we drop off children in the states, why we drop off kids at fire stations, because fire stations are everywhere, right? Like we don't need to open an adoption office in every town. We couldn't do that. We wouldn't. I mean, America would never support it, right? And for like 99% of the year, it wouldn't. It might not be doing anything. But fire station is a ubiquitous piece of infrastructure across like every single town, right?
Well, you
So
could do it
like
at a fire station, a police station, a hospital,
station.
like as
Yeah.
long as it's any of these things. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a few others. Yeah, exactly. But like, yeah, these are ubiquitous infrastructure. That's why we say like these are there's a term for it, enforced caregivers or something. There's a term for this. I forget what it is.
I don't know. Put an
so just-
adoption hospital. Put an adoption office at the hospitals. Then better. I don't know.
I mean,
Who's going to pay for
A
that?
little
Wait a minute,
office
who-
doesn't cost
hold on.
much.
Who's
right?
going to pay for that, real quick? First of all,
Wait,
All
an
you
adoption
get
It
office
already
at the
directly out of your
hospital?
paycheck.
It already
No,
exists.
so the
No.
pro-lifers don't want
It
to pay
already
for the
exists.
life. It's the
We already
interesting.
Wait,
issue,
hold on,
right?
Ollie, what do we-
Pro
wait.
lifers don't want to pay for life
Why-
when the person's
why
like,
do
oh, but I think it could be murder,
Why
but
do
no,
we
I'm just
need
gonna
that?
have it and
Why
pass
do
it
we
on
need
to the
that? We
state
don't need
anyways.
that. We
They're
don't-
gonna have it.
listen,
They're gonna have the kid
who
and
here-
pass the
real
issues
quick,
on to the
Ollie,
state
real quick,
anyways.
Ollie, who here was
The
adopted?
pro-lifers
Who-
are the
hold
ones
on,
who adopt at the
raise-
highest
hold on,
rates.
Hold on, Ollie. Raise your hand if you were adopted here. Just real quick. Any show of hands? I was. So listen,
Oh,
I think I
basically
turned out.
adopted, not gonna lie.
I turned out fine. And listen,
Oh,
we didn't have
identity
no
politics.
Extra, we didn't have no
You just said
extra.
you're a degenerate. You
Sure.
self-admitted degenerate.
Yeah, and I climbed myself up from the muck, baby, and we still are doing well. I'm just saying, there's no.
You should be
need-
so pro DEI, Gibbs.
No, we should. No,
You're literally
because
DEI
I don't want the
American.
I don't want the.
What do you
handout.
mean?
I want to win despite the odds being stacked against me. Then I can say, "Hey, I
You're
like
DEI American. You got
We're
got
better.
picked.
We're
So
better.
you got
wanna feel
selected.
good
We
about
are
your
built different.
achievements.
Listen,
I mean,
Ollie,
I
here's
guess.
the thing. You're wanting this extra thing we don't need. Tom just laid out this whole very sensible thing. We already have this infrastructure. There's a plethora of options. We don't need all this baby back bullshit, extra adoption center. We can just take the kids from, the funnel system, wherever they're getting it from, the church, these other places, and then we just ship them off to one location.
Wait, Gibbs.
and
I got a better
and then
better
it can
point.
be an adoption
Well,
center.
like
Gibbs.
like a
Wait, hold
camp?
on. Here's the
We
issue.
should
Here's the
also a
issue.
camp?
Ollie,
I know.
you're doing
What
this
are we
very
doing
bizarre
here?
thing. Ollie, you're doing this very bizarre thing where you're saying, I don't want to offload this to the government. What do you think? Like, when we're talking about these like adoption agencies or whatever, that's funded by the government as well. Like,
Okay, no, like, okay, one, this was in very specific to like this. However, I'm saying that like it's not that I don't want the government to do these things or do assistance or whatever it may be. I'm saying that I don't want these parents to get off with no consequence for burdening
scot-free.
their child that they chose to make, right? Whether it be a child with no genetic disorder or a child that they chose with a 50-50 chance, you're burdening the child. The parent suffers no consequence. I would like there to be a consequence for the parent, but to be fair,
Okay.
I think there should be consequences for negligent parents, even if you are raising your kid. But like once again, I'm a little bit extreme on that. So
yeah,
but
I will
that's
I will
just the
say
thing.
sometimes you scream conservatism. Ollie. I'm gonna say
Me?
that. Yes.
How is any of? Hold on.
I'm a
What is
conservative.
Can you just let me hear me out? Let me say.
Doing, Hunter?
Let me
That's
say what I'm
so
saying.
funny because like
No. Let me just say what I'm saying.
What
Let me
are
say what I'm
you
saying.
talking about,
The
Hunter?
idea.
How is this
Shut the
conservatism?
fuck up,
This
Gibbs. You're
is
gonna.
National Socialism. That is leftism.
I agree. It's shitty. It's shitty
I don't
behavior.
know where I stand
Just wait,
politically.
hold
You
on,
guys
hold
are
on.
teaching me. I'm a conservative.
Let me
clarify.
clarify. Let me clarify.
This
Let me
is what they
clarify.
do. They just try to
Gibbs,
read
shut
bad
the
things,
fuck
and
up.
Words mean things. Papa.
Gibbs, this is
Words
why we
mean
can never unify ever on a debate. The
things.
one moment
You
when
say
we were on the same
crazy
team.
shit like, oh yeah, putting kids in camp and having government control over them. That screams conservatism.
No.
Well, you know what screams conservative? Government telling parents what to
Oh
do with
my
their
God.
children. That's conservative. That is insanity. Papa.
Okay.
Like,
Okay. Just wait. Hold on.
fuck
Can I
outta here.
clarify my point?
Sounds bad.
Go ahead.
Ollie,
I do want to get to our friend Corey.
Hate.
Go ahead.
I hate. Oh, sorry. What? Is it not
You're
my
pointing
turn?
in the right place.
No, just,
Ali,
yeah.
I hate you. Go.
Keep going. Hunter, please.
Okay. Sorry. I don't want to. If it's other people's turn, I'm happy to take
No,
my time.
Go ahead.
Um,
finish.
I fucking hate this bullshit focus on justice rather than good outcomes. It's like, but we
Why? The kids can go
need
for
to
adoption
punish
and
the
punish the
fucking
parents.
parents. Does it solve anything? No. Does it fix anything? No. Does it make the kids' lives better? No, but we must. It's
Well,
like,
we're not gonna make the kids'
God,
lives better,
it's
right? The
so
parents are putting them up for
exhausting.
adoption. The parents don't
It's
care about the kids'
exhausting
lives.
focusing
then,
so
you know.
deeply on just punishing people because they
No,
did
no,
something
no. You
bad.
can do the other stuff too while punishing the parents. You just
You
wanna
don't need to
focus
be
so much
punishing
on
them.
that.
Favor of like,
But yeah, go ahead.
arresting drug addicts for being drug addicts, like or like arresting.
Yeah, obviously that's
getting
bad. They
harsh
shouldn't be drug
punishments
addicts.
to
Yeah.
users
Just for the
and things
record,
like
no
that.
one is surprised the
Why
leftists
not?
here don't care
No,
about
I
justice.
think that's different.
No one here is
I
surprised.
think
about
you
that
being
at
a
all.
drug
I'm
addict on
just
your own
surprised
has
by
really
that.
no issue.
We know y'all are corrupt, so Hunter's just openly
Unless he
admitting it.
tries to
doesn't like
go out and
justice.
stab
Well,
people.
no, I
man,
mean
that's
a lot
pretty
of like
I mean,
a lot of places are trying
non-drug
to make
addicts
it
go
to
out and try
where
to stab
like
people too, so it doesn't really.
sure, but like what I keep analogizing in
think
my
Corey
head is
wants to
like
talk.
safe use places where like they make it to where like heroin addicts can go like shoot up somewhere
Yes.
and they make sure that they use safely so that they're not overdosing and they're not dying. And I keep thinking of this when we're thinking of somebody being able to go drop off. It's like obviously this is something that generally we would think of as like illegal if you just go drop your kid off somewhere and just leave them there. But in this case, we make it to where there is a way for you to do this so that it is safer for the kid, because otherwise you're more likely to go drop the kid in a fucking dumpster or in a river or somewhere else.
Yeah.
You're like
Exactly.
the circumstances that we're mitigating for are making just way worse outcomes in the end. And so even I mean you say that it sounds conservative, and it does, to just like push for justice and punishment instead of actually having better outcomes. But honestly, I mean every conservative state has child safety acts
That's
like
true.
this where you're able to go drop off your kids. And you said earlier that like it's the pro-lifers who are all telling people not to abort their kids, but then they don't want to take care of them afterwards. But it is the pro-lifers, it is Christians and conservative people who are adopting at the highest rates, who are getting
That's
what
a
do you
good
call
point.
it? Foster brothers and sisters, foster kids. I had numerous
Sure,
foster
yeah.
brothers and sisters growing up. Like they are the ones who are actually taking care of these kids, but at
Let's
the
go
highest
to
rates.
our
Oh,
friend
a little
Corey.
much
Let's
credit
We
go to
can.
our
We
friend.
actually can. That's
We'll,
right.
I digress.
we'll go to our friend Corey. Corey, please.
All right, so a few things. Well, first, Ali, I think I understand where you're coming from, and even though I'm largely on Hunter's side, and Tom and everyone else's, I don't think they're actually truly contending with what you are saying. At least, they're not addressing, I think, the valid concern that you have. As in, from what I'm understanding, it seems like they have a valid concern of like, a parent abandoning their child seems kind of bad and icky, and there should be some sort of consequence for that. Am I capturing the sentiment correctly? Okay. And I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think, and that's where like I'm in Hunter's camp of like this is kind of like there are costs to having society, and this is like a built-in cost. But I also understand in terms of why Hunter is saying like conservative vibes. What do I mean by that? Because I would argue you are maybe using a red pill talking point to expand, as in one of the red pill talking points is like, so I am very pro-choice, okay, as in like all the abortions all the time, more or less within reason. But one of the one of the talking points, largely from the red pill space, is like, well, they typically tend to be anti-abortion because all these hoes getting off scot-free and not taking accountability for all the sex that they're having and getting pregnant. As in, if they're using abortion as a form of birth control, okay, that's bad. You're not taking accountability. Okay.
Yeah.
And like I would agree that if I came across someone that they had like literally a dozen abortions, assuming that is actually feasible, something feels icky about that to me. But at the end of the day, like I'm definitely not in the favor of like outlawing abortion, as in this is just like
Yeah.
a cost of doing business type of thing. As in like I don't think there's any good policy solution to the understandable aversion you have to a parent abandoning their child. Does that make sense?
I just
It
want to
makes
throw out
sense.
there the Ali though with what you're saying, Corey. Just in addition to that, I think that y'all also aren't factored in. If this person cared enough to like not get the abortion and have all the kid, giving the kid up is a consequence. That's probably not going to be an easy thing for them to do. Like even after you give the kid up, like emotionally, like right, or like you do it. Oh, I'm not embarrassed. I snuck it into the place. Like it's probably going to have some sort of, I wouldn't say positive impact on them, like mentally or like physically, probably. So, like, I'm sure that pregnancy's hard on women like, in general, right? So they probably have physical consequences. So to be arguably, Ollie, they've already suffered the consequence that you're kind of advocating for.
Gibbs, that is the most empathetic thing I've ever heard you say
I'm
in
not
my
really
life.
sold on that
I'm
one.
just-
right
I
there.
was
like-
I don't think
I
it's
was
a-
I'm about
blown
to
away that
say,
came out of
that,
your
that
mouth.
sounds like
there
a
are
skill
people who
issue to me.
dehumanize babies. There are people who treat babies like they're nothing but a piece of an object. So I don't think that really is a valid rationale, to be honest. I do think there's a consequence that's probably necessary. Now, I'm not exactly sure what Ollie is referring to in terms of the consequence he's referring to, but the thing that I mentioned earlier, when there's like this potential undue burden of the, having this kid, having all these medical issues, would you advocate for something like them chipping into the medical cost of these kids?
Oh yeah, I mean, like if once again, if we're bringing it specifically to this, I mean, yeah, then if you, especially when it comes to this with the MHE and whatever like genetic disease that pass on, if you end up making that decision, taking that risk like upon yourself, and then having like the kid, and then you're gonna pass it on, then I mean, yeah, I think you are like the kid is at least entitled to have like the medical things paid for at minimum.
Wait, but they do.
Corey.
If they're wards of the state, then they do.
I want the
Uh,
parent.
Well,
to be the one
it's
that
directing it
chipping
more to
in.
the people who gave up the kid.
Yeah, but
let's-
the reason they gave them up is almost certainly a financial issue. Like they're
Well, then
they're
why did you
probably
decide
not
to
going
try
to
to
get
have
away
applies-
with this.
that-
So
that
in this
applies
in
to
this
a lot of
specific
people who
in
have
this
kids.
Because they
specific
don't want to
situation, it's
murder a
primary.
child because they're pro-life individuals.
No. It's 50-50, right? That you're gonna pass on this disease, right? Now you don't want to have the abortion, that's fine, but you really want to have the kid. But you took the 50-50 risk, and then after that risk, if
No,
you lose that,
you're
if you lose
wrong.
that coin flip, you're like,
I
oh
mean,
well, actually, I don't want to be a parent anymore. Never mind.
Your theory of mind of understanding the people and like their mentality, I think is very off. I think that you need to understand that they genuinely see abortion as murder. They genuinely, and this is something that liberals struggle with a lot. And like I'm a liberal, I see it in my
That's
camp a lot.
fine.
They genuinely see abortion as murder.
I understand.
And they go,
do.
I'm not killing a fucking child, but I can't take care of it. So I'm going to have to give this up, and this is going to
Yeah, in one
this is gonna-
scenario,
yeah,
it gets
but-
to live.
I'm not saying they
So-
have to pay the totality of the medical expense, but just like child support, you should chip in. This is still your kid.
Yeah, but like
This is still the life
I-
you created.
I do want to
No,
get back
no,
to
these guys
Corey.
just get to do
I do-
whatever
I
they
do wanna
want
get back
and
to
just
Corey.
fucking willy nilly.
I do want to get back to Corey. I don't want to be like an hour before we get back to our phone call.
That's
Corey,
okay.
please.
the whole point is that you get to do it anonymously because otherwise, if they could track this information, they wouldn't do it. They would leave them in a dumpster. And that's what really pisses me off is that like you guys aren't really grappling with the fact that like if
We
your
are.
policies were to be invoked, there would be
Then-
more kids in dumpsters.
I would like to go out
Yes.
to Corey.
So, and to
Corey,
expand, and
James.
I do have a question to Hunter at some point, but like
So,
to build on that case. So, like again,
I'll let that go.
going back to my abortion example of like one of the arguments for abortion, as much as like again, like do I want a woman having like 12 abortions as literally using it as a form of birth control? My answer is no. That's not my
Right.
ideal society. But I understand that that is a reality I have to contend with if I want all the positive benefits of having abortion legalized. And again, one of the reasons to have abortion legalized is because like if we outlaw it, this is the whole point of like we don't want women having back alley coat hanger abortions. Okay.
Agreed.
And so all that to say is I'm on your side, Hunter, but like there's something to Ali's concern.
Well,
But
And also,
Hunter, wait, hold on.
Hunter, what I don't understand from what you're saying here is
Yeah.
you're telling me that these people are so pro-life that they're not willing to have an abortion, but they are
Yes.
willing to have their kid die in a dumpster. I'm like,
hold on.
where's the
Yeah.
pro-life at that point?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Where's the pro-life?
but
You're
it's-
willing to have
hold
your
on,
kid
hold on.
die
that
in a
was
They don't want to
dumpster?
directly
You're
be the
telling me
one
they're
doing the
still
killing.
pro-life?
before you
Yes.
answer, Hunter, I have a question for you. Okay, but can you just?
Well, I feel like I have like 3 things that have
you
been
do, you
thrown
do.
on me.
You
So I'm
should-
gonna go
you should
slowly.
respond to that last one.
Yeah.
'cause that was-
Well, I do have another thing that I wanted to bring up because I wanted to Ollie's point.
I'm not
Okay.
attacking you, by the way.
No, that's fine. Look, I'm not. This is a debate.
I
whatever,
am.
Like, I'm not. Okay, yeah. No, but throw whatever shit you want at me. No.
Hunter's got
I
tough
would
skin.
fucking
He's
you're
fine.
pro-life.
Yeah.
He's a
You're chill.
fucking
Say what you
liberal. He
want.
doesn't deserve your respect. Go ahead, Hunter.
That part too.
Incredible.
Hand washer of fascism.
So look, firstly, to Ollie's point, of course, if I met someone, if it was a friend of mine or if it was a family member who is dropping off their kid at a fire station, I would, as empathetically and as reasonably as I could, say, don't fucking do that, you psychopath. Okay? Obviously, there is a personal level to engaging with these people, and there's a societal level in dealing with these people. If I want to deal with homeless people, and I knew someone who's homeless, my brother was actually homeless for a while. I'm like, here's what you have to fucking do. You have to get a job. You have to do all these things. Like, you have to find an apartment. It's not that difficult. Like, you have to be able to do these things in your life. But on a societal level, you have to go, okay, well, we just have to give these people money, and we have to operate on both levels simultaneously. And that's kind of what part of being a grown-up is, like, recognizing that there are societal responses and personal responses. Okay, that's to Ollie's point. So I do understand that personal reaction, and I'm not trying to offload parental responsibility to children. Okay, to shit, I forgot your name. You've only been on like one other panel.
Riddell.
Riddell's question. Sorry, remind me your question. I got distracted by the first thing I was saying.
You're good. So one of the things you bring up, which I understand, is that there are people who are pro-life who don't want to have abortions.
Oh,
Get it.
sure.
But I don't see how that equally corresponds when they're also willing to throw their kid in a dumpster and
Totally.
it's gonna die in a dumpster.
Totally. So, this is really complicated, and like, I'm trying to analyze these people's mentality and perspective, and what it feels like to them is that there's direct murder and indirect murder, and there's leaving a kid in the dumpster, and hopefully it's going to be found by someone, and hopefully some police
I think
officer's
you're
going to
missing
pick it up.
You're
Schro-
missing
yeah,
it.
Schrodinger's child.
No, you're missing it. You're missing it. That's not what's happening. Like,
Okay.
They're not an
Like,
active
let me
participant. in
try
the
it
Yes,
right.
exactly.
They
Let me
are
just-
an active participant
Hold on,
when they
hold on.
leave.
No,
Let me-
but
Baby
not
is
to
dead or
them. You
not
can
dead?
disagree with
we
it.
hope it's not.
You
It's
can
not a
disagree with
disagreement.
that.
We don't
Hold on.
know.
Hey,
Yeah.
let me-
Wait,
let me-
hold
No,
on,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no.
wait, hold on, wait. It's not a direct participant. They are active participants.
doesn't-
They are
it
not
doesn't
active
Add in
matter.
all the
Y'all-
active
y'all-
participants.
y'all-
direct
It's
participants
harder
There's
for
a
them.
in the
massive
baby's
difference.
death.
Hold on.
I'm
hold
not
on, hold on.
justifying
There's
it.
a
I'm just
massive
explaining
difference.
it.
I know you're not
Yes,
justifying
there
it,
is
by the
a-
way. I know you're
No,
not.
no,
there
hold
is
on.
yes, he's not justifying, but he's saying that like there's a massive difference between somebody who like a judge who orders down a death penalty versus the person who has to go and chop off their head, right?
Right.
Like those two people are drastically different. Just
Even
the
though
same
they
as
both
all of the
That
people
doesn't apply
on
here.
all of
That doesn't
all of
apply
the
in this
case. It
conservatives
does.
running around chanting that they want to go to war with Iran versus the people who actually have to live with the death of all of these people that they killed overseas.
But
Like,
again,
Even though-
this
even though they both-
doesn't apply. The person is making an action. Their
No, no, okay,
action
we-
Rid-
we
They're
Rid-
agree.
directly
Well,
involved in
I-
that
I- I-
action.
distill
I'm
it.
putting
I-
this
I-
defenseless
I will
baby
try
in the
to distill-
dumpster.
scenario.
Riddell,
Nice.
I'm pretty sure you understand, and most I've had this debate. Okay, in Canada we have MAID, as in medical assistance in dying, and there are many
Okay.
conservatives and probably even many liberals that are against that, and they have valid criticism against the direction that Canada is going. But I've literally had this debate with conservatives in the United States. But as in they're against MAID, but they understand there's difference, and they'll make the case of like, I'm against MAID, but if you just want to withhold life-saving measures, that is okay and permissible, because there is a cognitive difference in
Yes.
terms of that's what the active direct participant versus the intentional like pushing
Even
of the
though-
button.
I think
Even
you
though
can
you
lie to
could
yourself
really
and say there's a
abstract it. No,
difference.
hold
None
on.
of what you
Yes,
guys
that's what
are-
we're saying.
you-
Wait, hold on.
That you're lying to
Okay.
yourself.
No,
and saying
that's
there's a-
fine. Okay, that's fine. But you need
You
to
do need to
you need
be
to
careful at some
occupy a
point.
theory of mine and
Yes.
recognize that these people do believe this. That's
That-
all
that's-
we're
that's-
saying.
yes,
You can
crazy
actually
people
say,
believe crazy
wait, hold-
things.
Yes,
My-
you were
my-
asking how could these people exist, and I'm saying
But-
they do.
But
I
it
know,
doesn't
but
make them
I'm
right.
not willing.
I
can't
know.
correct.
I'm not
But
fucking
then
justifying
I
it.
can't listen to crazy to dictate policy.
No,
That's just
you're
what
not.
I'm doing.
Okay, everyone. Okay, hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on.
I-
Riddell,
Hunter,
you're,
Hunter,
you're
Hunter,
not
Hunter.
understanding what I'm saying.
This
Listen,
is my favorite
it's
part of
my-
the week is letting
My
lefties talk,
issue with
because
this, I don't think any
this is
of
why the
the
right is winning because of what y'all are doing right now. Like I'm
The
100%
right is not
There's-
winning
they're
games,
not
and you need to
winning
contend
games.
with that.
Yeah, no, this is
They're
why
not
we're winning.
winning
Oh,
right now.
that's
Not at all.
fine.
The right is
So,
winning right
This is
now.
why
The-
I'm confident enough to say that in here, knowing I'm outnumbered.
I
61
understand
because there was-
pro-lifers,
hold
but
on,
what we're
Clearly
explaining
you
right
don't.
now,
Nope.
pro-lifers do not
Let-
think throwing your child in a dumpster is you not killing your child.
No,
Let's
that's
let
no, 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 no,
Most
no.
pro-lifers
Oh
don't
my
think that.
Let's let Gibbs
god.
respond. Let's let Gibbs respond.
So what? This is something that I see happening a lot in both circles.
I understand your frustration,
Hunter.
Hunter.
I go to the right side, and the righties don't know how to talk to the lefties, and the lefties don't understand the righties. There is a actual disconnect in like mentalities between the groups right now, and I find it kind of interesting. It's really terrifying to be totally honest, because what y'all have just done is y'all have sat here and tried to be empathetic to the righties, and y'all tried to sit in their shoes, and you've tried to figure out the process. All right. I'm just going to say something. There might be some people that can do the indirect thing. Corey does have a point with the indirect like procedures like versus direct suiciding kind of thing or whatever. That's like that is a mental thing that happens, right? And it's frowned upon, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm not going to argue that, but I would argue that's probably a small percentage, and it probably applies more to like late care life than it would have dropping the baby off of the dumpster. What I would argue is more likely is like when you have all sides have mentally ill people, right? So what you're going to have is you're going to have someone that's like a teen girl that probably had like some sort of an encounter. She's going to be either hormonal, she's not going to be experienced, she's going to be traumatized, she might just be bipolar, and then like they're going to have a family that's conservative, and like she's going to be hiding the pregnancy,
Yes,
and like
exactly.
and be overwhelmed and not have access.
This is
to
a
care
more
with her.
rational.
And then
Postpartum depression.
postpartum depression, and like she's going to go kill the kid. Now, as someone who is adopted, there's also the added aspect of the anonymous thing. And y'all are arguing that that's a bad thing and there should be consequences. I would argue this is actually a good thing to have anonymous care, right? My parents, my real blood parents, they were anonymous, okay? And I had to go and hire a private eye, and I had to go do blood testing for like 23andMe and 2 other things to find out who my father was. Turns out the guy's a degenerate, a Mexican that's got 3 felonies in Mexico, crazy fucker. The exact reason why you want a giant border wall, right? So it turns out, hey, it gives his fucking lineage proves this correct. And I can find zero information about my mother, but she's like, American citizen. But I do have letters from my mother. And it basically, when I turned 18, I stopped getting them because it's like kind of they did it through the agency. And basically, it was like, don't come find me, no. I have a family, and your presence would disrupt that, and it would hurt both of us. Like, I would be mad, you would be mad, it would hurt you, it would hurt my family. It was all these things. And so it has given me, thanks to this, has given me a chance as someone who's adopted to have like a clean break. I'm totally my adopted parents' family. Like, that's like my family. That's where I grew up. Like, I was like lucky to have like kind of a diverse family, but like that has allowed a clean break. So the anonymous thing is a good thing. Right. The issue that you keep bringing up to Ollie, and y'all brought up with the opening topic, is the disease factor. Right. If you're going to give up a kid to disease. And I would argue once again, a lot of these times in these pregnancies that I'm talking about, especially the conservative, they're not going to know this kid's going to have the disease, or they wouldn't even have the testing because a lot of these families are very conservative. They're not going to go do the testing. So I think that once again is going to mitigate a large portion of what you're talking about with the knowingly they gave a disease kid up to like the firehouse. Right. And like finally, comes back to kind of what Hunter said at the beginning of my empathetic thing is there already is a toll. This person's probably gone through a lot, and they're going to take flack from their family. Like, you're not factoring any of this in. Like, if you're a conservative and you're like, oh, I failed, I can't handle the kid, I had their like kid out of wedlock or whatever, and the shotgun marriage didn't work, you're gonna be like disowned. There's gonna be family problem. You're probably gonna have financial issues from being pregnant. That there's cost money. Like, it's not cheap, So you're going all these things, and then they give this kid up, and it's gonna be like all these things you're acting. And then I hate to be like I'm gonna sound like liberal here, but what is the utilitarian good here in justice? Well, justice served, they got the punishment, and then they're going to have the utilitarian, the kids will be taken care of. So when you're all talking about this like rationale, like, oh, I want to have the kid, but I'm going to leave it in the dumpster. That like I don't know that anybody that's actually conservative is going to be doing that. It's going to be the kids rebelling from their parents. Oh, I had sex out of wedlock with like whatever, and like it's not these kids are actively going to be rebelling. Yeah, so like I think that's more what's going to happen. and then they're going to get to a point where it's just overwhelmed, as opposed to like, oh, this person is like some like 30-year-old or 29-year-old woman who's like raised in the Catholic Church her whole life and is like, oh, it's super anti whatever, and then all of a sudden, oh, I have a kid, I'm going to just leave it on the doorstep of the like incinerary. Like, no, that's not what's happening.
Well,
Like,
the majority of these are going to be teenagers, one way or the other.
100%.
Like
Right.
like whether they're taking them to
Right.
the fire station, or yes, it's somebody who's putting them in a dumpster or whatever. Yes, the majority of them are going to be teenagers who are dealing with like parents who are going to be pissed off at them if they do one thing or the other, or even they hide pregnancies from their parents for
Right.
long periods of times and then eventually have the baby. But now that they have the baby, they don't know what the fuck to do with it, so they got to take it somewhere. Like there's so many scenarios where yes, it's going to majority of the time be teenagers who are having to deal with their parents and
who
are
are
afraid of what's going to happen
incredibly-
with their
And,
parents.
Incredibly
and I agree with that. And I
impoverished.
do
They
want to
tend to be-
articulate like my point of view here, because even though I offer the potential thing, I don't think it's really something that's going to be implemented, because I don't think this is really an issue in America in terms of people who knowingly have a disease that is life threatening to the point where the kid is put in an adoption, and obviously a lot of problems could happen. I don't think this is really something happening in America, but if this was ever be streamlined, of course, I do think that's something to consider, because of course that's going to be undue burden to the system. Regardless, my preference in all of this is I'm okay with people, obviously adoption in general, but I would probably prefer with something a little bit more preventative in terms of, when they're doing things or making decisions, they know all the decisions that they can and cannot make before they go through it, especially if they know that this could be a genetic hereditary disease. I think that ensuring that they not only know their options, know the potential costs, but knowing that adoption is something that they can do, and obviously certain types of benefits and incentives to adopt as someone in their situation would probably be something that I would advocate for. But ultimately, the reason why I was debating against what was being said, because I didn't believe the scenario Hunter was bringing up. I
Okay.
believe in the teenager situation more, for sure.
We all believe that, but
That is
but
the same
Hunter's point is still
scenario.
Yeah,
accurate
no,
in
it's
terms
the
of
gave
same-
it more
it's
context.
genuinely the same.
We just
scenario,
gave it
yeah.
more context. It's the
Correct.
same exact scenario.
That's what I was giving. Yeah.
but they're like
Yeah. The idea that
Hun-
it's a 31-year-old Catholic woman, that's not what I was trying to get across. I think that
Well, it seemed like it was an isolated, like, moral conundrum, versus yours was more conditional, conditional based off family.
No, you have to
familial,
consider
and
the type of person who's going
that's
to
not what
drop
was said
off
to
a
me,
kid
so I
at
don't
the
know why
fire
I'm
station
considering
in the
that.
first
Okay.
place.
I was
And
told
so we're,
like
no,
a
we're
very
saying,
isolated
well,
moral conundrum.
yeah, no, we're saying that like the type of person who's going to drop off a kid at a fire station in the first place is already like in a very bad scenario where they're already like, up against the wall to where they're willing to go to
Sure.
extremes like dropping off their kid. Obviously, they had the kid, so this wasn't. This doesn't seem like everything's going according to plan for this person in the first place.
I also
sure.
do want to just say that, Riddell, I don't know if you agree with this or not, but like when you're like, here's what I advocate for, which is like a higher emphasis on like knowing whether or not diseases are insured, if everyone has the opportunities. That's largely the system that we currently live in. And like, I can speak from experience. I had a kid who we got some blood work done, and my first child he had like a 2% likelihood that he had like Down syndrome, and more information as like the kid grows older. Luckily, I didn't have a kid with Down syndrome, and like they tracked that very carefully and like gave me information on all of the opportunities. And obviously, I get to be pretty grateful that I had decent healthcare enough to get like very consistent support as I go through. And if we want to talk about having more, universalized healthcare, like definitely I'm in favor of that.
For
But
sure.
like the main thrust of the conversation, which is like, should doctors be more informing of parents of challenges that occur during childhood? Yes, but that is also what doctors are currently doing. So sometimes I just think we should give a little bit more credit to the society that we're currently in.
for
Like
sure.
that's all I'm saying is like, and whatever, maybe you already agree with that. It sounds like
I would
yeah.
agree with that, and I would actually touch upon what you said right afterwards, which would be expanding medical care in general, so
Sure,
people
sure.
have more of the opportunity to access something like this.
Yeah.
Let's let Corey in.
so going back to the question that I wanted to ask you, Hunter. So
Okay.
we're on the same page in terms of like how you outlined it in your opening statement of like in this scenario that was outlined in the video, you don't view it as unethical. And, I largely agree with that also in my opening statement. But does the calculation change for you if it's like the parent has the 100%. It's not a 50-50.
Yeah, there
It's
is a
100%.
it for
Okay.
sure. It for sure shifts. Yeah, and
Uh,
it also really depends on the type of.
That's what I was going to go
disease.
into the direction of like, so let's say using the extreme example of like a complex regional pain syndrome of like,
Yeah. Stuff like that where it's like genuine. That's like that's just like chronic pain or something like that. Like
it's generally considered one of the
debilitating.
most painful conditions.
Yeah, that shit. It's like fair enough. Like you really gotta.
Although it's not purely genetic, but there's a genetic component. But like,
No, sure. There's obviously going to be a gradient, and obviously, like, it's going to be extremely rare when we're talking about like a 100% chance of like deeply debilitating chronic pain. Yeah, that I would probably say just adopt.
Yeah,
but there, like, I probably have a higher threshold than most
Hold
people.
on.
is
But
what I
you
would say.
are
Hunter, you
understandably
just said
pushing.
earlier,
Wait. I'm not. But you're understandably pushing back against the sentiment of like people seem to have like this foregone conclusion like you're disabled. There's like the
Yes.
chance of equality of
Yes.
life.
I
is,
think
like,
people have this idea that
ultimately
like if you have Down syndrome, it's like fucking no go. You got to cut that. And it's like most of these. I mean, like it's gonna. They're probably not going to be able to live on their own. It's probably going to be very, very difficult. I empathize a lot with it, but they're also almost certainly going to be happy people. Like the idea that
what if
life
this-
isn't worth living is pretty bullshit. I think.
Yeah, well, you're saying that, but then you're like, oh, it's seriously painful. Okay, cool. What if this seriously painful disease teaches them like I don't know patience, and they become master oogway? Like you're saying this shit. I mean, like there's a reason why some of the most like influential people of all time in history and philosophy are people that had some kind of major debilitation. I think that's
we can't use
there.
acceptance to determine the
No.
rule, bro.
Sure, but
Gibbs,
one thing
Gibbs,
about
to your
humans
po-
is we are exceptional, and you only need one exceptional human to advance society. in a
Oh, so
massive
everybody
way.
fuck everybody else, but
Yeah,
that
it's
one
law, it's
person.
law of
Gibbs,
numbers,
back-
bro.
hold on.
That's kind of how it works. Yeah.
Gibbs, I think I agree with you a lot more than you think I do. I said my threshold is really high. I'm saying if you fucking pop out of the womb and you have a thing in your brain that just goes every time you take a step, there's gonna be searing pains in your brain. I know you're talking about like Nietzsche or something who had like chronic pain. Yeah, chronic pain.
Or Beethoven, who couldn't hear. Like, I mean,
sure,
there's all
yeah,
sorts
of
examples.
That's not the
course.
scenario that
Those
I
are like
I did not
big deals. I mean, obviously they suck. Obviously, I empathize a lot with them, but they can live happy lives. I do think that there are some very, 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 very rare diseases.
Well, Helen Keller.
Yeah, I agree with you. What are you
That's
talking
not-
about?
what?
I
See?
agree with you.
It's not even the same ballpark of the scenario.
I
that
know.
outlined.
Like Helen Keller is absolutely, obviously, easily capable of living a good life, living a happy life.
I mean, here's
Okay,
the
no,
really
no,
one.
no,
What
if
is
I
this?
reframe
How about
it, if I
Hawking?
Yes. Okay. If I reframe it as in like we have like with almost like greater 90% certainty that your child will experience like the most misery pretty much most of the time, I think most people would agree that that is not a good outcome.
How much not misery do you think Stephen Hawking experienced on a day-to-day?
Are you? What are you talking about?
I'm just
Hold
Stop
on.
it, Sal.
You're
These
giving the
exceptional
weirdest
people,
examples
bro.
of fine people. Like, I'm not saying obviously.
You think he was fine?
Hold on. Relatively speaking, with the
Well, no,
diseases
up
we're
until,
talking
like, his
about,
mid-20s,
obviously
like-
yes. Obviously yes. We're talking about fucking I don't know. I don't know enough diseases.
Bro. His life was.
I
literally the
fucking
worst
get
it
it.
could be.
Gibbs, I agree with you. I need you to think about this. I agree with you. I
know.
think Stephen Hawking
why he's
can
fighting
live a happy and good life, fulfilled life. Okay? People with similar diseases than him. You have to go to like the fucking bottom of the barrel. The like
That
shit
is the
where
bottom
like
of the barrel, for
no,
the record. Like he's
it's
a little
obvious.
Yeah, but
No, it's not. That's
What are
not
you
what,
talking
that's what they're
about?
saying.
That's not the
There's things that
scenario.
are
No
way
one's
worse.
saying, hey, if
You're
having
playing
if
There's
you have
shit where,
Stephen
like,
Hawking in the womb, are you going
every
to continue
time
the
you
pregnancy?
pee, you
No
get
one's-
daggers
Yeah,
up your
sure.
dick, and you die at like age 7. There's shit like that. Like, you could.
What
That shit, it's like I don't know, man. That I don't know.
Wait,
They're prodigy.
Gibbs, are you anti-abortion in every circumstance?
I mean, listen. Here's my abortion stance.
Well,
I
no,
don't
no,
have- I don't have a womb.
wait, no, I'm going
That's
to use
my
your
stance.
stance. What if the parent knows the womb
You're
that
such a
they have the
lib
next
sometimes,
Hitler?
Gibbs.
Should they go
I
the
don't have a womb.
parents
I'm
of the
not
next
gonna make
Hitler?
this- Listen, women got the right to vote for a reason. You know, I'll
So
let them
yeah, but
decide.
answer my question. If the woman knows,
You don't
if the
gotta
woman knows
answer. You don't
that
gotta
they
answer.
if they have the next Hitler in the womb, should they go through with it?
Yeah, fuck yeah. let's-
Wait,
let's-
wait,
let's-
Gibbs, I saw a video. I saw a video last
let's
week.
do it.
I saw a video the other day of it was an old Charlie Kirk video. It was a lady. She tells him, she goes, "Hey, this child right here, my dad raped me, and this is the product of that kid." And you're like, "Yeah, hell yeah." You
Hold on.
like support and clap.
I would too.
Well,
Obviously, you guys have the
base.
dumbest.
Hold on,
I
base.
saw that.
Yeah,
I
like-
saw that video, and every liberal is like, "Why are they cheering for incest and rape?" I'm like, "Are you fucking stupid?
Because
Do you
what
really
she did is
care?"
honorable. She like had one of the worst awful experiences happen to her, and she still chose to raise this kid, despite every day she would look at this kid and be reminded of
Yes.
the worst thing that ever happened.
Yes.
to her. And she's still bringing.
Wait,
this
and
kid
so
to
she
life
should
and
be
giving
and
him a
she should be
shot.
used and she should be
applaud
used
it,
to
yeah.
then what tell that to all the so then the women who do choose to get an abortion should feel shame and bad
What?
because that should
Okay,
be the
God
purpose,
God
right?
damn it!
Celebrate
That's
somebody?
that's
Yeah.
What
no,
the
that's
fuck
what
are
ends
we
up happening. No,
talking
that,
about?
oh my
Everybody
God.
else?
True,
That's what
This
happens.
is literally like anytime there's
That's
a
what
housewife
happens is
who's
videos
happy
like that
being a
get
housewife,
used.
It's an
vi-
attack on feminism.
100%.
No.
Videos like that
Well,
get
what
used
Ollie
to
is
then
saying is
prop.
not
Find out we got a lot
implausible.
more.
Yeah,
concerns
to like
about it.
propagate the fact that these like children's are a blessing, and you should not like to Gibbs's point. You should never have an abortion for any reason because like everything
Yeah.
is.
Well, what's
No,
what's
Ali-
your line,
Ali's-
Gibbs? You haven't outlined
no.
anything.
Ali
ahead,
is
Brian.
spitting here, right? Like Ali's on the like I agree. with
Remember, I'm
what-
not the empathetic one for the record.
Hold on 1 second. Okay. No, I
True.
agree.
Gibbs has been spitting
Like-
this whole time.
Well, hold on. I agree with what Gibbs said, like in terms of like the compassion, right? That a person can show towards a child who's obviously an innocent child who didn't do anything, right? And still loving them despite like seeing in their eyes, like the rape and whatever, right? So I can agree there.
Or rape or whatever.
But at the
disgusting.
No.
Disgusting.
And
crime.
it's also
Come
funny
on,
people said
man.
that. They're gonna literally
Typical way
start
for a
looking
man
like
to say it.
Yeah, you're gonna start literally looking like the person that did this to you, like at some point. Like,
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's also like it could have happened any which way because it would have been his grandkid one way or the other. Anyway, but the point is, the what Ali is saying here is also true. That like those anecdotes get brought up, right? They aren't simply exist in the ether separately, right? So that doesn't matter, right? Like it's not like they simply clapped, right, and then they forgot about it and they left it alone.
Okay,
What
so
happened
that's her fault
it-
for doing something good that like
No,
other
no,
people are
no,
gonna
no,
use that
no,
as a
no,
weapon.
Doing something
no,
good
no
versus
one-
something
I feel like
bad,
two
right?
things
Doing
can
something
be
good
true.
versus something bad.
No one.
I
no
feel like
one
two
here
things can be true.
This
No
is
here, though.
one's here.
insane.
Yeah,
is
it's pretty
blaming. Yes,
insane.
exactly. Yeah. No one here is blaming the woman, right? The
It
woman.
sounds like y'all blaming the woman.
At least I'm not. Sorry. Let's do
No.
a check-in, right? Are you blaming the woman?
No.
The mother? Are you blaming the woman?
Okay, you're doing the listen. Y'all
Okay,
might
great.
not be directly
we're not-
blaming
well,
the woman,
you're-
but y'all are basically going,
We're
"Oh,
not
because
indirectly
this is-
blaming the woman
No, it's
either.
just y'all like, "Oh,
Listen,
this
hold on,
example
wait,
happened."
wait,
and-
no,
and-
Gibbs, can I try?
The abortion have been bad.
No.
Gibbs,
he
can I
said-
try?
that is
Yeah,
not what
yeah,
he's
yeah,
saying.
I don't think I can
There are
communicate
two
on this
different
one.
things here.
I got you.
Like to be honest, that is what it sounded like, Ali. When you're talking about like people are clapping for her, oh my goodness. Whereas like Prime is giving a more
Yeah, I'm judging the
specific example
clapping
where
and
he's
the
saying,
cheering.
hey, they're going to use like
should
an
be applauded.
anecdote against other people to be like, this woman who got brutally raped, she could have the baby, so why can't you? Like that's like
Yeah.
Prime's talking about people like using a specific anecdote to try to now apply to everybody versus like Ali, it did sound like you're saying like, yeah, why is everybody celebrating this? Like why would you clap for this thing?
But I also
No, it's not even like why would you clap, but like the video of celebrating it, right? And like right now to like
but
Gibbs
celebrating
Gibbs'
it isn't,
terminology,
like,
and
I'm
Gibbs'
not, like,
terminology
going-
is like we're all framing it as an attack on her doing something good, right? And then my argument is that videos like that, the cheering, the so on and so forth, gets flipped into like, well, if you got an abortion in that situation, that's
So we
something
just
bad.
can't
wait,
celebrate
hold
something
on.
Got it.
Hold on. Firstly, I think that it's bad to start throwing this video and going, see if she could do it, why couldn't you? And start
That is
shaming other people. I do think that that's a bad thing that happens. And if anyone's
agree.
doing
That's what the
that,
video is.
Compromise.
I condemn them. They shouldn't be doing that. But I'm going to speak very personally.
That's what the
here.
video is.
Just no, it's fucking not. No, it's fucking not. It's not.
Okay.
I've seen this video. I know what you're talking about. It's so not.
Yo, can we see the video? Because I have no idea what video you're
Okay.
talking about, to be honest.
Okay, I'll recollect. I'll give my.
I'll look for it.
Yeah. But I'll try to give my recollection. Okay, it's essentially it's a Charlie Kirk debate, and
Good start.
yeah, I know. Sorry, it's always weird and hard for me. Sorry. I'm getting distracted. There's a woman who's got a kid, and she's like, "Hey, this kid was a victim of incest and rape. I was raped by my father, and I had this kid." And Charlie goes like, "Hey, like thank you for having him regardless. Like life is precious no matter what. Like I'm so horrified by what happened, but I recognize," and like the whole crowd starts like cheering and clapping for her. Now, I'm going to speak very personally. I have a niece who was born of rape, and it's a horrifying situation. And I had a lot of empathy for my sister, and she debated having an abortion, and that's something that I totally understand. It's something I completely, and I'm actually fairly like kind of pro-life, but do I understand someone having that inclination? Duh, of course. Like that's a horrifying realization. But also, my niece is like 6 years old right now, and when I look at her, I don't think of him. She's been able to craft her own life. She's been able to become her own person, and largely we have left behind that horrible piece of shit that my sister used to be married to. Like that's the realization of the situation. And like, yeah, it's a fucking hard situation. Okay, she basically doesn't have a dad. Like there's no part of the situation that's ideal. Every single moment that's coming out of this, it's gonna be fucked regardless. But I do think that like my sister being able to take care of her kid and moving back in with her parents, and like my parents being able to situate her, like that does seem like the best situation out of these horrible, horrific circumstances. And like recognizing that that's probably the best situation, especially with people who genuinely think that abortion is murder. Obviously, this is the best circumstance out of that. And I know you guys would just say, just get an abortion, but that's really hard and really easy to just sort of throw at people. Why don't you just get an abortion? That's a really fucking hard decision to make. And a lot of people really grapple with it and really struggle with it and go, maybe I feel really uncomfortable doing this. I actually do think that like we can build a life together, and applauding that isn't fucking like, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean,
No,
also,
I agree.
like,
But
Yeah,
Hunter,
I think
wait, wait.
for that situation, I just want to be clear, and I know you're not directing this on me when you say you guys. I'm pro whatever she decides is best for her. That's her decision. That's
I
definitely
found the video.
my position.
Okay.
Real quick, I will say I co-sign what you think. I do think we should celebrate people who are able to get past hardships. I think that is a very important thing, and that's a very good thing. I guess the interesting thing that I'm sure now that you have the video that is worth talking about is like, what was the description? What was like the title of the video? That I do think that can.
I just
say a
had to
lot.
find. I just had to find it randomly. I couldn't
propagated
find,
on
like, a
Twitter,
specific.
mostly.
Yeah, and I just saw.
Oh,
Like,
so it was just
it's
something you
clips.
just saw on Twitter.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I do think, which I should also be an understanding point. Like, for example, like Kirk applies to this, like Michael Knowles would apply to this as well, who are like in no scenario that you can probably insinuate that there is something bigger that they're trying to do with this video, and a bigger political propaganda push that they're typically try to push regarding abortion when they talk about it in general. But I agree in a vacuum to like support the woman.
I mean,
No, I do want to be fair.
throw
In this
out
video,
there-
the question that was specifically asked to this woman was, what do you think of people who say that children of rape aren't human or something like that?
Okay, well,
I think that's a weird question to ask. I don't think that's that. I don't think that's how people frame it or whatever. And that's kind of what I'm saying.
That is how people frame it.
Y'all are once again. I got to throw
They're
this
not
out there.
human.
Yes, because that's they're like, it's a fetus. It's not a life.
Hold on, just throw this out there.
Well,
like,
That's what they're
if you
responding
look at- if
to.
you
I'm
look
not
at- hold on, if you
justifying.
look-
I'm just saying
just look
you
at
have
history,
to
though.
occupy their frame of mind a little bit.
I
No, but hold
understand.
on,
I
hold on,
understand
I'm not like
I understand
attacking
what
you
mean.
when I
When
like roll my
Hunter,
eyes. I'm
when
like,
I
that's a
heard it-
fucking dumb thing.
No,
to
but
do.
hold on.
Like,
But
you
once
know.
again, you're missing
when
something
I
really important
Hunter,
here.
when I
Like,
heard
this
your
is-
statement,
y'all
or
are-
Gibbs, whoever said it, when I heard your statement, I thought you were like you were saying that they thought even when the kid is born, they still think it is unhuman.
Right,
That
because
was
it's
my
hard for you
perception
to
of it.
imagine
Hold
that
on.
they look at the
That's what
fetus
I
and
got.
genuinely
I
think
just
it's a
wanna
human
throw this
being.
out
You
there.
go, of
Like-
course, once they're born, they're human, and they're
I
like, that's what
agree.
the fuck we're
but
talking
the
about.
question
agree,
is a
I agree
child
with
of
you, I
rape,
agree.
not the question is child of rape, not fetus, right? So when he says child
You're
of rape,
fucking doing this. I can't.
Hold on.
It's
But
like,
hold on.
Patience,
you need to
Hunter,
talk-
patience. Gotta
Ollie,
go
Ollie,
methodically.
Ollie,
he's
everybody,
so
everybody.
angry so
Hold on.
quick.
If-
I'm just
if
talking, man.
everybody-
You gotta
if
breathe,
everybody-
dog.
I do.
I want to just say
You're right. I
listen,
apologize.
Listen, we only recently have developed these civilized morals, right? I want to just go on record saying I don't think any of us on this panel, statistically, would probably even exist today if we were just counting like all the people in history that have our products that are born because of men forcing themselves on women in history. Like, I just got to break it to you. I would probably say the human race would probably not exist. Like,
I mean,
Yeah,
okay.
like,
What I'm
what-
saying is
what-
you guys
what-
are making it a
we're probably-
virtue.
what-
I'm
what-
saying
what-
that's
You're
okay.
making
So hold on.
You're making it a virtue to endure.
Hold on. I just listened
I
to it
don't
for like
get
20
your
minutes.
point.
Hold on.
so
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna
I'm
let you
gonna.
cook, though.
Yeah,
I don't,
it's okay.
Let me hear
So
it. Let me
okay.
hear it.
Now,
Is this
so when
another
y'all
design
say-
argument, Git?
No, when y'all say things like, "Oh, they're not human," well, I guess we're all not human then, because guess what?
I
We're
don't
all
say
products
that,
of this-
by the
at
way.
some- well,
No
sure.
one says
And so when
that.
y'all are listen, y'all are saying this, and people said it. I've heard it. So when we're sitting here going all the way down this list, no, what y'all are doing is the exact opposite. Y'all are seeing an example of someone's telling an anecdotal story, right? And then this person in the audience, who is like Hunter said, is in line with this. They're celebrating what she's going through. This is something that's happened throughout history, and it's never been acknowledged. Like, it's like, oh, okay, cool. And they're acknowledging, hey, you've done something great. You have taken care of an innocent child that was not the product of this. We are applauding this. Now, what other people have done, like you, I think y'all are arguing, oh, because someone filmed this, and probably there's some infiltrator or something. They filmed this or they saw this, people celebrating this. Y'all turned it and gone, look, these people are celebrating this, and now they're going to use the shame. You're preemptively already attacking. That's what you're doing right now. No, that's what's happening. You're preemptively attacking.
Real quick.
No, that's what you literally just did this, Ollie.
I know,
Hold on,
and I'm
just
going to
let you go.
reply. I'm going to reply to you.
Let me finish.
Go
Let
ahead.
me finish. Because what you're doing is you're going, oh, these people are celebrating this, and now someone, you don't even know who's someone, you said there are people, and guess what? You're right. There are people that'll do this. But you're already, before these people do this, you're going, someone's going to use this to say, oh, look how they didn't go and sit there and say, oh, you shame this woman for not doing it.
You don't have to
no
shame
one
her.
said that. No one said that at this
You don't
thing.
have to
They
shame
all
her.
just applauded her. And you immediately went to, hey, they're going to shame the future people that don't do this for their kids and do go to abortion. That was your immediate next thing. And you preemptively have done that before anybody has done. You didn't even say in your video someone was sharing this and saying, hey, they're coming after it. You just said, oh, there are going to be people that do this. Like, you're preemptively prepping for the attack.
So my issue is that videos like this, and especially in that sphere, get used to make it seem like that what she did was some type of like virtue.
That's what he just said.
You literally just did what I said.
Yes, you're.
I mean, who else is going to use the video? But my issue is that this gets.
You're doing it right now. That's who's using the video.
You're not listening to him at all.
So this is hold on. This is why earlier my immediate response was saying that like anytime there's like women who come out with a bunch of TikTok videos showing that they enjoy like cooking and cleaning the house and crap like that, and they like they wear the nice like 50s style dress. There's immediately a bunch of women who are like, people use this for conservative propaganda though, and it's like, but you're hating on a single woman who just enjoys her fucking life and like doing nice things.
All you're doing,
cooking and
all
shit
you're
like
doing
that.
is you're telling that woman
mad at this.
You're telling that woman, hey, that basic thing that you do is actually conservatism, and she goes, oh, conservatism doesn't seem that bad actually.
Except for the fact that we're making the endurance of this situation a virtue for this woman, and then it gets passed on as a virtue.
It is a virtue. It is a virtue.
So then other women should follow suit. Correct. This is something that is for the good.
Wait, you understand that, like,
and then women who get abortions from their rapists should be shamed.
What? Jesus Christ! No one's saying shaming.
Hold on, Hunter.
The other one isn't a
Someone who runs
virtue.
into a fucking burning house to go try to save people. Okay, someone who runs into a burning house to try to save other people. This is something that we all celebrate afterwards, and we say that this is a virtue. They put their fucking life on the line for everybody else. But we always tell people, don't go running into the fucking burning house.
No, I shame them. I scream at people on the sidewalk. I tell them,
you
fuck you.
Piece of shit running in there saving their lives. You're gonna incentivize this now to where other people are gonna run in and try to save people.
Everyone's gonna be shaming people on the sidewalk for not. Yes.
Okay. Fucking 9/11 heroes are that's fucking bullshit.
I mean, yeah,
I don't think that's
perfectly
analogous for some very obvious reasons, but like I hear
it's not like Roe v. Wade got repealed or anything,
I watched the video, right? I think the video was worse that was described. So like I'm fine with I'm still fine with the kid and the baby and the mother, right? That part's okay, right? But you guys didn't say what happened after that, right?
But they were clapping.
Fucking Charlie Kirk. When this wasn't like done by an infiltrator. No, like these angles, like right next this person was part of like Charlie Kirk's filming crew, right? Not infiltrator didn't do this. No. They were happy to put this out.
Yes,
for sure.
Yeah. So what happened afterwards, right, is that Charlie Kirk says to the woman, he asked her, right, like, hey, what message would you have for people who think who say babies conceived in rape are not human beings? Like, no one fucking said
Oh
this.
my God,
Like,
we went
immediate-
over this already, Prime. We
No,
acknowledge that this happens
not
in
fetuses,
development.
but said
No, you
babies
didn't hear.
conceived
I
in
don't
rape.
think
Talk about a fetus.
We
though.
did not
I'll
go
be
over
honest.
this.
Yes,
No,
we did.
actually,
We
right?
did a whole spiel
I
on
sa-
like
I
what-
did- I
what
went on-
percentage of humans
I
would come
screamed
from
at
rape,
Ali
like,
about this because he
No,
keeps
no,
saying
no,
it.
but
We literally
Hunter,
had
I
a whole
did,
did,
Hunter, I
Hunter, I
agree. We
disagree
did
with
agree
you
on
though. I don't think that really is a thing that people say. They do talk
Wait,
about like.
Well, no, he's
personhood.
straw
When
manning.
you're talking
It
about,
is
hold on, wait,
definitely
wait,
a
hold on.
straw
Just let
man.
me get this out. I think that like when we're talking about like normally the argument is personhood, not human. But even if we give
Sure,
them that
but
and they
that's-
say that it is humanhood, like normally they're not saying that. Like nobody says babies conceived of rape are not human. They say that fetuses aren't human, but they don't specify that a baby conceived of rape isn't human.
Okay,
That's not a
you're-
thing.
You no.
Nobody says that.
Yeah,
Sure, of course. But what, like, in their
Not
frame of
opposed to
mind, in their,
Charlie.
if you're a conservative, you go, that's a fucking baby. I get that it's 10 weeks old in the womb. That's a baby to me.
Or even a single cell.
And then
It's a baby.
yes, but I'm just giving one example. One
Yeah.
example is a 10-week person.
I'm hearing
And
you.
then liberals say, "Hey, you can abort that person because you can kill them because."
No, I understand.
Okay, cool.
I
I'm just
understand,
saying
but it's a
you
straw
have
man,
to
though.
accept. Yeah, sure.
Hunter.
They're
No, no,
talking
no,
past
no,
each
no,
other.
no, no.
I agree.
but
They're
hold on.
talking past
But
each
Hunter,
other.
the disagreement is that one, Charlie Kirk and a lot of these other people are smart enough to know the difference. They've had
Fine,
a lot of debates
fine.
on this.
I
They
agree
do know
with
the
you.
difference,
I'm
and they
fine
are
with this.
propagandizing it by straw manning it.
I'm
right?
fine with this. I think that's fair. But
Yeah.
we
And
are.
you know, do you think he used the term baby very intentionally instead of saying fetus?
Yes, but I also think that he
Well, everything's a
also
baby to him.
genuinely believes that it is a baby.
I agree, but that's why
Okay.
Kirk used the terminology
Cool,
that he used.
cool. I agree that he could do a better job of creating nuance in the situation and actually steel manning the
Well,
liberal
I think
position.
he did it
But
purposefully.
yes, of course. He's a propagandist. He was a propagandist. I agree.
Yes, but the
So
people
then I was
celebrating
right
it
when I
is
said
a
this
little bit
video will be
different.
used. No?
Okay. However, you guys are doing the exact same thing you're criticizing Charlie Kirk of, which is straw manning the other side. You are not providing nuance to the conversation, and you're not really tackling what conservatives genuinely believe.
I'm just talking about Kirk, though. I agree with what you're
Well,
saying. in
Kirk,
terms
no,
of
no,
the
Kirk is expressing his genuine belief.
Yes.
That's the point.
Yes.
He is expressing.
And he's
I don't
doing
agree
it
with I
without
think he's
nuance.
awful.
Yes.
But that is, he is
And
expressing
his
genuine
belief is to demonize women who get abortions,
my
even if
fuck.
it's.
I'm gonna.
Oh
no,
my
no,
God!
no, no,
How
no,
can
no,
you
no,
say
no,
that of
no,
Charlie
guys,
Kirk and
guys,
straw
hold
man?
on, hold on,
God,
hold
you're
on, hold
sitting
on.
voters to the
No,
Republican
there's a-
Party
there's a-
every day now.
No,
there's a problem.
genuinely,
There's a problem.
Gibbs.
No,
like
hold on.
I
Wait a
like
minute,
this.
wait
I'm
a minute.
freaked out, and Gibbs
Not-
is celebrating over here.
Hey, guys. First of all, you got a problem here. At some point, we get it. You have to be within their frame of mind, right? Like I've been agreeing with you for much of the conversation, Hunter, right? But at some point, okay, we got it. We understand their frame of mind. Now, living in that frame of mind, we criticize it. Like we understand what you're saying, what your beliefs are. We can acknowledge those things, and then we can say, okay,
Sure.
knowing that that's crazy.
I'm
and
happy
that's
to
what's happening right now.
I'm happy to criticize it, and I'm happy to have an abortion debate. But I do think
I don't think you understand what you're doing though. This is what this is why I said you're preempting, right? And this is I think the part. If this was some kind of Charlie Kirk TPUSA like troll job to get y'all to preempt, it's the best propaganda since Goebbels like himself, right? I mean, and I listen. I think they're pretty smart guys. I don't think they're that smart. No offense, but because what y'all are doing is y'all are preemptively attacking. You're saying people are going to use this value that conservatives value and other people value that aren't conservatives. A lot of people believe life expression that aren't conservative, right? And they're going to say, okay, this is something a good thing. This woman's doing a good thing. And that conservative pops up. Now, what you're doing before anybody does anything, right? Even if you believe Charlie Kirk set it up to frame it this way, before that even happens, what y'all are doing is then taking this and attacking. And you're going, look at these evil fucks. This is how they're going to use this happy thing. And so independents and regular people see y'all do this. And y'all just look like bitter assholes. And it sends people to the Republicans because Republicans, and these people in the middle are going, how can y'all just say this? All these people are doing is celebrating a good deed. And then now, if they saw this after some Republican commentator had used it and was like, oh, attack these women, they're all like, like are giving up their kids, or attack these women that are having abortions, then that's when y'all would be like justified and tactful, like politically. But that's not what y'all are doing. Y'all are preemptively doing it, and it makes y'all look like douchebags.
So,
And I'm a big fan. So
to be
I
clear,
would like to respond.
I haven't been agreeing with like Ali and the fuck, I
Riddell?
forgot your name too. Riddell. I'm sorry.
Well, you shouldn't
but
have taken the names off
I
screen.
remember.
I
Fact.
mean,
And also,
I
I haven't been preemptively attacking. That's why I need to respond. You guys are
okay.
like
I'm not
bunching
saying
me
you,
in
but-
like different
but it's
positions.
more of a-
It
let
doesn't
me
apply to
finish. Let me
me.
finish.
Yeah.
So the points, all right, maybe then your criticism is aimed Ali, and he could defend himself. But like so like I agree, again, not attacking the individual, right? Even though I think she probably has some pretty odious beliefs herself. But still, this would not be the time to do that. So agreed there, right? But like the reason why Ali brought that up is because like these anecdotes have been used in exactly this way in the past. He's predicting that, like, hey, they will use the same thing in the future. He's seen the pattern. He's like, okay, this is
Yeah.
probably the next thing in that pattern.
Sure,
And
but
there's nothing wrong
it
with,
seems-
identifying that.
I
but-
think that it is a poor tactic. I think it's a poor strategy, because rather than just wait for them to make the leap and then go, "What the fuck was that?" and then now we're fully justified because we saw the leap. If you just go, "What the fuck?" before they go crazy, then we look psychotic.
I hear you.
Yeah, but
It's
don't
the-
you think
and, like-
think it's also necessary to address on one of the big thing that he said, in the sense that he is using the term, and you may be right in terms of saying that a lot of conservatives think fetus and baby is synonymous, but there's a lot of people who do not.
Yes.
And then people are going to have a preconceived notion that these people that are on this side for being pro-choice are want to kill babies. So we're
Yes,
just
obviously.
no. The important part is addressing the critique of that's not what these people want. That's not what these
Okay.
people think. And then there's a big difference in terms of like how people think about fetuses and babies.
look,
but
Riddell,
ultimately-
Riddell, what a fucking great point that could have been helpful maybe 20 minutes ago
I'm
instead.
really helped.
Because what you could have done, instead of criticizing that the video was propagated, criticize the way he used the language to facilitate a pro-life
That's what I did.
argument.
I didn't
No,
see
no,
the
no.
video. up
No,
until now.
no. The initial criticism though
Yes.
was that the people were celebrating the video. That
Yes.
was the initial thing that we were
But
talking
that's
about.
what I was critical
I brought
of.
up. I did not see the video. Then I did see the video.
I brought
and
up the
then
video,
I brought
I
up
can-
the language of Charlie
Wait,
Kirk.
okay.
That's
So-
the
so-
first
so-
thing that I brought up. What he
So
said.
I
What
brought
he
up the
talked about.
video. I brought up the video, and I brought it up in a simple response to Gibbs when someone, I forget who it was, I believe it was Corey, who asked Gibbs, "Are you just against abortion in all situations?" I believe it was Corey who
I
asked
did
Gibbs
ask him
that.
that, yeah.
And then Gibbs said, "Well, listen, man, my answer to that is I'm not a woman." And so then I brought up
Gibbs like to dance
the-
around when
Yeah,
he
I
has
brought
no
up I brought
backbone.
up the like daughter incest rape situation, and then I just described the video, and then so like which brings up the point. If I see this video now, just like I saw it randomly on Twitter, that means there's already going to be like little rumblings, right? Like Hunter, you were saying you saw liberals going like, "Oh, how dare they clap in
Yes.
support for this?"
Yes.
And it's like there's so this is already like kind of like little conversations are happening. If you're
Yes.
seeing it and I'm seeing it,
Yeah, no,
so like
totally.
there's already little rumblings.
Yeah, don't we
of it
look
being
don't we
in
look
existence.
psychotic though? Because I actually
No,
retweeted
I don't
the
think you do.
video and I went, why are liberals' theory of mind so fucking bonkers that they couldn't obviously? Because what they were saying was, why would you celebrate incest? That were the comments that I was seeing and I was responding to.
That's pretty fun.
So
Because that's
I think
pretty
the,
stupid.
Yeah, I think
That's
I think,
pretty
I think
stupid.
the issue. Yeah, okay.
That is
So I think the issue is what I was trying to say earlier is what that video gives. Right. I'm not saying anything about the woman. What that
Okay.
video gives is that it's virtuous to endure the rape that you went through and have the child
Uh-huh.
because a child regardless is a blessing, and even if it's of rape, it can still be a miraculous, beautiful thing.
Those are all
right?
good
And
things.
so-
Yeah.
I know they're okay. I know they're
Okay,
all
sure.
good things, but we're kind of in like a heated climate right now, where if we're gonna consistently host these up as good things, well then like we are demonizing the women who would get an abortion.
No, we're not. We're
my
not.
God.
And if
Yeah,
we
I
are
think-
demonizing, then we can
hold,
criticize
watch.
that.
I don't
Is a
agree
woman
with that.
getting an abortion after her rape a good thing? Is it a virtuous thing? Is it something we should like
No.
that? Like, is it good?
I don't think it's a virtuous thing.
Okay,
no.
so does
it's
that
a
mean it's bad or is
reasonable
it just
thing.
neutral? Because
Hold
when
on,
people
it's a reasonable
hear
thing.
that, because when people hear that like
It is a
argument, they're like, oh
virtuous
well, that's bad,
Okay, but
right?
look,
And
I
so
have different
therefore, the other
opinions.
thing is good. The other thing is and the
hold on.
abortion then gets
I-
demonized.
I would
right?
say I wouldn't say it's
earlier I
immoral.
gave
though.
the example.
You're
of
not.
the
You're
person
smarter
running
than the
into
people I'm
burning
talking about who
house.
would demonize it. That's
but
the
hold
issue.
on, Ollie. You're really missing something here, though. So, like,
Yeah.
this is it's like y'all are you're just like not getting it.
Fucking
right?
shadow
like,
boxing.
So,
They're
like, okay,
there's
just
someone
because-
else.
Okay, listen, is working out good? Yeah, working out's probably good, right? Is being the best athlete in the world great for that guy? Yeah,
Probably, yeah.
Like, probably, right? Cool, but
If
is
you're
that
not
is-
Michael
oh,
Jordan, you're a
but if
piece
you're
of
not,
shit.
Yeah,
Right,
if you're not
exactly.
Michael Jordan, you're a piece of shit. That's what you're saying. Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
you guys can do this to athleticism or like kind of like
I can do
individual choices,
anything.
but when we're talking about abortion, when we're talking about this being a national conversation, when we're talking about the things that are happening, yeah, when you say that like enduring the rape and keeping the child is a virtuous good thing, ultimately you are in
Ollie,
the opposite end of the
Ollie, why
conversation,
are you
demonizing the woman who
incapable
gets
of
the abortion
recognizing
in a
what a
climate where
metaphor
people
is?
Do you
are
think that
trying to eliminate
pro-choice
abortions
people-
at all?
Hold on,
then
hold
these
on. You think
conversations
all
happen.
pro-choice people would
It
agree with
depends
you
on how
say
you
like keeping a
characterize
child.
it.
Hold on. If you're let's just say
Here, I'm a pro-life person.
Yeah,
You can
so,
ask me.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask you. Hey,
Yeah.
Since if you're pro-life,
Yeah.
right? Do you think that keeping a child rape and like raise them and then have a good life is a good thing?
Yeah, I would say that's a good thing.
Oh, okay. So what you're saying, like everybody's this uniform thing. You're like not even talking about people on your own side. Like some pro-choice people are gonna say, "Hey, this actually is a laudable thing." And so when you're saying like, "Oh, it's gonna be used," you're like I said, you literally are doing the "that's bait" me and just like going running with it. Like I don't know why you don't understand this. Like just because like one person's Superman doesn't mean like, oh, okay, I can't, I'll never be as fast as Usain.
No,
Usain
here's
Bolt.
here's the
Should
point.
I never
Here's the
run?
point.
Like again, like
Gibbs,
it's
wait.
not, like-
Here's the point. Here's the point. Because Ollie is kind of incapable of grasping onto metaphors. So I'm gonna break it down and talk about abortion.
Do it slowly, please.
Thank you. No
Do
problem.
it slowly,
No
please.
problem.
Because
Say it louder when you do it.
because
No
because
problem.
I'm noticing the common theme is you're
Yeah.
misunderstood on this panel, not me.
Okay.
You're the one who's constantly misunderstood with the
Okay.
people. So I mean, I don't know if it's,
Wait,
I'm
no,
the
I'm
one
gonna be
blind,
clear.
but
I'm gonna be
go on.
clear. I'm gonna be clear.
Just by-
I find
You're the one
it.
who's constantly frustrated.
I
Why
find
don't
it-
you
I'm the
understand
least
me?
misunderstood.
I
Why
find
don't you
it-
understand me?
I find it extremely empathetic and not, I wouldn't say justified, but I would never criticize or yell or bemoan someone who gets an abortion after rape and incest. That is completely understandable.
I never said
not
you would.
good,
pretty reasonable thing.
but
I never said you would.
you're saying that people who treat this as a virtue are necessarily saying it's
It
unvirtuous.
gets used. It gets used to demonize women who do then get
Okay,
abortions.
why don't you
especially
find those
because
uses
those
and then
type-
we can
because those
criticize
same
it?
people who typically see that as a virtue are heavily
Mm-hmm.
anti-abortion and would use this type of propaganda to then push their narrative.
But why not just criticize the people who were
Yes,
using it against
exactly,
them?
exactly. Why don't just
criticize
find those
them? That's
people?
not what we're talking about.
You can
Okay.
isolate the
To be
type of
fair,
way that
I
they're
didn't bring this video
propagating
up
it.
saying, "Oh my God, look what they're doing." I just brought this video up as a reference to like a conversation.
I
This got
understand, but we
turned
can-
into
we
this
can
like whole
stretch
deeper
this
thing. I
out
was
by
just,
Guys,
just
you know,
saying
this is
that,
what the
like,
left wants. They
anybody
want to
who's
destroy
pro-choice
American
or
values. Any value?
anybody
they're gonna
who's
come for it.
pro-choice or anybody
It's
who's
good to raise
pro-abortion.
children. That's bad now. according
Hold
to
on,
Ollie. This
hold
is,
on.
This is wonderful. Thank you for this panel. So much pride.
Hold on, real quick.
I am so
To
happy.
Gibbs' audience, there are reasonable liberals. Please listen to me. You don't have to be radicalized against the left every time you fucking listen to
Oh
this.
my God! I'm sorry. Oh my God,
Yeah.
Hunter, what
We're-
is fucking
we're the
wrong
good
with
ones.
you?
What?
We're
We're
the
the
good
good
ones.
ones.
We are the good ones.
Like,
We're the good ones. Get over it.
No.
Accept
Fuck
it.
you. Fuck you, Hunter.
That's
no,
fine.
Fuck you, Hunter. No,
It
no,
doesn't
now's
mean
my
you guys
turn.
are necessarily
Go
the
ahead.
bad ones.
Pride,
It's just
throw it
that
at
we're
me.
the good ones.
I've been dishing it out. I feel like it's fair to get it.
It's been time. Yeah, it's time. Yeah, it builds up. Your liberal, like a worm behavior. I go to the conservatives. Oh, I'm a reasonable liberal, right? Don't worry, guys. We'll look crazy, right? Yeah.
That's a
appealing
spot
to
on
these
Hunter
people-
impression.
It's pretty good.
it's-
Loki, it's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
yeah, like appealing to these people saying, I'm reasonable. Unlike like the left, right? The left is crazy. When the left are the only ones actually having ideas, reasonable ideas to actually tackle the problems in our world. Yeah, you heard me, gives, right? Like this to say that like this is why liberals are always so comfortable like um uh, uh reaching out to conservatives because
we are
guess
them.
what? Your values
We
are
are them.
1-to-1. Of course, yeah. There's so
There's
much
no
overlap
distinction
with you
between the right and the left. We
because
live
you're
in an
practically
American
fucking conservatives.
uniparty.
Yeah, you're fucking worms.
Yeah,
Fuck
I
all
love
you
Trump.
guys.
He's my favorite
I
kind.
consider
You caught
myself
me.
adherent to liberal values. I don't think I'm conservative, so you know.
Yeah, well,
That's because you're a secret leftist.
Secret leftist?
Yeah.
I actually hate. I hate
See,
a lot.
Prime.
Of
What Prime does is he chooses whether or not he likes or dislikes you, and then says,
No.
"Are you a leftist or are you a liberal scum conservative?"
Piece
and if
of
you,
garbage,
that's
piece
the
of shit,
choice.
human
It doesn't
scum.
matter about self-identifying
you know,
unless
you're
you're
all
trans.
leftists
That's
to
the
me.
only time where self-identifying matters. Then. Because I can identify as anti-Trump, but Prime doesn't fucking care. He goes, I can see through you, and I can see your XY chromosomes and recognize that you are pro-Trump.
Well, how can you see it though? That's the question.
No, okay, Con, Riddell.
He's got
Riddell,
X-ray
okay.
vision.
We'll find out if you're a fucking liberal worm. We haven't heard enough of your opinions yet, right? I don't have an opinion.
All my opinions are correct. So.
That's what I think too. But
yeah, another sign of a liberal worm, right? Self-assurance and self-confidence, right? Smugness.
All day, every day. I learned it from Kobe Bryant.
Is endemic to the liberal mind. But we will find out. Like the more we share, right? And
the mask will slip eventually, Radell.
Exactly.
And all the hand washing will be revealed.
I don't need a mask. That's why you know my first name.
Yeah, you'll be if you are a liberal, one way or other, it'll happen. You'll start defending the fascists. That's just endemic.
No,
to
I'll
their
never
kind,
defend the fascists.
Right?
No, but see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I have never defended fascism, but ask Prime if I've ever defended. Exactly.
Absolutely have.
Exactly.
You absolutely have. You'll do it again.
Every day you wake up
you
and
will.
your main objective is to defend fascism.
Of course you will.
Watch his balls for fascism.
Exactly.
Okay. Anyway, so I can pull back. It's okay. We're good. Let's
Yo, who's
move
that
back.
Hey,
I
genuinely
did have a
though?
question.
Oh,
I
I've got to wait. Hold on. I've got a Trump hat. I'm gonna go find one.
Well, you didn't finish your
Well,
point
I
on
did
the
want to say
video,
first,
Prime.
the problem is that we're extending it a little bit too far because it's almost as if we're saying that like just because somebody gets an abortion now, the people who are pro-eugenics can use any of the pro-abortion rhetoric to be pro-eugenics now. And it's like, yeah, I'm not going to criticize anybody who's pro-choice or wants to advocate for people who are raped to be able to have an abortion. Just saying that like, well, now the pro-eugenics people can use your stuff to propagandize for eugenics. Like, no, I'm just gonna criticize the people who are pro eugenics instead when it happens.
Right. It's you know what it reminds me of. Wait, hold on, real
want to
quick.
be clear. You can criticize tactics. My only issue here is that the term "good" is too simplistic in general. So you can really come to a lot of opinions. Like they were bringing up some that I probably would agree with, because you could say someone who survived the hardship is good, and then you come with all these type of like perceptions on. When you say if they deem this good, that you're thinking all these people who are imploring something that actually is morally good is also evil. So I probably would kind of go a little bit more detailed with it, like those people who are trying to make it this a holy art thou type of scenario situation, where they're saying that this is something that the only people who are not godly are the only ones that would do an abortion, because look at this holy child right here. Like if they start doing that, I'm like, that tactic is very manipulative, and I would criticize that. You could criticize that for sure.
Sure. Well, okay, wait, hold on.
So that's just like an example. Of a tactic
this is a really good example of something.
But that's again, we're saying you're stretching it.
Yes,
to that.
yeah.
Like
This is a really good example. You guys remember
I'm assuming that's what Ollie was. Probably.
Yeah. Here's what it reminds me a lot of.
That's
reminds
why
me of
we're
the OK symbol. You guys all remember this? The OK symbol, when like there were some people on
Welcome to
Reddit
the
who were like,
Republican Party,
we
boys.
should
Come on
use
now."
this as like fascist, like a fascist dog whistle, and the liberals are like, okay, gotcha, we're gonna scream every time it happens. And they screamed every time it happened, and we looked fucking delusional. We looked insane because they're like, look, there's a fascist who's using this OK symbol. And then it became a meme that every time you use this OK symbol, people just started screaming, and then people.
And just to be clear, hold on. Let's be fair. Conservatives do this as well. Like literally, anytime I bring up like slavery, Doesn't matter what I do. If I bring up the slavery whatsoever, conservatives immediately start going off saying, white people did not invent slavery.
true.
They did not.
Yes.
You're a
They
fucking liar.
did. Well, hold on. The Democrats invented
They
slavery.
culturally
and never
appropriated
changed.
it from the
You
boys.
are
Oh my
absolutely
goodness!
correct.
The
You know.
amount
It was
of times
the
I hear that
evil
in my
liberal
comment section
Dems.
in my chat is
It's-
so annoying.
Yes.
Didn't you know that the Irish actually had slaves?
It was
You've ever-
culturally
you ever
appropriated
used
from the
Hitler
Arabs,
or a
right? White people
Nazi
never invented
as-
anything.
Hold
They
on.
got it
Tom,
from
Tom,
everyone else always.
Tom, finish your
I
point.
agree.
Yeah, that's
The
true.
leftists in the time, the leftists back then, the Democrats, they definitely didn't invent anything. They stole the slavery from overseas and they implemented it. And now, just like the white people back then, they're doing the same thing now.
Thank
and
God
they're
for the
saying, who's going to
progressives.
pick our crop?
Nobody
Thank God
says
for
Right
white
right
people
now.
invented slavery.
Times haven't changed.
Nobody
I wanna
says
go-
nobody
I wanna
says
go-
white people invented slavery. Literally,
Yeah.
nobody says that.
Yeah.
By the way, Tom,
let-
I
let-
We
I
all
agree
know
with
it was
what
the
you're-
Arabs.
what
We
you're-
all know.
I want to let in our friend Corey has been waiting. Before we do that,
Corey's
have
been
a
talking the
super-
whole time.
True.
he never shuts up. I know. $2 from my listening library. He says $2 from Liberal Scum. Dem against Antifa. Love the content. Thank you, my listening library.
You accepting money from liberal scum?
Anti-fascist movement. Oh, Prime is not proud. I'll take it from conservatives. I've taken it from conservatives before. Fuck that,
Fair
right?
enough, I
Would you take it
And if
from
any
AIPAC?
conservative wants to test that, give it a try. We'll see if I
What
get
if
it back.
APAC donated money?
He takes money
Uh,
from duty. I mean,
That'd
Be
be
like,
that would
wow, I
actually be-
love Zion, bro. I'm so excited. They gave me a new penthouse.
That'd be
in
the only
Tel
money you
Aviv.
have to give back, Prime.
No, I would have. No, actually, no. It depends. Actually, no. I thought about this.
And it does
like-
depend how much money they give you. That's
No,
not.
no, no. Actually, no.
Well,
Actually,
you can
no,
donate
does,
it to another cause.
Because, like, yeah, you could just like donate that, like to like.
Oh, yeah,
have
The
it's
it
a
to your
cause is the
like-
Rolls
like,
Royce you're about to put in your front
if-
yard.
But like, yeah, but like, if I could help Palestinian families with this money, absolutely, yeah. Like, I'm gonna do
Yeah.
that, right? That wouldn't get to them otherwise. I would put Zionist money in Palestinian hands, hopefully for some good. But thank you for the kindness, my listening library. I don't think any less of you because you give me money regularly. So thank you so much. Let's
W
go to-
capitalism. W capitalism.
Hold on, my opinion of Hunter would rise significantly, but I don't see any super chats from him.
I refuse to give them
Let's go to
because I know they're going to Palestinians, who I think should all I don't know, explode in a fiery. I don't know. That's
Thank you
stupid.
for that.
Anyway, continue.
Let's go.
There's
to our
truth
friend
in every
Corey.
joke.
Yeah, I know, right? I can't help. but
You've been
defend you.
you've been outed recently, Hunter.
I've been
So
outed.
as aren't you? You're
Oh, as a
Mossad
Mossad agent?
as per Dan Bilzerian's
Oh, you
campaign.
saw that? Yeah. Dan Bilzerian said I was a Mossad agent. Isn't that crazy?
that you come from rich handlers.
Yeah.
Hunter
I wish
is
you were
is,
that
is,
cool.
is part of a rich handler group. Did you know this? We're being handled right
y'all
now.
thought I was joking. When I told y'all
Mossad
this shit a
sent him
while
to
back in
you,
December, didn't I?
Prime. They heard us. They heard us, Prime. We got too close.
How the
Hey,
fuck
guys,
I
How
told
the
you this
fuck
shit was coming. None of y'all believe me.
is a
but here we are.
presidential candidate tweeting that I'm a Mossad agent? That's fucking insane.
No, congressional. He's not. He can't be president. He's Armenian. No.
Oh, I didn't say president. Sorry, I didn't mean presidential. Congressional
Yeah.
candidate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I wish you were that
Maybe-
cool,
you
right?
know what? Maybe we should
Household
check-
name
maybe-
Hunter Kozak.
Maybe we should
baby.
check his papers, by the way, before he runs.
True.
I'm just saying.
Let's go to our friend Corey, please.
So going back to my line of interrogation, Hunter, that I started, I don't know, an hour ago. Okay. I was like, okay, as in you had a line, as in like, yes, if the parent knows that, you know, it's guaranteed that they're gonna have a child that's gonna have the most painful syndrome ever. It's like, yeah, it seems like you're in favor of not carrying through with that pregnancy. But then adding in what Gibbs and I brought up in our opening statements of like, would you then make it mandatory if there is genetic engineering technology? And also, how far does that extend? As in,
Yeah,
is that
I think I'm pretty cool with genetic engineering, getting rid of diseases.
across, well, for everything? As
Yeah,
in, like,
I think negative traits. I think it feels very bizarre to start gearing
yeah,
towards
negative
positive
traits
traits.
are
And
low
what
key
is
vague.
what is the
Yeah, yeah.
distinction is a hard question. Yeah, there's gonna
So,
be
like-
some line where I'm gonna feel uncomfortable, but like
Okay.
I think that it's okay to go Down syndrome off, right? Like when in genetic engineering. I think that
Wait,
that's
why,
a
why
fair.
should they be able to choose? Like, what if, like, I want to have designer El Jefe baby, but then,
Well,
like, Bob wants to
so
have, like, Mr. Downey. I don't know. Like,
I am gonna get into the weeds also.
Yeah,
Of
please
like,
do.
True,
because like
definitely something
I
definitely
foresee
over
if
regret.
in fact this technology ever comes, available,
Yeah,
I foresee some potential conflicts of
yeah.
like, uh, what if there's like a disagreement between like the mother and the father, or like who has the ultimate say, right? As in like if the mother wants to genetically engineer, or the father doesn't, or vice versa,
Well, I think
or yeah,
I
go ahead.
think that
They
those
want
questions are already being asked and answered constantly. Like, what if the mom wants vaccines and what if the dad doesn't? Right? Like there are conflicts
In
between
utero.
parents. No,
no. He's
no,
just
but just
talking
I'm
about in
just
general.
saying,
Like,
Yeah,
and there are parenting conflicts all the time that get resolved all the time. I don't think that this is like the biggest concern. What if parents disagree? I don't know. They've been disagreeing for forever. This is what if
yeah,
a mom wants to get an abortion? Like there's definitely conflicts of like deep ethical, you know, whatever. Yeah.
yeah.
I
Okay.
don't see that as a
Yeah,
concern.
that's something the parents will have to figure out for sure.
Yeah.
But anyway,
And they
continuing
will.
my line of questioning, as in like, so use negative traits, and like you brought up Down syndrome and all that stuff.
Hmm.
And it's like I understand it's difficult to flesh out, but like is there like any disease or condition that you can foresee or that you're aware of? Like actually for this one, it's mild enough that like probably not required or should not be mandatory.
What about
Um
dwarfism?
uh I think it's genuinely probably okay to I think the few ones are ones that like could have some upside, right? Like maybe autism, like maybe it's okay that there's like some people with like autistic behaviors because they're really good at like coding or something like that.
oh my god.
Sorry, whatever. I don't
It's
care
kind
that
of
I said it.
cooking, bro.
Yeah. But just like, I think on a realistic level, obviously, like there's a lot more debilitating forms of autism that I think that it'd be fine to gear away from. I think the question that we should be having is if you could take a pill that would ensure that your baby gets as healthy as possible, wouldn't you take it? And if not, what is the what is the distinction between genetic engineering and that? It seems like we're just a lot better at that than
Well, yeah.
yeah. Go ahead.
So, again, I'm going to sort of maybe try to get into the weeds because,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
I
yeah.
agree with you.
Please
With the
do.
pill makes things easier, but that's where at least again, if let's say for example, it sounds like let's say if a parent knows, okay, that their child is going to be born with let's say cystic fibrosis,
Yeah.
it seems like you're probably on board with that. Like, yeah, that
I
should
don't
be
know
made.
cystic fibrosis enough. Sorry,
It's
I'm not.
but it's a very severe. They typically require like lung, transplants, or they
Like
have very
holes
severe
in your
lung
lungs or
issues,
something like that.
and
It's a
they have
pretty debilitating disease.
yes, and they definitely have
Okay.
higher mortality rates and
Sure.
life expectancy. As
Okay.
I think the average life expectancy at these days, I think is like 50 to 60,
Okay.
depending on where you are, actually. But let's say given somewhat severe consequences, but then if it's mandatory, but then if that requires a medical procedure and the woman refuses, like, how do you, or like, it should be like, you either terminate this pregnancy or we have to strap you down and administer this genetic engineering.
I think that it's probably like in a perfectly ideal world, in which everyone does the thing that they should be doing. Yeah, they should genetically engineer against it. I'm usually against government mandates because it tends to restrict autonomy, which is it seems like people really value and seems like something that would get a lot more negative consequences because people would really freak out and not trust the government, and there'd be a lot of like social corrosion. But on the basic terms of like should they do it, I would say yes. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
I agree. I think I understand, but like, if it needs to get to the point of like this woman is refusing your mandate, and it actually requires like it's a medical procedure, not a pill, and I foresee it's probably
Are
going to
you wait?
be
Sorry. Are we saying this is in vitro and these are like
yeah, it will
we're
probably
fixing
be
the
in
genetic?
vitro. Yes.
Um, that's a good question because I'm comparing this to what if a kid needs life saving surgery and the mom refuses, and in that answer I'm like fucking forget it. Who cares? Like no, the mom doesn't get a choice. that like you got to take that kid and do that life-saving emergency. I don't care about your religious beliefs. Put fucking blood in them. I don't care.
Yeah,
that they're
and we have
Jehovah's
cases like that
Witness.
in Canada of like Jehovah's Witnesses
Yeah.
and their children. Yeah,
because they
absolutely.
don't. It's against their belief
Those
system.
fucking pesky Jehovah Witnesses. Holy shit. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I'm like,
I love when the Jehovah's Witness come by. I tell them come on in, and I'm like, let's have a fucking discussion, and it's the highlight of my day.
Let's get degenerate.
I'm a big-
they leave railing lines and doing crimes, and when they came in and be spreading the word, it's crazy.
I'm a big
But-
believer in fuck your freedom of religion. Like, if
Yeah.
you're hurting other people, I don't care. Waco, Texas was fully justified. Sorry, Gibbs.
But like, yeah, if it's a
You might be
procedure-
able.
The
You might be
Prince
able.
Davidian claim continues. Goddammit.
Yeah, no, but like if you're harming another person, and so like it seems like it's the same situation in that there's a life-saving surgery and that like the mom is refusing, but it also feels different.
I agree.
So there might be something intangible. It's kind of like that direct indirect thing where like sometimes we just kind of have to let indirect murders happen and be okay with it because clearly there's something psychologically different, even though like ontologically they might be the same thing.
As
Does
in,
that
like
sort of make
strapping
sense?
this woman down and forcing a medical procedure on her, like something seems off about that, or
Yeah,
like we have to
yeah,
accept that
yeah.
as collateral damage. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
and it's a good question. It's a good question.
I'd like to pull this back to I think your questions are valuable. Talking about hypothetically if we had this technology, and we've done it before and we'll do it again in the future. But I think there's plenty to talk about like now.
Sure. Shift
So
it. Sorry, I'm not trying to
Thank you,
bog
this
down.
now.
Go. Sorry.
yeah, thank you, thank you, Fred. No, I appreciate you're cheerleading me here. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Hunter concedes all moderating responsibilities to you, Prime. Go for it.
I'm just trying to whatever. I'm trying to be okay. Continue.
You're trying to be helpful. No, that's cool. That's cool, friend. So, this scenario that I'm talking about has come up before. We've talked about this before. Our friend Corey will remember this. Our friend Gibbs should probably remember this as well. We talked about this before, but I want to bring it up again, right? The deaf community. The deaf community, in case you don't know, has its own culture,
Mhm.
like a parallel culture to the rest of us. They got their own entertainment, they got their own celebrities, probably like their own social media influencers, I'm sure. They have like a completely parallel culture to the rest of us. And a very interesting thing is that some deaf people want their children to be deaf, because they know if they are born hearing, right, that they won't be able to. I mean, they'll try, right, to like integrate them, but like they're just going to like integrate with the wider society, right, with all the rest of us. They are going to be separate from them, and like that'll put a barrier up. So to avoid that, it's like, hey, I want a deaf baby, and maybe having a baby, like trying to have a baby with another deaf person, or something, whatever methods they use. So like, is that ethical? Is it ethical to say specifically that this child will lose one of their senses, will never have one of their senses, because what you want them to appreciate the same media you appreciate? You want them to laugh at your jokes? Do you want them to what? Just so, I don't know, man.
Or more or less be
you
forced
can
to use sign, right? And therefore,
Right,
Well,
because
I
that's
mean, they
the
can.
that's
they'll
the
grow
really
up-
weird fucking thing about this conversation. Sorry. I
also-
interjected and then I apologize. Like that's fucking that's like the apology was useful.
You're good.
Obviously fucking not, because the kid could just, it's actually really good to be involved in multiple cultures, and the kid should probably learn ASL, or maybe not ASL, maybe a different type of sign language if they're in a different region.
I like
Fucking
remember this
learn to
conversation
talk
a
to your
little differently,
parents.
though. Do you remember? I feel like there was maybe some people said that, but I think that I thought the predominant thing that they were saying was that they didn't like the genetic editing because it would like preclude them. Oh, if they're deaf by genetics, they're gonna go and fix that. And they're saying, no, we shouldn't do that. This is not like a burden. This is like something that is like a culture. We like
That's
continue
another
this
part
on.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and so not necessarily like going in there like, hey, we're gonna change the gene to make them deaf. I mean, I guess they could do that, but I feel like going in there and change it so they're not deaf when it's like a gene. And this kind of comes back to the mutation thing, and like the other thing I was talking about is like I have severe concern. I'm sure that we'll have to do some sort of eugenics for space colonies, right? I'm not exactly sure. I'm sure like just like or some kind of genetic tampering for like living on different worlds. I'm sure it's just gonna be necessary. Like that's not really my field of expertise. But like I have like very real concerns whenever we start going in here and start playing with the genetics and like we don't know what the long-term ramifications. Like I mean, for how many decades did we not really know what the appendix did? Now we're like, oh, it's like I guess the current prevailing theory is what that it's like keeps good bacteria in there and stuff, and that's why it bursts. If it goes bad, I don't really listen. Like I said, I'm not a biologist by any means, but like they're like, you know, how often do we find out we didn't know shit about this thing that we thought? And the minute we go there, start tampering. Oh, okay, well they have like a 4% likelihood of this thing trade. Let's like cut it out, and then we realize later, oh, well we cut this out of everybody. Oh, it's something we need. Like I very concerned about that. I think
Sure.
that's something we should be worried about.
Yeah, and to be clear, I wasn't talking about genetic testing. I was talking about natural births within the deaf community, just
Sure.
in case there was any confusion.
There's
Yeah. So
I-
I mean,
no. I've
I
talked
would
over you
say
already. Go
that-
ahead.
all right. I would say I pretty much co-sign what Hunter was saying. For the most part, I think it would be kind of crazy if a parent is doing something to the kid to make them deaf. They can want it all they want. Of course, there is this want for your child to be like you and be in the same environment as you. That feeling is undeniable. But at the same time, the child will assimilate to what you got going on, learning sign language, because that's how children work for the most part. And they'll be able to communicate with you and all that stuff. And then, of course, they're going to go out and experience the rest of the world, which is perfectly fine because they're an individual. So
Hold on.
I don't really think there's a good argument.
Can I push
modify your
back on you a
child.
little bit here, friend? Two things. One, I need you to define doing something to your child, like because and what I laid out, like they just the parents were just fucking right. They fucked, and then they have a baby. As far as I know, that's that's the way that.
Oh, then what's the
deaf
point of them
people-
wanting the child deaf? Like
for
can
all
do
the reasons
about
that I
it?
said previously?
Those
No,
are
no, no, I'm
bullshit
like-
reasons.
No, he's
Are
saying
they-
Wait,
how
I think- I think-
how
I
does
think-
the child
about it.
become deaf?
I think
Yeah,
I
how do
can
they
I think
become
so
deaf?
if you have a deaf child, right, you probably don't encourage them to get like a hearing aid or something. You're against
Mhm.
these things in like within the household, right? So you would keep like I would assume like obviously you would want a deaf child, but you can't make your child deaf. But I would assume it would be like not regulating their deafness. So they
Sorry,
like you wouldn't
sometimes
genetically
people
cure
have
them,
congenital
you wouldn't get
deafness,
a
that's the
hearing
thing,
aid, so on and
right?
so forth.
Yeah.
But you
There
could
are
also
children
just
that
have
are born deaf. That is true.
Yeah, you can be born deaf, right? That's why
100%.
I was going like a yeah.
Right.
So you don't have to do
They
a
wouldn't
thing.
cure that deafness.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you
So-
don't have
what
to
the
do a
argument
thing.
is. Yeah.
So
And it needs to be
I'm
I'm
cured.
trying to
is just something
understand the
to 'em.
hypothetical, to be honest, because
it's not
from-
hypothetical.
or I'm trying to understand your query. My thing is
Yeah.
you're asking me about like the parents and how I feel about them wanting the child death. They can want it all they want. If they can't do anything about it, then what's the
I don't think you should
question.
want it either. I think that's my
Okay.
opinion. I think that it's bad
Yeah,
to
yeah,
want
yeah.
it.
So like it's
That's my
wanting,
hot take.
it's wanting and then making it happen. Why? Through fucking, right? So like if it's like if the genetic math, right, equals like if you have two deaf parents who have like this congenital deaf disease, right, and you have that means your child has a 90% chance of having
You're
that
just taking the same
congenital disease.
scenario from the initial one and then just saying, but what if instead of them having this debilitating disease, they instead are deaf?
Yeah, I mean, if
Exactly.
they want to have kids,
No,
they
but
can have
there's
kids. I don't
it's slightly different for a really important reason, which is the culture that is there's not a cancer culture, or maybe there is, I don't fucking know, but there's definitely a
Be very
deaf
niche.
culture. Yeah, very there's a deaf culture for sure. Like and I do know that like there's a lot of different habits. It's not just speaking a language, like it is a culture that's wrapped up in it. Like the way they treat names is very sacred. I don't know if you guys know a lot about like deaf culture, but like there's also like this really big advocacy about like of like communicating literally everything that you see, because it's not your job to filter what other people see. They have a lot of sacredness when it comes to names. Like oftentimes you spell it out, but if you have like some people have like symbols or something like that, once you get a symbol, that can only be invoked upon you by someone who's deaf. Like there's a lot of like very interesting cultures to deaf communities.
Like saying the N word.
What? I missed that. What are you saying?
Like a,
It's
I'm
one
not
to
allowed
one.
to say
Exactly
the
the
N word.
same,
I'm
to
not
be
allowed to
honest.
use that person's symbol. I'm not allowed to do all sorts of
No,
things.
is that
No,
you're not allowed to
you
use
no, no,
five
no. You
symbols.
can't.
The
You
five
can use
symbols, the N-word.
you can use their symbol, but you can't be given a symbol. If you aren't part of the deaf community, they spell out your name. You don't have a symbol. Does that
Will
make
they
sense?
beat me up? That's the question.
Oh,
No, you'll be. Come on.
Like
You
my
think they can
friend's
do
name,
shit
they
to
did
you?
like
No.
Emily, they did like E, and then like
No,
her
no, no,
hair
but
flick because she
people
flicks
are
her
doing
hair.
it.
so
To
they
my-
call her
to
that.
To my point, I think a lot of deaf people are like, I want my children to be a part of this. It's a really beautiful thing. Like there's a lot of understanding. It's a completely different culture. And to their point, I think that it makes sense. But
Mhm.
I don't know. Do you guys know what Polari is?
No, first
It's
time
a,
heard it.
it's a language by gay people back in the 1950s when it was criminalized to
You sure you're an expert in this language?
no.
Studied extensively.
Nice.
Can
But
you tell
even
me
if you
some
that would
words?
be
On the field
okay.
study?
No, no, but there was
Wait,
a
how does it work?
there was
Can
a
you-
dis-
can you say it?
there was a
Can I do the language?
distinct underground gay culture, and because it was criminalized, there was a lot of culture and language that they genuinely spoke
I understand
to
what you're
sort of
saying. Yeah.
go under police officers' eyes. Now that's a really cool situation that they have a unique culture, but that doesn't
Mhm.
mean that we shouldn't legalize gay marriage. Does that make sense? Like even though that disrupts their culture in a sense, it also lifts them up in the process and I don't know. I
That's
find
not-
that
Wait,
yeah,
that's
that-
just-
yeah,
that-
very,
hold on,
how
this-
very white
I
savior,
agree with
very
you.
white
I just
savior
want to make
is
my
this.
stance.
One at a
This
time.
is
With literally,
My
hold on,
stance, real quick. My
This
stance, real
exists
quick.
with
White
literally
savior,
everything.
my left
I
and
do
right,
want to. I
the
do want to put
liberals.
out there.
One at a time.
Now that I understand probably what you're asking, if they want to have a kid to be in their culture by fucking, I'm okay with it. I don't care. It's your choice. You want to have a kid, go ahead. I do think the same logic applies, like understanding if the possibility of your kid being deaf, you can consider adoption. But in this scenario, they won't consider adoption because they want a deaf kid. If that's their choice,
They're gonna go
whatever.
seek
But
out a
wait,
deaf
wait,
kid.
to press you on it, like if we have the technology to correct it, would you make it mandatory for them to correct it?
Me?
make it mandatory for them to genetically
Which is
alter their
which is
kid
really
or
the
leave their
conversation.
No, that's
so
not
there are
they're
fixes.
not.
So the
It can be just
forever
like
Well,
war.
that's what he just
implant.
asked.
I'm still asking it.
So the
Yeah, that's
forever
what
war.
Corey
If you've
asked.
ever read the forever war,
I
it
would not
actually
make it
discusses this
mandatory.
to death.
No.
Okay.
And so there's if you read the forever war, there's a lot to do with time dilation, right? But when they come back, one of the times a third of the planet is gay because of whatever the reason, right? And then by the time he comes back,
Weird
the fourth
books you're
time,
reading.
it's a quintessential sci-fi.
So I go into a world and everyone's gay and
Well, it gets
fucking-
worse. It gets worse. So then,
and they describe it in detail. And it was under
Are
the
you saying
know
you're
this-
very
hold on,
familiar with this
detail.
world, Gibbs?
Hold on,
Like an
hold on.
expert?
I would say I am an expert. I'm an expert. Yeah. People wait till the ending because there's a kicker. Well, anyway, these guys come
Oh,
back.
don't
They
you-
come
don't.
back.
Oh, you're
Okay.
spoiling it.
Oh,
I'm
he's
not
so
gonna-
anti-spoiler.
They come
Oh
back.
my God.
They come back.
You're
they
never
come
gonna
back
read
Wait,
with
what
this
is
this
he talking about? Just in case I.
it's novel, The Forever War, right? It's not time. Really good book. It's the answer to
I'm not gonna read it. Go ahead. Yeah,
Starship Troopers and Ender's Game. And all
Bring
this
it
stuff.
up once
And it-
Prime has his mic
Well,
headphones
long
back
story
on.
short, they go a fourth time, and then 80% of the planet is gay, right? Because it's a population thing. And so when he comes back the fifth time, they've has something to do with clones. But long story short, they basically ask everybody because they have the ability to change their polarity, right? And they're like, oh, some people want to stay, some people want to switch. But it turns out that this was some sort of mutation thing, and then it becomes this big ethical question, oh, okay, was I designed this way because of genetics, or was it on purpose? And so well, should I change? Am I duty bound? And so it's it's kind of this big thing at the end of the book. They twist the little player change, but it also has a lot to do with governmental control, mainly is the kind of thing it's going with. But it was interesting because y'all are talking about this. This has been something that's been talked about, since Stonewall when Hunter was down there marching.
So you brought
Well,
that
I
whole
think
fucking
somebody said
hypothetical
earlier-
just to go, hey, someone else had this conversation too. That wasn't even a fucking
Somebody said
addition
It
to
was
what
earlier-
we're
all
saying.
to set up
It
that
was-
joke, Hunter. It was all to set the whole joke.
Wow,
Yeah.
fucking
Okay, hold on.
great job.
All right.
You got the
I'm
whole
glad
room
with
laughing.
Tom?
Somebody said earlier that they wanted, they thought that it was wrong for them to want them to
Me,
be deaf.
I
And
said
I
that.
don't think that. Okay, I don't agree with that. I think that anytime, it makes sense that anytime somebody's part of a culture that they want to share those things with other people,
Sure.
and that the barrier there, obviously, I can give a really horrible example that I've personally been through. When I was younger, my younger brother was just a grade or two behind me the entire time. And he was kind of like a fat little dork. And so I started bringing him with all of my friends for early on. And as he matured, he started to gain his own friends and we all hung out together a lot. And eventually, I started doing a lot of drugs and then became a heroin addict and just kind of like separated myself from like everybody. And there's like a part of you that just would, it's like, damn, dude, if only my brother would just be a fucking heroin addict too. Like, this would be fucking dope where he could still come hang out with me and all my buddies. But like, there's a whole different culture, a whole different fucking life, a whole like, we're getting into drug dealing and fucking guns and like, all sorts of insane shit all the time and getting arrested, going to prison. Like, there's all of these things that are like part of you, part of your identity, part of your life that like you would like to be able to share those experiences with people in like a very real way so that they can really understand what it is that you're going through and like even the parts that you enjoy, the fun parts, the crazy parts, like the stories, the experience, like it's all a thing that you would like to be able to share with other people in a way that they can truly understand. And so I think the want for that, it makes total sense. And it's
Yeah.
just part of like human existence that like we want other people to have that like real empathy and really understand like what we're doing and be able to
Yeah,
share
hold
that
on.
with them.
Sure, wait,
in a
hold on.
meaningful
This was a
way.
response to
But
me.
then,
Can I go?
hold on, I want to respond. Hold on. Okay,
Bet.
two things. Something I just before we move away from this point, right? Rodell was saying earlier, well, like the kid will naturally like start to sign and be a part of the culture, right? Like even if that's the case for the child, right? Which I think is actually quite you could expect that the kid can probably interact with the culture like that. You can't say that about the grandkids, right? You can't say anything like past that. Like that happens where people with immigrants too, right? Immigrants come from the old country, wherever that might be.
Engaging in the culture is not the same as experiencing it in the same way, though. That doesn't like.
Yeah,
It's not
and
the
two,
same.
I agree. No, I agree, and I'm agreeing with this. I'm saying that like the farther you are from that culture, no matter how you slice it, right? Like the least likely you are, right? And especially like when we're talking about grandkids, will grandkids care about like signing to the parents, right? Maybe not, but if they're deaf as well, well then they're definitely going to, so there's something to keep in mind. But like
Sure.
to our friend Tom, yeah, like uh I hear. First of all, I didn't know that about you. I'm sorry, friend, that you went through those experiences, and I'm glad you're here alive with us, and well. Um,
You really didn't know that about me? I've
I had
talked
no
about
idea.
like yeah, being an addict, going to prison, like I've got like a very long
damn.
rap sheet.
You
You have a
very
tattoo?
said
No,
you
let me tell. No trolling. Go ahead.
you said you went to jail, but I don't think you ever told me. I was like, oh, you went to jail? Like, yeah, but I didn't no clue as to
We
why.
thought it was for speeding tickets.
You look like a fucking
Oh,
dork. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
This
I didn't say
fucking
that.
dude.
That's all prime.
I thought it involved
You did heroin and held a gun before?
I thought it involved sheets, white bed sheets, chanting in the forest or something. I don't know. But no. Um, you understand though, friend, right? Like even in the midst of it, right? As a heroin addict, I'm sure you understood that your brother shouldn't be involved in that, right?
Well, yes, I was very protective of him. Like but I
Okay.
do understand that for like I knew numerous other like siblings who did.
Yeah.
They literally did the shit together. Like they would go like they would buy shit from me together. Like this was a normal thing. For my brother, like I did everything I could to keep him as far away from it as possible. But at the same time, like that also that like stigmatized me more and more. It's like kind of like that misery loves company sort of thing. Like you also want them to be what the fuck? That is not nah. Get that shit. Get that somewhere else.
What's that?
The but the like
Hey,
because it
bro.
is like a
That's
common
it.
thing with
Admiral
like
Gibbs showing his
alcoholic
empathy
parents.
as usual. Empathetic Gibbs.
Alcoholic parents like often end up drinking a lot with their kids and
Right.
like getting their kids.
Yeah,
It's just that there is like this is a very common thing in every way possible where
Yeah.
if you
Wanting to build
experience
It's a
things in a
common
certain
thing,
way,
but
you end
but
up
like
wanting that with other people. It
and
can still be wrong to I'm saying it's wrong to do it. I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's wrong to want it.
Okay, I think
no,
that
okay, fair.
Well,
I think that we were talking past each
the
other.
distinction without
Because of
difference,
course I understand that on a very instinctual level, you're gonna want this for your kid. But I do think that it's good, and I would hope that the parents recognize that that want should be overridden. That like essentially they should
But
not.
can you expand on that? As in, like, articulate some reasons why? And I say,
Because you're
particularly in the context of deafness.
yeah, you're essentially crippling this kid. You're
handicapping them.
you're
Wait,
like
how
you're,
are they crippling the kid?
it's a literal it's a lit like, I don't
Giving
know how
them
to
No,
say
no, no.
it's a
Like,
disability.
how are they
deaf.
crippling the kid?
Well, you,
By just having a
Oh.
kid? They're
oh,
crippling
oh,
No,
okay,
no, no.
okay,
They're
okay,
saying
wait,
that
wait,
you
no, no,
could
no.
have
It's a
cured
good, it's a
it.
wait,
No,
hold
no,
on.
no. We're
Because
saying
we're
that
talking
you
about two
could have
different
cured
things.
it and you chose not
No,
to.
no, no. We're talking about two different things because I think Riddell is pointing out that we were just having a conversation about whether or not you should want it, and you know that there's a possibility that you could pass it down to the kids. I think from a purely ethical standpoint, I think it's bad to want specific characteristics about your kid because it makes you prioritize certain kids over others. And I think
That's fair.
I think accepting kids just sort of as they are, regardless of how they come
Oh,
out,
I think you're
is
doing the
rather
thing we were
important.
talking about earlier is extending. Like, I think that it's normal to want certain things. I think once you start acting on those things,
I agree with you. I agree
to
with you.
enforce
Yeah.
them, that's
No,
where
and
it
I
becomes
think
yeah,
you're
no,
misunderstanding.
normal
Eugenics
for like
I
is
a
agree.
bad.
dad to want a son. Like,
No,
as
no, no.
long as he's not like
I
treating
agree,
his daughter different.
but you should probably go like yeah, but I'm gonna be happy with the daughter and I'm gonna love her regardless.
yeah,
Like
of
that's
course.
all I'm asking for. And maybe if you're like, man, I really want a kid with
Very
Yeah,
I'm
think
just
that's-
yeah.
I
no,
tend to be wait, hold on.
I-
I tend to be suspicious of people who have really hardline preferences like that. Like if someone is talking so much about how much they want a son and they're like, well, sure, I love my daughter too. I'd be like, you got to change your tone.
You're
a
adding
little
a
bit.
lot of.
I
I
agree.
agree.
Hold on,
I
hold on.
agree with what
I
Hunter's saying.
I think
agree.
I think that's
It is
reasonable
weird.
to an
It is
extent. Like,
weird.
hey, I want to have a kid. I want like a son to carry on my name, or I want a son to like do these like father son things, or like, oh, I want a daughter so I can bond, or you want one of both. Like, I feel like that's a reasonable. Like, if they're like hardline about it, maybe it's unhealthy. You know, if they're like on kid like 45 and they don't have fucking son yet, look, brother, I'm sorry, you're shooting out daughters. It happens to some people. Like, whatever. I think that's fine. You know, even to a fairly extreme amount. But I tell you where it becomes a problem is when, and you know, I can't miss a chance to do this, is when you have someone like Counterpoints out here talking about we gotta have eugenics. Like that is
Move
a real
on.
problem.
Move on,
That
Dave.
is a real
Move
problem.
on.
Fuck
You're,
this.
you're obsessed. I
Yeah,
think you
listen,
love
yeah.
Connor, actually,
Well,
secretly. I'm pretty sure.
know. I think it's important.
That's why you brought up the gay book earlier.
As
It's all-
someone who
it's
grew
all
up
Connor
in
fantasy.
Texas, listen, what I tell you, I was not white enough for the whites. I'm not brown enough for the browns. Well, I hear white supremacists. I think we need to call
You're
them
white
out
enough for
every
the
hour.
whites.
Yeah, no, you're not. You're not. I'm surprised.
You're
They,
white enough for me.
they-
No,
they-
he's not. I feel the pain, Gibbsy.
No,
I
I'm telling you,
feel your
this is the thing.
pain.
And so when I hear white supremacists, I think they need to be called out every
I need
turn.
to hate
Y'all can
someone
call
like
it.
this.
Y'all can
I don't
call
have
it
an
an
enemy like
obsession.
that.
But when people start advocating for eugenics, and he's just the like, easiest example because y'all all know him. Like that, this is something you got to watch out for. Like I think, like listen, I won't lie. I think maybe when we do space exploration, we might need some sort of eugenics or genetic for like maybe certain planets attributes. That might be my exception. But when we're talking about like, oh, we need to preserve these characteristics, that's when we need to start being concerned about this kind of shit. Like that's kind of where I'm going with right here. Like,
I hear
sucks.
you.
So I just want to
I
push
think
Hunter a little bit
eugenics is bad.
more. So
Please do.
you mentioned that you view it as bad if a parent wants that out. Especially I'm focusing really on the deafness aspects, and I think it's
Yeah, I mean,
somewhat unique. But
I
like,
just want to be clear because this has been misunderstood a few times.
sure.
I'm just saying like there's going to be a line at which their want is probably a problem. I think it's fine to just sort of
I agree.
abstractly say, yeah, it would kind of be nice to have a kid with deafness just because they would be invoked in my culture. But then also recognize, okay, but my kid's gonna be part of the deaf culture because I'm part of my deaf culture. I'm gonna teach him sign language and they're gonna be part of it. They're gonna understand it. I'm gonna give them a name. They're gonna understand it because I'm gonna tell them. Like there's just gonna be a line at which I go, this is a little weird. You gotta calm down a little bit.
Yeah, I
That's
don't
all.
necessarily disagree. But if, and I don't actually know like any of the stats, but if
Mhm.
there are no significant differences in life outcomes between deaf and non-deaf people in the United States,
Ooh,
like why?
I would be very
or-
surprised by that, honestly.
so would I.
Yeah,
but let's say
that's
In
definitely
that-
not, that's
in
the
that
entire
world-
reason we're having the conversation is because there are
Yeah, but
There's
I
some
don't
type
know-
of disability.
Different
Yeah,
I agree.
Well,
but
what
but
is
that-
what
but-
is your
but-
question?
let
What
me
is your
finish.
question?
Let me finish.
Okay.
I foresee. Again, I know for sure. I'm sure there's maybe some details I'm missing, but I would largely, let's say, I'm sure there are some disparities and differences in life outcomes.
Mhm.
But I would pin, and this is just my intuition. I could be wrong, I haven't looked into it, but I mean, it's largely just like a function of like whatever how society is overall designed and sort of a lack
Sure.
of, well, not lack of, but let's say
Yes,
an increased
that's
resource.
exactly
No, I
funding,
agree with
as
you.
in, this is not something that can't be
For sure.
overcome.
I agree with you.
So like
And-
if in 10 years, let's say broadly speaking, we can say that like life outcomes or 10, 20, pick your timeline. If let's say, I don't
Are
know, there's like
equivalent,
a
yeah.
5% difference in life outcomes, but no real substantial one, does that change your calculation?
Yes, it would.
Or let's say
it would for sure.
Okay. All right. fair
Yeah,
enough.
like the real the distinction that I hold is that it's like a disability, and usually disabilities need to be very accommodated for. It's usually hampering your life, your work situation, your school situation. Obviously, the big concern when it comes to like being deaf is like education is really, really difficult. Like you kind of need to go into like your own like sort of deaf school. You need to have hearing aids, which are like everyone sort of treats hearing aids like they're these sort of like fix all situations.
Yeah, magical
They're
solution.
really
I
fucking
agree.
hard, and they're like you
Unless
can't
you get
really
like,
hear. Yeah.
bleeding edge technology. kind
No,
of
for
thing.
sure. You can't really hear. Like it's still really muddled. It's going to be difficult for you to really follow along. And I think kids tend to have really poor education outcomes just because they're not accommodated for it. Obviously, that's a problem. Obviously, that's something I want to help fix. I'm going to be a teacher in about a year. Like I want to help with this stuff. But like, yeah, and I'm dealing with the world as is. And I sort of
Yeah,
recognize these
fair
kids are
enough.
very disadvantaged.
And I
I
understand
think-
baked into you, like you said, a disability. So baked into that, like there's some differences in life outcomes. So I understand that I'm
Yes.
changing
Yeah.
the calculation.
I
Okay.
would say so. Yeah.
But then, but you do also seem to understand the intuition of like a parent desires, some passing on something or some part of their identity to their children.
Right.
And I agree with that. It is pretty suspect. I have the same intuition of like someone who's staunchly like, I must have, a boy or girl, nothing else, or any other outcome is bad. Like, I agree. That's very strange and bizarre. But I'm curious, like, how would you react as in like, again, if or when we get to the place of, okay, if your wife, okay, like is pregnant
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know like the color of your eyes and all that stuff, but let's say your wife now, it's like as in you've gone through all the genetic screening, okay, and like the doctor comes in saying, oh, your child's gonna have hunter's eyes and all that stuff, and the wife is like, can we like change that, and what if your wife says also, we change the skin color of our child? I no longer
Sure. Sure.
would you be on board with that? As in, like, I want if your eyes are blue, I want the brown eye.
Yeah, Uncle Ruckus
black
designing
child.
babies or what?
Sure,
Would you
sure.
reverse
I-
the-
would you-
I mean, that's where this
that.
conversation gets to.
Yeah.
Pretty quickly.
So I'll answer it. I think the most reasonable position to be, which is obviously the one I have, and that's the most reasonable one. There's nothing inherently that you can point to wrong about this, but we should really be focusing as to why people want to do this. If you
I
want to
agree.
change your skin color, why the fuck do you want to do that? Like what?
But that doesn't
what
answer
the
my question.
fuck?
Wait,
That doesn't
So
answer my
I'm
You know
well,
why.
certain privileges,
We're doing
certain
this-
privileges
So,
come
okay,
with those,
you
and
know
certain
why.
Well,
hearts
no, this
come with
is
others.
yeah.
So, like realistically,
my
if you want
kid
to
to
have the
look like me.
conversations, like a black child versus a white child versus an Arab child versus a Mexican child, who has the easier life in coming up, and it's probably going to be the white child in America. So, like, if you could,
Right. Well,
give your
this
child
is
the easiest
exactly
life.
why. It is exactly why in my opening statement I said that, like, I also think that if you're two black parents, you probably shouldn't have a child together either. But like, this is why I said that, is because I feel like we're getting to a a very slippery slope when we start to denying like where you have bad societal outcomes just based on these negatives, to where because systemic racism exists, if you end up being black, you're just going to end up having a much harder life, and so you have to
What is
you
it,
have
South
to-
Park? You're gonna like just
you-
use the
you
scale,
want
like make
to-
it black and have life
No.
difficulty? Like,
Does
is that
every
what-
Yeah,
conversation we
yeah,
have
like
to
that
do
South Park
get
game, like that South
filtered through
Park
the
game.
media that you've
Yeah, it
watched?
was the South Park game.
Gibbs.
difficult.
I answered
You're
the
like, this is a
question, and
book
so
that I
far,
read.
My question hasn't been
Of
answered.
course.
Hey, so I'm
Sorry,
pretty much like
I'll
the
answer
only
your-
time
It's
I
called
think
culture. Embrace the American culture, brother. All right, come on.
Corey's saying I
The
didn't
only
answer your
ti-
question.
The only
Sorry,
time I
Joe.
think editing
Waddell?
genes is a probably worthwhile conversation is when like life-threatening diseases are probably on board. Other than that, we're entering very dangerous places, especially if certain powers to be is able to manipulate certain things. The other scenario that it would be perfectly okay to edit the genes of the human being is if we're fighting against an alien army like Halo and we create Spartans. That's the
Amazing.
only other alternative.
Wait, you seriously think that that's like, it has to be like life threatening? So like in the future, if they actually do have designer babies where they're able to edit the
CRISPR.
genomes to make it to where you get the outcomes that you want, and you're able to pick and choose a lot of different things. You're saying that for people who could end up with like kids who are a lot better looking, maybe they get their dad's, smarts instead of their, mom who's a
Mom's
dumb
dumb.
blonde.
I call it.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
like,
one
they're-
foot
yeah,
man.
they're, like,
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
able
I-
to-
I-
like,
I-
like,
I-
you're
that
saying,
is-
you're saying, wait. You're
Go ahead.
saying that you would be against all of this unless there is something life threatening, right?
Yes, because oftentimes when we have conversations like this, there has to be the understanding of the larger implication.
And the larger implication, of course, would be a situation where certain people are going to be able to edit genes more than others, creating a very clear divide of the human race
That's
that will just expand more and
That's
more
why
and
I'm
more and
against gay
more.
marriage, because I feel like people are going to be starting to marry animals any second now.
It's a slippery slope.
Yeah,
Very
it's like
Wait, but
slippery.
why
that's why I
doesn't-
don't give my
yeah,
kids
it's just
chocolate.
what-
Is because
Wait, no.
soon I'm going to be feeding them
no.
cocaine, and it's
No.
really it's a concern.
No.
That's next week, Hunter.
I
That's
gotta
next
worry
week.
about it.
wait,
Probably
wait,
is a real
I'm
big
trying
back
to
there
I'm
somewhere.
trying to get somewhere. Okay, so like,
Coco,
Okay.
Coco.
But wait, Hunter
we're
hasn't
talking-
answered my
this-
my
this-
question.
They had the same word.
I'm sorry, I
Oh,
thought
okay,
I did.
Okay, sorry.
I don't think that you did.
No, that's
As
fine.
in-
No,
I
go ahead. No, ask it
Well,
again.
actually,
Sorry.
I do want to get to Tom. Yeah.
All I heard is like you, and I may have just not heard your answer.
No, that's fine.
But
yeah.
like, I think your response was like, we should be asking questions about why people want these things. But I did not hear any sort of like, would you support their decision or not?
Well, sorry, if it's my wife, that's the question.
Yeah.
I would go, why the fuck did you why do you care about the skin color? And if she gives like a pretty milk toast, excuse the pun, answer, then that
What if
that
what if
seems
their
to
answer was like,
convince
I
me.
just think it looks better?
That's psychotic. Yeah, I would be very concerned about that.
I don't want to give her some like mocha,
That's
like
like-
Because
eyeliner,
I don't-
like
I feel
supermodel skin tone,
I-
natural tan.
Wait a minute, hold on. When she says blue eyes look
That's
better than green
blonde
eyes,
hair.
would that be
Yeah.
fine?
What if they
No,
just
no, what if she
blonde
said like,
hair?
I don't
Yeah,
want
like-
I don't want
That's the
your
master
eyes on
race,
my
obviously.
child.
obviously I would hate that. Wait, what?
Why? Why?
Yeah,
though?
she
But
said
why?
you got ugly eyes. We're gonna use my eyes on my baby.
And if
Oh,
the
yeah,
procedure
yeah.
doesn't go right and it ends up with brown eyes, throw him in a camp.
well, then we
Um,
gotta talk about who then we got to talk about whose genetics were.
Drop them off at the fire station.
You're exactly. You're asking a good question because like because I don't know the answer to your question. I'm going to just think out loud.
And
'Cause
then-
you're
and then
asking
I
a
don't know
fair
it's a valid
question.
answer.
No, sure. But I just want to sort of expound on this. I saw there was this this abnormality that exists, this mutation, where some people get like 4 or 5 hours of sleep and like are extremely productive, and it seems like there's no negative consequences at all that they get. That they
Well, except
like
for
they just
insanity.
don't get that sleepy. No. Like they score perfectly fine, and it seems like their body just needs 4 to 5 hours of sleep, and there doesn't
Those
seem to
people
be
seem to exist.
Yes. I think that it's fine to start cranking that up. Like once you start once genetic testing, everyone gets that shit. Everyone's getting 4 hours.
I mean,
of sleep.
I think
That
we should be able to
seems
pick her eye
fine to
color. What if
me.
you want red eyes? I'd be like,
Yeah,
hey,
yeah,
you get
but
red
again-
eyes,
And
now you
that
got purple.
yeah. And that is where I draw my line, and I don't know why, Corey. And I think you're asking a good question because I don't know what exactly is the distinction. And it might just be because like there's a good answer, which is like productivity seems to be better, but like an
You're
aesthetic choice
optimizing
is very
cosmetics.
arbitrary.
something, but
Yeah.
the reason why
Cosmetics to you
I
are
asked that
negative?
question
Well,
is
it's,
because
it's
like,
obviously
well,
societal.
I'm not done.
outcomes.
I'm not done. Okay. As because like this is all in the vein of like even what Tom brought up earlier of like we have, and I'm not saying like this is good or not, but like the intuition of like we want our children to resemble us in some way, and I'm disrupting that and especially like if it's in the context of, like now your wife who you've chosen to love is like I'm going to edit our child so that it's a rejection of you. I think that, and you seem to have a visceral reaction to that. I think that says something. Now,
Yeah, I agree.
now I'm not saying that your intuitions are wrong or
No,
bad.
sure, but
right.
we're here to look into them. And I would say that like yeah, it seems like the functional aspect really matters. That like when I give the sleeping thing, it's like well obviously we would want everyone to be more productive. Like that seems like a necessarily net good. But when we're like without a lot of I don't know. It seems like a functional distinction rather than an
Yeah.
aesthetic one. And I think
But
an
then-
aesthetic distinction would definitely I start feeling a lot more uncomfortable.
Yeah, but that's where, and that's why I was pushing sort of like, and I understand I was muddying the waters of like in the scenario of like deafness. There's no major differences in life outcomes, but I can foresee a place of like if there's only really a 10% difference or even like 15% difference in overall life outcomes between deaf and non-deaf individuals. I can understand a parent wanting their child to be deaf. Just as
I
would
can
understand.
I can understand it as well, for sure.
Let's go
What
to our
if
friend
what if I
Tom.
want my son to become bald?
Well, that's abortion.
Then you want your son to be made fun of their entire life.
First off, are you dumb or are you dumb?
But I mean,
well-
overall, from like what you, unless you want to expand upon what you were saying earlier,
He might be a really good swimmer if he's bald. Hold on, y'all
Well,
passionate.
I was
Michael Phelps.
Like a torpedo.
Yeah, but you could just fucking shave your hair. What are we
Or
talking
like a
about?
swim
No, no,
cap.
that 0.1 millimeter of hair follicles
Right.
is really
It,
so much
right.
it ended
drag.
up helping him win exactly. So I don't know what we're.
Can you get
they
that
wear-
laser?
No, he
wear
had hair.
cap
He
for
had
that.
hair.
Exactly.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
he wore a
you wear
swim
cap.
cap.
You only
They
can do
wear
that back
swim
when you have
caps.
hair.
They wear
That's how it
swim
works.
caps for that. So
Look, I already answered mine, which
no
is
need
it
for
seems
hair
like an
and
aesthetic
something
rather
with,
than
like, the-
functional
the-
distinction.
Yeah,
Go
now
ahead,
I would say you
Propulsion.
to me you satisfied
Yeah.
the answer to my
Yeah,
question.
cool.
Tom.
I did forget where me and
Hunter.
Rodell.
David.
no, Riddell. I forgot where me and Riddell were at the time, so I'm honestly
Well,
blanking.
you were questioning in terms of are there things?
I remember
that I would
you
say
were
is-
stupid and I was smart at the time, but I don't
Does that
remember
help,
outside
Riddell?
of that. Outside of that,
Like,
What I
was
know.
there another Riddell in here? That was definitely not me. So you were asking the question if I would be okay with a certain type of gene editing beyond something life threatening, and I said no, I wouldn't. I just don't trust our current like human societal structure that would not create a bad precedent moving forward. Because it's either going to be privatized to create a very distinct divide between humans that's very clearly going to benefit the ultra wealthy, or it's going to be governmentally controlled, and that's equally as very threatening and as very dangerous. And I'm sure we can all imagine why that would be. So
You know,
I don't
Well,
trust.
I
think-
could
you make a good
imagine
point. They could edit
where
out the
Corey was
inbreeding.
when I
going-
use
They're
my
like
dumb
bluebirds.
brain.
Where Corey was going is exactly where I was kind of going as well. But I also feel like even just on top of that, like just the a lot of people already take these things into consideration when they're choosing like partners and mates. Is like, oh, this person has like good genetics, like, and they're smart, and they're like, this is the type of person that I would want to have a baby with because our kids will have better outcomes and they'll probably be smarter and go to better schools. Or like, oh, this guy is in the NBA, and so I would rather get with an NBA player because then our kids might be more likely to be 6'7" and be able to get into the NBA later and have good, be athletic. And so I think that like already these things are taken into consideration, and it's kind of as Corey said that like a lot of this we have icky feelings about it because there's already societal negatives currently, but without those stigmas existing, that this doesn't feel as weird. And that like when Corey was saying earlier, like I think it's the problem that we should probably be focusing on at more than like the outcomes of these children. Like if we can fix these issues, then that's not a problem anymore either. If two white parents wanted to have a black kid because they would have creamy, chocolatey skin and it's just prettier to them, like that wouldn't matter as much without the societal problems. But I also wonder if doing those things also starts to change those stigmas at the same time, like the browning of America and the fact that like, people are saying white people are being genocided. Well, also part of this is that, like we all just start to look more alike, and that like over time we might lose the like defining factors that give us a lot of tribalism currently. And so I just wonder if while it does feel icky currently, and it feels like it is creating more of a division, I also wonder if it might actually create less of a division in a lot of areas as well.
Well, that's
I'm not.
interesting.
I wouldn't bank on it. I think it would probably exacerbate the stigmas that already currently exist, especially when we consider
Well,
the people.
I
Yes.
think like you're right, like at the like initial part, right? But I think there might be something to this, right? So like I made the joke just kind of like joking, but like now that I think about it, like yeah, well, like so remember how we had the kings and queens and all the shit, and they're all like cousins and shit because they're all the blue bloods back in the day. They all married each other, right? Because it was and we have genetic disorders that stem from that now. Well, I don't really see why they wouldn't want to keep doing that now, right? If they could do that and get away with it, and they had the genetic thing, they probably would do the arranged marriages to like people in the rich circles and like separate. Now, that would maybe work for a time for them, right? But I think if the tech, and this is I guess where I differ, I think the free market would get the tech everywhere. This could also eliminate problems where you have like places like I don't know, like remote areas where you only have like cousins and shit to date or marry, and you can fix the like problems in those areas, which would give opportunities to lower class like people in these areas. My lower class, I just mean economically, right? In like these rural areas, like you would be able to uplift these. So it's an area where your IQ is predominantly, I don't know, 64 or something, right? Then you could go in there and you could erase this, and suddenly their IQ would be like at like 120 or whatever, like the normal.
Yes, think about like the fact that Donald Trump never would have gotten elected.
right?
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
Actually, their
Get rid
IQ
of
would
old
not be
people,
120.
yeah.
It would be 100 because it's adjusted based on the average IQ, and
True.
the average IQ would
Sure.
increase.
Would rise.
Gibbs.
but you get the point. I mean, you get listen. I've already admitted I'm no biologist. I'm just saying, me and my humble learnings. I'm just putting forth.
so
some
I think
theories.
Riddell's point is that we end up more Elysium than we do like universally. Everyone like Gibbs, you're saying that we would just mass produce this and everyone
I
would
think
get
it
to
becomes-
use it. Well, then I don't
it's too much
necessarily
money to be
think
made
that's
doing
there's too much money to be made in what?
Yeah, and
In
like say,
curing
like,
diseases?
well, okay, if you have more healthy people, then there's people going to spend more money on shit across their lifetime. If these people are intelligent, they're probably going to make more money. If they're more physically healthy, they're going to be able to be more productive. Like you're going to have better like genetic, like when I put quotes, better, like right.
Yeah,
But
once
isn't
we have free
the
healthcare,
cynical
everybody
argument
will be able
against
to
like
afford it.
right, and you would-
hospitals and
hold on, you
cancer
wouldn't even-
treatment
you
that they
would-
don't
you-
want to
this-
cure the
this would
cancer
actually-
because if you
hold on,
cure the
this would
cancer, then
enable
you
free
know you don't have
healthcare.
sick
Yes,
people?
it's the cynical and stupid
Hold on,
argument.
this would
Yes.
actually this would actually would enable free
correct one
healthcare
based off how
because like
society
these
currently
people,
works.
it's going to be.
I mean,
cheaper
that's
because
you
you're
can
not
say
gonna have
it's
all these
stupid, but that's
genetic-
how it works. That's
No,
what's
but you're
going
not going to
on.
have all
It's
these.
not
yeah,
what's
so
going
this
on.
this would eliminate some things. It might enable free healthcare because it would be cheaper overall because you would have less genetic diseases to fight. You might be able to make people immune to certain things just by like.
We
tampering
could
with
do
them.
that right
So then
now
why
to
don't we
make-
have free healthcare?
We
Well,
can
we
yeah,
have
we
to
can
get
do
healthcare
that
right
right
now,
now, and they don't
everybody will
want
be
to.
able
Hold
to
on.
afford. Everybody will get free gene editing.
You want
Yeah,
the
and
fucking
AI is gonna
you
give
want
it
the
to me.
black pill on why we don't have free healthcare? You want
Post
the
this.
real black pill? It's that
Let me
most
hear it.
people genuinely like their healthcare and they don't want to
That's
disrupt it.
Okay.
That's genuinely
So-
why.
In a world, wait, wait,
Maybe
wait.
it's
So
not
in a
public
world where where your black pill
And
is
I'm
that
in favor
people
of
are
universal
selfish,
healthcare.
I know in a world where your argument is that people are selfish and they want to keep what they already have,
Mm-hmm.
then why doesn't that get extrapolated into like the future, like the next world that's coming, where
That's
like
what
we
I'm
have
saying.
all these tools, but some people aren't going to have the healthcare to have access to these tools, and unless we have the universal healthcare, which doesn't seem to be the trajectory that we're going in, which is why we don't which is why the assumption that if we have this this machine where you just lie down and it gets rid of your disease and it hires your IQ, that it wouldn't just be a universally used and mass
Hold on,
produced
who makes more money, Don P or Amazon? Amazon, right?
Who's
P,
Don
who's,
P?
He's
Yeah,
like,
who's
like
Don?
he's
I don't
a
know who Don
famous
P is.
niche designer, right? Okay, so he's like he
Okay.
makes a lot of money. Like he's got huge margins. Well, who makes more money than him? Well, Amazon makes way more money. Why? Because they're able to sell mass products.
Wait, is
at, like, a
Don
cheap
P a
rate.
person or a
You're,
company?
Yeah, he's a
you're
person
treating
anyway,
this
right?
like
So-
a commercial
Yeah,
product.
you're
I'm treating
comparing
it
him
like
to
a
Exactly.
company.
That's exact. Well, he is a commercial. He's a commercial product himself, right?
No,
You
you're
don't agree with me.
treating
the
the
point
idea
is-
of editing your genes as a commercial product.
Yeah,
where I'm
exactly.
seeing it
That's
more-
exactly what it is.
No,
Nobody's
I
gonna
would
do this
be
if there's no
more
money.
like how the medical industry currently works. Not a
Okay,
commercial
okay,
product that
hold on,
anybody
Papa,
can access.
Like, okay, let's say like
and or
Pfizer-
even if they could
no, no,
access
hold
it,
on,
who
hold
would
on,
have-
hold
who
on,
could
hold on.
afford
If
it?
Pfizer,
Gibbs,
if
hold on,
Pfizer
wait.
makes this, go
Gibbs,
ahead.
Gibbs, hold on, wait. His point is that it would be closer to like plastic surgery than it would be
Which is
just like
getting
a
more and more
regular-
widespread. I think as it
Yeah.
gets cheaper
Yeah.
overall. So you're proving my point.
Right,
It's
but that-
more
But
and
it's
more
still
people
it's
are doing
still
it.
covered by
en
healthcare.
masse unaffordable. And
Oh,
only
Yeah,
certain
currently-
people
yeah,
can
but hold
afford
on, but
plastic
hold
surgery.
on, hold on. It isn't getting cheaper. Yes, if the average person is starting to be
But
able
like
to
not
afford
in a not in a real way.
Yes,
No,
and
no,
wait,
yes,
hold on.
hold on.
There are
hold on,
plenty
this is
of
what I'm
people
saying.
making like 60K who get Botox. That's for sure
Right, yeah,
happening.
and there's like plenty of people that make 60K.
Botox isn't plastic surgery in the way that we're
We're
talking
talking
about.
about editing
How about
genes,
fake boobs?
my
Fake boobs. I
boys.
know plenty
We're
of.
talking about editing
I know
genes,
lots of nurses who
not
make
getting
50K a
Botox.
year and that get fucking fake tits.
That
okay?
they get good fake boobs.
Yeah,
or
We're,
shitty
yeah,
fake boobs,
obviously
which is-
they're gonna be
so-
better the more money that you
Oh
spend.
my god!
But the
Which is
fucking
what me and
point-
Riddell are saying is that
Hold
there's gonna be people who can't
Hold on.
access this. This is
Hold on.
gonna be
Ollie,
this is gonna be a
Ollie,
universal
Ollie,
machine.
Ollie, hold
Jesus.
on. I will explain this to you in a way I think you can understand. Right?
Like,
Yes,
That's
maybe the
tough
better
gene
one,
editing.
maybe the better ones are like 20K, right? But the ones that are now are not the same as the ones 10 years ago that were just pointy points, right? Like that looked like something out of Laura Croft Tomb Raider.
No, if you get
64.
shitty ones,
They
they
want
are.
it.
That's
Hold
what
on,
I'm saying.
hold on
They
now.
wanted
So hold on,
those
right
cameras.
now at Walmart, they have an 85-inch TV. It's a smart TV, and it comes with all the hottest bells and whistles. Right now, it's like some generic brand for $950. That same TV 3 years ago was $4,000, $5,000, and 20 years ago that bitch didn't exist and it was 300 pounds. So my point is, as
But then
tech
there are
advances,
more
it becomes more.
advanced
Hold on.
types of surgeries.
Sure,
and
but you're saying this,
drugs
but
and
there's a
things
gap that gets
replace
bridged
it.
at some point. Once it goes mass, it becomes more profitable
Yeah,
to
in
go
like
massive
1,000
than it is to
years.
go. No, not in 1,000 years. Not the way technology is advancing. It becomes more profitable mass than it is to go niche, and
By
that's
the
the
time it
analogy with the
becomes
Don P versus Amazon. You're talking about a designer shit versus like mass production, and mass production will eventually catch up to where there's not a significant discernible difference between the Roku TV and my fucking $50,000 fucking fancy TV. That's why people don't buy that. No
There's
more.
a difference
That's why they
between the
buy a
Samsung
$2,000.
wall and an 85-inch Roku
Sure,
TV.
but
We
is it
both
a
know there's
massive
difference.
quality? Yeah, but it's
There's
not
a
a
difference.
massive
Yeah, there's
quality.
a difference between the
Very small
technology and the stuff that the very, very wealthy have versus everybody else. That you're just
but it's a
really not
small
understanding this very stark
Dude,
divide. that can
the
be created.
poorest person
I
now
was-
lives
if
better
I
than
was
the
able
Emperor
to
Nero.
use
Like
the
you
example
understand that,
utilizing
right?
genes, it would start out. Maybe
They
it starts
don't,
out
Gibbs,
something
they
is
don't
like
get
get
Okay,
rid
maybe
of
not the poorest, but
the
the
gene-
average low class person in America that has a trailer lives on par with probably Emperor Nero, right? They have air conditioning.
I
they have
hate this
food all
argument.
day.
I
Like,
hate
this
this
is
argument
just how
so
advanced
much.
tech advanced.
Why do you
Like,
hate it? Wait, hold on,
Does
Ali.
the
Why do you
average
hate it?
person live like the billionaires do?
Ali, why do you hate
because
it?
because one, it doesn't matter if people in the past lived better and according to some statistics, and then two, the perception is that we
Statistics, this is
aren't
just
living. The
fact.
perception, which matters, I think, more is that we don't live better. That we don't. So if we can have all
That's
the
not true.
stats and the economists
That's
in the
totally
world
not true.
that
Hold on,
say
hold
that,
on.
like, oh, look how good we're doing and look how fine everything is, but the fact is, people don't feel like things are doing.
Hold on,
fine.
hold on,
So
hold
you
on.
can say, yeah, we live better than Emperor Nero, but that doesn't matter.
Wait,
Like,
hold
that's
on,
just
hold
the-
on, hold 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 on. Gibbs, wait, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. That's not even true. Self-reporting data has largely increased based off of how people feel about the current economy. Has largely increased over the last, obviously, fucking 200 years.
Much less than several thousand years.
Right. Right. Well, that we don't have data back then, but I think we can
What about
largely
over the
assume.
past
All those
30
tablet
years?
surveys.
I mean, I think we have
Yeah.
data. Your life is better than
Sorry.
a slave in Rome.
I don't-
Your
I don't
life is
wanna-
better
I
than
don't-
the average
Obviously,
person in Rome.
economically, it's better.
Sorry,
but people are.
I don't
are
want
feeling
to.
More,
I don't want
more
to. I don't want to
depressed
go on this hard
nowadays.
tangent, but I'm just going to say something really. This is a ridiculous argument. This actually, but for different reasons. Like, hey, if you're an emperor, right? You have at your beck and call, like hundreds or maybe thousands of servers. I don't know how.
I can go get
Yeah,
a
that
fucking
is-
taxi for my
I
burrito
can
right
get an
now.
Uber right
Oh,
now.
someone-
I live like a king.
Yes.
You don't have
Yeah.
Emperor's
Genuinely.
diabetes on.
Man,
Genuinely,
I
I
hate
live
this
like a
argument.
fucking king.
No.
The fact I
Yeah,
can
you
get an
live like a
Uber is
king.
fucking
yes,
crazy.
Yes, you
When's
live
the
like
last
a
time?
king.
When's the last time an
Holy
emperor died of heat
shit, dude.
exhaustion?
Yes,
That's
We have
literally.
we have
Oh my
examples
God,
of
Hunter, you're
emperors
smarter
not.
than
The
this.
Hold on,
idea that I can
I
get
hope
we
a
have
fucking
examples of
chef to make
emperors
me
dying from heat
food
exhaustion.
and then someone drive it to me and give me the food is more wealth
The
than
modern
anyone
one
has
is
ever
not living
experienced.
like
Having
royalty.
air conditioning.
Genuine,
is,
yes.
better
Air
than
If
conditioning.
you're
I
living
don't
better than
get what
royalty,
we're
Prime.
arguing.
I am.
You have internet.
I
You
don't
have
know.
internet.
Yes.
Prime. You have internet. You're living better
Ollie,
than everyone.
you're joking. I'm agreeing with you.
1983.
Yes.
Like, what do you?
Yes.
Yes.
Hold on, hold on,
Okay,
hold
cool.
on.
The perception
Unquestionably,
isn't- the
yes,
perception isn't there, so it doesn't
absolutely.
matter. Okay.
Hold on,
But no
hold
one
on,
feels
hold
like
on.
that, so it doesn't matter.
Hold on, Ollie. All right, let me just
No
ask
one
you a
feels
question.
like it
Let me
because
ask-
you
hold
keep
on, let me just-
screaming.
let me
You
ask
keep
you a
screaming that we shouldn't feel like this. You're like
Oh,
everyone.
is that why, or is it, or
Yeah,
people,
Ali
or
did
people
it.
like not
Ali
No,
yeah, people
no,
can't afford
people
their
like
rent,
you.
people can't afford to buy houses, people can't afford to go on vacation.
Can
There
wait?
are
Hold on,
things that they
hold on,
can't
hold
afford,
on,
but yeah,
hold
you're
on,
right.
hold
It's
on.
just us screaming.
You're self-defeating your own purpose because you said economically
I'm
people
big
are
fan.
doing better, but they're not feeling it, which means that they
Yes.
are affording rent. They
No.
are affording groceries.
No,
because
no,
you
they're just
said
getting- no,
that
they're
they
just
are
getting
doing
paid
well.
more, but their rents are higher too. They get paid more. GDP goes up,
Obviously,
but
when
their
we're
rents are
talking
also
about
high, so it's not
inflation,
really
we're
adjusting. It's not really going with.
We're
in accordance,
obviously
right?
taking into account the CPI. We're obviously taking into account rent. When we're talking about we're obviously talking about the
Hey,
CPI.
People are content. People are content with the way they're living in America. right now,
No,
how
they're
living.
not
No,
content,
I
but they're
wonder
okay.
why.
But they're
hold on,
they're
wait,
economically being able to afford
wait,
rent.
Hold on. Okay, so the problem is that yes, like people are making more money, and there are more things. Like even when it comes to rent and things like
And
that,
everything's more
it is more
expensive.
affordable in a way. But
Not
it's because
relative to
there's too many
income.
things that are required to live today, where you need a laptop, you need computers, you need cell phones, you need cell phone service, you need a car, you need car insurance, you need like
Correct.
so many other
Correct.
things. You need Netflix, you need cable TV, you need like so many other fucking things.
You
to
need
just
Netflix.
exist. and then you also need to pay your fucking rent and all this other shit. And so
Yes.
you do, like, there is so much more that you have to pay for. Whereas like when you were a fucking serf, yeah, you just had to fucking pay your rent. Like that was
No,
about
but
it.
here's the issue:
And
you
and
can't just
also
live like a
there's
serf.
a very clear, like, consistent comparison model that people are consuming on a consistent basis regarding these creators, regarding these elites, that they're looking at their lives compared to the others, in addition to certain value and cultural loss that people are losing in themselves and the communities they're creating. Like, there's a lot of reasons why people feel the way that they feel right now.
and it's not an
And
economic issue. It's a
it's in
genuine,
part,
it's a
it's in part
nihilistic
an
issue.
economic issue.
It's
in
a
part an
fucking
Well, no,
economic
we're
issue.
depressed.
Oh my
It's
God.
not that
Because
we're
We're depressed for no reason. Just
Yes.
we just
This is-
chose. Yeah.
yes,
But-
it's because
No,
the
managers
internet's
are just
fucking sucking
whining.
our brains out.
No,
It's because we're
actually, this
looking
is
at
the-
like
We
kid
see the
talk
rest of the
and
world
just
Hunter,
horror
thriving,
machines.
and
So,
we're
like,
just depressed
this
for
is-
no reason.
Hunter,
We're in a horror
this is a
machine.
dumbass
TikTok,
excuse
just
for, like,
fucking
four levels. Hold on. I'm gonna step in. This is a dumbass excuse for like 4 levels.
Go ahead.
Like first of all, like understanding how people are feeling, and their economic hardships, and saying, oh, all of it's in your head. Some of it might be in your head. Yes, media affects how people feel about
Great.
themselves in their current situation.
Yes.
Without a doubt, that is actually true, right?
Okay.
But that doesn't mean that people aren't actually facing more hardships today than previously. History isn't a line just simply go up, right?
I
In terms of,
agree.
human satisfaction.
Wait,
That's
hold on,
not the
hold on,
case.
hold on, hold on.
And
You can't say
then-
that. You can't
and
wait.
then
Hold
when-
on.
like I
You
said,
can't just
you
gish
got-
gallop. Let me take it one step at a time.
I'm not gish gallop. I said one thing so far.
I
right?
know. I'd like to
And then you
respond
guys
to it
said a
before
bunch-
you get to the second thing.
Come
Okay.
on, Hunter's the moderator. Remember.
Obviously,
True.
fucking line goes up is not a good argument. However, if I can point to a line going up, then it is a good argument. And
got
I
a
can
question.
point to so many fucking examples. For example, median household income that has largely increased over the last 40 years. I can
What
look
about
at
median
world
household
poverty level.
costs? What about the cost that also
It's fucking
increased?
adjusted for CPI. I'm going to fucking kill you,
hold on,
Ollie.
this is
What are you
even-
talking about?
hold on, this
What are
is
you
even
talking
that.
about?
It's even easier than that, Hunter. Hold on. This is even easier. Like real quick. Okay.
It's obviously adjusted
hold on,
for the CPI.
I just want to. I want to go on here. Y'all are like saying these things, and like I get the perception and the comfort, but like there is a level that y'all are just like bullshitting, and we're seeing this in real time right now with the difference in air conditioning between Europe and America and how people are handling it. We're seeing that literal real time and how people are struggling. I'm going to name 3 people: Frederick Barbarossa, Constantine the Great, and Trajan. All 3 of these people are famous for allegedly dying to heat-related illness. Right? Can you name the last time the leader of a major country died since air conditioning has been invented from a heat-related illness? I can't, because it's probably never fucking happened. And so when you're sitting here saying this shit, even in the middle of like the poorest country in Africa, their leader is not air conditioned. It's crazy, but they got it. And so all these people got air conditioning, and it's improved the general life of people worldwide. And y'all have the audacity with a straight face and go, "Oh, this is a stupid argument." The
I
emperor
don't have a
lived
straight
way
face. I'm
worse."
laughing this
But, like,
entire
wait,
time.
but
I've been
yeah, but
laughing this
you're
entire
laughing.
time.
But like y'all are sitting here going, "It's a stupid argument. These guys got to adjust for CPI. These guys got to." No, if you just advance and talk all these things that Tom just talked about, all these other requirements, those are luxuries. Those are benefits
my
to living in this society. And you can argue that this thing, but the fact that you need those things are benefits actually, because we've advanced so far technologically that we are able to have these things to live what we call a normal life. But all these things could be poof gone tomorrow, and our life would be dog shit. So when y'all
100%.
sit here and say, "Oh, it's
Oh my
perception," or whatever,
God.
perception might mean something. But like, I'm sorry, Prime. The only one making a stupid argument
This
is you.
Wait, can
Okay,
I
wait,
need to
no,
throw
no,
something
no,
out. I need to
David,
throw
wait,
something
wait,
out.
wait, hold on.
The
I need to
entirety
correct
of
something real
Americans
quick.
that feel
Hold on.
bad,
You,
they're
you
also
do
making a
have to
stupid
take into
argument, right?
consider the context that people are in. Okay, so like when it comes to like a quality of life, obviously the context that you're in the moment, what it is that like makes somebody poor versus what it is that makes somebody rich. Like your quality of life is based on what is available to you, right? So like when we're looking at people who are fucking cavemen, we're not going to say they have a lower quality of life because they didn't have a fucking cell phone, but it wasn't available to them. It wasn't even a possibility. When we think of quality of life, like it is about what is available to you in the moment. But with that said, like objectively, our quality of life is better because we have these things and we have much longer life. And because we have much longer life, because we have things like vaccines and shit like that, now on top of that, we have a lot more people living in the same areas to where economies are having trouble with the fact that there's so many fucking people who are all spread out to where there's a lot more people to feed and a lot more people to deal with. And on top of that, you have, technology growing at such a high
Okay.
rate.
So I'm
that-
gonna step in. I'm gonna step in finally because it's so fucking annoying. This is a dumbass argument. Holy shit, right? Like, yes, appliances, right, are helpful. No one's saying appliances aren't helpful and that they do things. They have functions within our lives. We can recognize that. Specifically, though, the comparison is between a regular person, right? A broke ass person like Prime, right? And then an emperor, right? An emperor who has
He probably couldn't drink water, by the
From
way.
2,000
He
years
had to
ago.
drink the alcohol.
who has slaves, who has servants, who has manpower that they can deploy against them, who has protection, right?
And their life was still worse than ours now.
Oh,
That's the crazy
I
part.
listen to you. Okay, so this misunderstands how privilege works, how wealth works, and what protection provides you. Right? You know what else would have also
they die from waterborne illness?
You think I'm not protected?
Please,
We're not talking about
please,
privilege, though.
Please, no, hon. We are.
not.
That's the thing.
No. I'll explain this. I'll explain this perfectly. Prime, you go?
Yeah,
and then
Prime,
I'll go.
shut the fuck up and let Hunter explain.
I just said Prime go.
Okay, so like, you know what else would have like raised the average life expectancy if everyone else had been living like Emperor Nero. If they all had those other people. Hey, you know what? If the water's contaminated, you know what you can do? You can send people to like gather water for you at long distances.
Well, they couldn't do that.
For you. You can just you can, and they did do that.
That's why they used alcohol. That's why they mainly drank alcohol.
Exactly what happened.
Well,
No, in some places in Europe, yes,
most places.
And for people of privilege, right? If they had access to fresh, you could actually just get
and were they taking a larger risk? Hold on. Were they taking a larger risk?
Hold on. That's the thing that you can do. Stop it. No, not okay. Not okay. So wealth and privilege protects you. That's a thing that happens, right? Like it.
Does smallpox exist then that doesn't exist now?
I didn't, hon. Don't tell me. I'm not the one who hangs up anti-vaxxers, right? Don't tell me that like what the benefits of vaccines are. I get that. I understand that. But you know,
the vaccine, did smallpox exist or not?
Do you know one way that diseases are spread? By being densely populated.
Oh, so having like having servants and shit would make you more likely to get smallpox.
Gibbs, I listen to you talk. You're gonna finish listening to me talk. Holy shit. Knock it off, please. You know what else spreads disease?
Slaves.
Living in densely populated areas, right? Where like your filth isn't properly managed. When you're rich, you don't have to live in a densely populated area. Your filth is managed, right? Because you have the infrastructure there to do it. Not as good as the modern toilet. That's true, right? The modern toilet is better than what they have. That's true. But that doesn't mean that like not having that that doesn't mean that not being rich and having all those privileges, access to labor to manage these things for you didn't mean anything, right? And it doesn't mean that like
you're proving
a life of the
Can I go after
now to an emperor? Like you can get access to not only like fresh foods, you can get access to women.
You're proving our point. We can do this without all these things. Like if the poorest person can have better food than the emperor just by going to the refrigerated part of this grocery store,
you may not have access to better food.
Yes, you probably do. You are safe.
Everybody does.
Everybody.
No, you may not actually have that.
Yes. Hold on. Prime, how many times do you think they had people coming in and inspecting places where the fucking king was getting his food from to make sure that they were doing everything
Exactly.
where they were washing
you're
their
just
hands
fundamentally
first.
wrong.
That
Hold
they
on,
had
hold-
fucking the right pesticides all over the place. How many fucking inspections do you think were done before he got his
I'm gonna
license?
go on a rant.
my
I'm gonna go on a
God, this
rant.
is
Wait,
so
hold on. I want to
stupid.
respond to Prime. Okay, so here I've wrote 5 different things down. I have a lot to say to Prime.
Don't understand.
man.
privilege.
Okay, cool. First, privilege. The reason why he keeps bringing up privilege, I can explain it really easily. Prime is a communist, and the way that communists think
I'm
about
not a communist. Stop it. Hold on. I'm not a communist.
Okay, what are
Don't
you?
call me a communist.
A
I'm not
leftist? Can I call you a leftist?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Prime is a leftist who hates liberals. And what a defining feature of leftists who hate liberals is that they see wealth as zero sum. They cannot
Yes, the wealth
fucking
gap.
imagine the idea that all of us can be raised unilaterally all together. He sees that there's a king
No,
and there's
That's
serfs.
a lie.
Okay.
That's a lie. Hold on.
Okay.
That's not true.
Wait, hold on. I want to continue.
Hold on.
Hold on. You had your chance to Gish Gallop. It's my turn to
Yeah.
Gish Gallop.
Oh, okay. You wanted me to respond to one thing at a time. Okay, then I'll do it for you.
That was
Then
the
I'll
joke. Go
stop
ahead.
you. Okay, great. Right?
Good save,
No, I
Hunter,
don't
good
believe
save.
that. I believe a rising tide can raise all boats.
Great.
Actually, I believe the literal opposite of that.
But that didn't
And I've
didn't
said
happen.
that all the time.
So it
I said
hasn't been a
all the
rising.
time.
It hasn't been a rising tide over the last 2,000 years.
Refrigeration doesn't exist, boys.
Hold
No,
on.
no.
Has it been a rising tide over the last 2,000 years in regards to wealth?
Not evenly distributed. No.
So it hasn't been a rising tide. Some people have
it
gotten
depends-
much
No, hold on,
worse.
Sorry. This metaphor is doing too much for you, right?
Okay.
You're just saying rising tide. Have good things happen.
You
between
invoked
now
rising
and then.
tide.
We actually have to have metrics to discuss this.
Yes,
right?
I agree,
you're
like
just
median
making shit up.
income.
So you're just saying.
I would point to
No,
median
no,
income.
Hold on. I can.
Maybe
Hold on.
less
Once again,
Okay.
right? You don't have to explain to me how a fucking appliance works and how useful
It
that
seems like
is,
we have
and how
to.
air conditioning works. You don't have to explain that shit to me. No, I got it. Thank you.
I mean,
Understood.
you seem
Refrigeration. Oh my god. Mind blown.
Hold on. That is. It
Refrigeration
is.
didn't have it back then.
We
Did
should.
you know that?
We
Oh
should-
my
we
God.
we should look
Right?
around a
We're
little
able to
bit.
You should just shut the fuck up and accept everything that's
going
going on because you
Well,
do have
No
We're
one's
living
saying that,
under
Ali.
It's the
No one's
worst
fucking
country.
saying that.
You're living
The
under
poorest
Trump, but I mean,
country
Trump
really
isn't
has
the worst
fresh food.
emperor in the
They
world,
don't
so I
have
don't know
even
what you guys
worry
are really
about
complaining
poorest
about.
country.
You got it.
It's the best time ever to be alive.
Had fresh food delivered to them all the
I
time.
do
They had
wanna
access
Rob,
to
respond
fresh
to that.
hold on.
food
Trump
all the
isn't
time.
slaughtering you
Right from the,
guys, isn't putting you guys in the
farm,
guillotine.
Right over there. The farm isn't even
Town
far
hall.
from them. Right?
I don't
So,
know.
like, so you don't.
Trump isn't
seem
that
to
bad, I don't
even
think.
understand that, right? Like you keep saying,
More
well, there's
pleasant to me,
appliances.
shakes my
I
head.
get that there's appliances, and I get
So
that
there
can
are
make our
people- are
lives
people's-
easier. They can mechanize some of the things that
Right.
were
So the
benefits
tide
to
did rise.
Yeah.
to
So
real
wait, how
traders,
often
right?
do food boy
But,
owners
like-
kill people
But
compared
like
then compared
I'm
to
saying
now?
that like you aren't
it's just-
taking the
it's just
full.
un-
I'm ignoring you, Gibbs, because you're just giving out
Sure.
over me. I'm so
Yeah,
like
you've been talking for 30
how
minutes.
Gibbs, shut the
how
fuck up.
often does but like this doesn't take into account all the privilege, all the power it is to be a king. That's what he's specifically talking about.
That doesn't
Being
matter.
A king.
What-
Specific? Yes, of course it does.
What does
Doesn't
a king-
matter
what does a
what
king
money
have
it
that
is.
I don't?
I am
Does
saying,
not-
hold on.
does
If
not
I
matter
am less
if you're a
likely,
king
if
first,
I'm
it
less
doesn't
likely
matter.
to,
Of
hold on,
course
if
it
I'm
would.
less likely to
You
die
use
as
Emperor
a
Nero
like
for
a
a
peasant
fucking
in
reason
America.
because it was an emperor. That's why it matters. Like the wealth of
Nero
that's
had a
not
lower
defining
life
obviously.
expectancy than I do.
Yeah.
That is the
that's-
fucking critical issue.
It doesn't.
Nero had a
yes,
lower life
absolutely.
expectancy.
Yeah, he was more
And
likely
you
to
wait,
die
hold on,
of
hold on,
disease.
hold on.
He was
If
not-
life
he was more likely
expectancy
to-
is your only access, right? That you're looking at, then great, then fine. Then you
Point
got
a different one.
But
Point a
I'm
diff-
just
point to a
looking at
different
more
one.
No
than-
prime.
What
I'm
other
not
one
looking
should we
at
use?
that.
We're
I'm
talking
looking
about.
at
We're
more
talking
than
about.
that,
We're
because
not. We
I
are
can
two.
think
You are
more,
not.
'cause
You
I
are
can
not. Hold on,
handle
Prime.
more
You're wrong.
access.
You're
I can
actually doing the
understand more
opposite.
metrics than one fucking
Okay,
thing.
fine.
Yes.
Let's go through the metrics. Are you okay? We're gonna go through the metrics. All right. If the Emperor of Rome and the average person of Rome, just look at both. Okay. All right. Compared to now, if I'm a poor person in the United States, let's say making $45,000 a year, if am I more likely to live longer than the person who has the most privilege and the most wealth in Rome? Check. Yes, I am. Am I more likely to die from something like foodborne illness because of sanitation now or then, as the emperor or as a poor person here or a poor person there? Well, it's once again more likely to die then. Check. Worse quality life. Am I more likely to be able to have higher quality food at less
No,
income?
no.
What about
Hold on,
peace?
Hold on. We're going to go through all these metrics. Am I going to be able to spend more of my income income, my disposable income, and eat better food now, or as a poor person then versus the emperor. Okay, maybe the emperor beats a poor person now here, but the average person then is going to be broke versus a poor person now, maybe once a month, can go to fucking Ruth's Chris if they wanted to, or they could go buy a steak and cook it themselves. Maybe some of these people back in the day, they often didn't even eat meat for months at a time because they couldn't do it. So once again, check the average person's life way more dog shit, and they're on a poor person now on par with the emperor. Third, let's keep going here. You talked about disease. Well, you talked about the slaves. Oh, guess what? That actually makes them more likely to die of disease because they have slaves. And guess what? They didn't have sanitation. They had more people packed in a dense spot. Guess what? Compared to now, I could be the poorest person in America under a bridge, a hobo. And guess what? I have less likelihood to die of smallpox or Ebola or any of these things that were very common. So once again, your life is better now as a poor person than the fucking emperor. So we can keep going down this list by every metric. When you're talking about privilege, yeah, you're talking about.
So then why change anything?
Okay.
Why do
Ollie,
why complain
Ollie,
when Democrats are
Ollie,
in power or when Republicans are in
Wait,
power?
Hold on,
wait,
hold
wait,
on, hold on, hold on.
Please. Hold
Go
on,
ahead.
wait. Ali has said this like 10 times now, and it's
Yeah.
driving me fucking crazy.
Yes.
Ali, we are advocating for things to improve still. We're not
Yes.
saying things are perfect. Nobody's saying things are perfect.
But you look
We're
like
saying
a king, so why are you complaining? You're just depressed. That's the argument that
We can't move forward because you fucking psycho keeps talking.
Under Trump, you look better than Emperor Nero.
No,
So what the
hold
fuck
on,
are you
Ali,
complaining
but
about?
you
What
live,
is
you live better under all the last
Hold on,
presidents.
hold on,
Ali, the
Gibbs,
gap
Gibbs,
between the
hold on.
poorest person now.
Gibbs,
and the
Gibbs,
poorest
stop.
person
Gibbs,
now
stop.
is-
Gibbs,
Gibbs.
stop. Gibbs,
Hold
stop.
on. Okay, so
Let's
I
let
feel
Tom
like
and
this is
Ollie
sometimes-
talk.
Yeah, I feel like this is sometimes when people like do that. A lot of
W
conservatives will
moderator.
do this whole thing about like slaves will, black people are lucky. They're actually better off today because slavery happened. And it's like, okay, like fine, like, but they're like removing the context of like all of the like pain and suffering people had to go through, and just to make that point. And I get that you guys are you're looking at the disproportionality and saying, yes, like proportionally, there's a bigger gap between one and the other, and nobody's disagreeing with that. But what we're saying is that that gap has still created so much better technology to where we have toilets and running water and all of this crap, to where the government has regulated so many things to where, yes, we have buildings now are made sure that they're not going to collapse. We have fire departments that'll come and put the fire out, and you don't have to be rich in order for the police to come and write a report or anything. Like everything happens. There are a lot of things that where there is equality. You have constitutional rights. Like these things are much better off in in all of the ways that matter most. But that doesn't mean we don't want to improve in all of these other areas where it's not perfect. We still want to strive for that.
Yeah, but this was in response to like someone was I forget what it was. Someone was complaining, and then Hunter was saying that like, well, Americans live in the best time ever. So you're just kind of telling Americans, right?
When the fuck did I say that? When the hell did I say that? When did I say that?
You didn't say that humans are living in the best time ever, right?
I
now?
did. Wait,
so
hold on.
So all the complaints from Americans are just depressed, right? They're just depressed.
No.
Economically, they're doing fine. Everything is okay, and that they're just bitching for.
No, that's not correct.
We can want to improve without saying everything.
Let me defend
I feel like that's where all of this
Let me
came
defend
from.
myself. Let me defend myself.
I do think that's a good line to
quick.
clear out.
Real
sure.
quick.
Yeah.
Here is my point. Okay, we are more depressed than ever, and yet doing the most economically ever in terms of human behavior. That is what I'm looking at, and I'm interested in that, and that's why I hear. Look at all the economic situations that we're living in, that we're embroiled in, and that's making us depressed. No, it's definitively not. I'm more interested. Cool. I'm more interested in the behaviors of like why people feel so fucking depressed, even though they're doing economically better. Now,
well, the answer is they're broke, but you don't think they're broke.
No, they're not broke.
Okay,
they're
I know
not.
they're broke because they're not. Because they're spending their money frivolously.
No. They were broker 10 years ago, and they were happier 10 years ago. They were broker 30 years ago. Please. This is adjusted for CPI. I've said this multiple times. All I'm just trying. Look. These are consumer price index. We're adjusting that for how much things cost. Obviously, anytime I'm talking about price, I'm talking about inflation adjusted. Okay, I recognize that things are more expensive now, and I'm saying still we're making more money. even
Yeah,
adjusted
so people
for
don't
that.
feel like they are.
I agree.
does that
I
in-
agree.
does
Okay,
I
that
you
agree.
agree.
I
So-
agree.
so-
But it's not because of how much money they're getting, because we're looking at how much money we're getting.
Hunter,
So
let me
it's
ask
a
you a
different.
question.
Wait, hold on. It's a different issue. Now that is separate from the conversation about whether or not people's lives should materially get better. I obviously think that there are ways that we can fix poverty. There are obviously ways that we can fix our homeless situation, our housing situation. We can make rents go cheaper. We can make healthcare more cheaper. We can do so many substantial issues that I constantly
yet we
advocate
don't.
for.
And yet I know, and
Yes.
yet we don't, which is why people have the perception, right? Maybe on paper everyone's getting enough money, but the perception.
No. People aren't getting. Wait, hold on. You keep saying.
Yeah, can I finish? I want to finish.
You're saying enough, and I disagree with you. I'm not saying we should pause
They're making
right
more
now.
than enough.
No.
Okay, stop. Hold on, sorry.
Yeah, I'll be
okay,
honest. I'm kind of trying to understand exactly the through line for you, Hunter.
Yeah.
Because I agree with like some of the policies. Of course, we got to improve in these different areas, but I wouldn't go out of my way. And I don't think this is what you're saying, but I just want to, at the very least, have an understanding, like perception that we can clear. Is I wouldn't go out of my way in saying that people and their feelings about the affordability as of right now is something that they made up. I do think there are cultural and conditional circumstances
would say that.
that have been embedded onto them, that the things
Sure.
that they have is something they have to have. So
Sure.
it's like,
Riddell,
so
can you go to the
when
99
those
cent store and buy
things-
seasonings right now? Can you go to the
when
99
those
cent store and
things
go buy like any
exist-
seasoning?
Bro, that's
Wait, but
No,
when
no,
those
really, it's a
things-
real question. Like, can you go to the 99
you-
cent
what are you
store,
asking?
Riddell? Riddell,
What are
can
you-
you go to the 99 cent store right now and go buy any seasoning?
that has nothing to do with my
Yeah.
No,
point.
I know,
Gibbs,
but it does. Just
hold on.
answer the question. Yes or no? Can you?
Can I go to the 99-cent store?
Yeah, and buy pretty much any seasoning
Gibbs,
you want.
we
Like,
get it.
oh,
That's
hold
more
on,
seasoning
hold
than
on,
anyone has
hold-
ever been able
no,
to
hold
get.
on, hold on.
I
hold
don't
on.
People went to
disagree
war
with
with
the
salt.
better
No,
no,
that's not. That's
no,
not his
hold on.
point. That's not his point. Let him make his point.
My point is, so right, you're talking about the economically and the perception, right? I'm saying is they fought wars over these spices, right? All these different things, right? That's what he says. But you're saying, okay, the perception, yeah, people are doing bad. I'm saying
was
that
me.
we're right, yeah, that's Ollie, but right, and he's kind of agreeing with you. I'm saying right now, even if I'm doing poor, if I'm broke, like I can go down to 99 cent store, spend $5, and come back with garlic. I can come with salt, pepper, onion powder, and probably cayenne or paprika or something, and I can make a dollar store steak taste pretty solid, right? Now versus 10, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, they didn't even have that ability, like necessarily, just because of preservation. They didn't even have 99 cent stores, right? Like, just because we've advanced so far, the poorest here, you might perceive that you're doing badly, but in relative action, you are living better than
In
most of the
relative to
world has
past eras
ever
before.
lived.
Correct.
Like ever in history.
Okay.
And so,
Relative
like,
to
so
historical.
when you talk about
We're not even
privilege-
living better than the people in the
when you
90s.
talk
so I
about
don't know
when you
what this
talk about
argument
You're an
is.
idiot. You're an
when
idiot,
you talk
Ollie.
about
Oh
privilege,
my
you're
goodness.
Relative to
actually
current
you're
era,
actually
not past
coming from
eras.
but you're arguing from you are actually the one coming from a place of privilege because you don't know how good you have it.
Yes,
And
because
you're
wait, hold on,
actually
hold on.
arguing
I
from
never
a
brought up
privileged
privilege.
standpoint.
Gibbs.
doesn't apply
Ollie
to me.
just brought up the
Sure,
90s.
but the
And that
society,
really pisses me off because the 90s had one of the greatest enormous crime waves in fucking human.
That's exactly as I was. About
Like,
to
it's
say.
fucking
Exactly.
crazy how many riots we had
exactly what it was.
constantly that we had to
Fucking
deal
high
with.
murder
And we had to,
rates
like,
everywhere.
it took so much fucking
people
effort to
afford
get
their
where we
We're
are
living in
now.
a time of like the least war, least murder, least
I
crime.
know.
Like we
It's
have the best
crazy.
sanitation. We live the longest. Like everything is as good as it could, as
And-
good
and-
as it's ever been.
and wait, hold on.
We are still improving upon.
Ollie,
it. We're
you
still
have
getting
to understand that in the 90s, it was
Riddell, I'm
also
sorry.
really difficult to buy a house.
All right.
It was really difficult to afford rent. And you had fucking gunshots out on the street. That's also why housing prices were lower. And
I live
it's
in the city,
still
so I still hear
it's still
gunshots on the
lower
street.
than just please.
Okay. All right.
I-
okay. So I'm
whatever.
going to sorry. I'm stop talking. I'm going to finish my points. So yes, there are plenty of metrics where obviously emperors still live better. Yes, indeed, they lived longer. That's the thing, right? Today we have access to a better sanitation. Got it, right? Vaccines. Yeah, I know. I do a show about that, right? Like every Friday night, me and Corey, we do a show
True.
talking about being healthy, talking about the importance of vaccines, talking about the importance of medical breakthrough technologies, right? You don't need to tell me because I got it. I know. right? But there are other metrics that, of course, you're not taking into account. First of all, like an emperor, right? You get the ability to have personal protection, right? And that like you have a personal guard, right? And you have a military behind you at your beck and call. That's the thing that happens. Now, doesn't mean they're invincible. Some of them were killed, obviously, right? But you have protection. You have an army next to you.
That's the worst example you could have gone with.
It's one of the best.
No, because we are in the safest. We are in the safest military.
Shut up. Hold on. Shut up. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Shut up for a second, right?
Go ahead.
Like no, people still fear for instance, as an average woman, right, or as an average individual, especially in certain neighborhoods, right, depending on which neighborhood you are, right? Yes, violence happens to you. Violence. You still subject to violence. People can approach you and do things to you, whether that being random people or the police, right?
Okay.
They can't do that to you as an emperor.
Okay,
right?
so wait,
Yes,
hold on. I have a question.
Hold on.
I have a
No,
question.
I'm not gonna hold on.
No.
Shut
I'm
up.
gonna go. I'm
No.
gonna go real quick.
No, you're not
just a
gonna
quick
go
question,
real
because
quick.
we're talking
No,
about
you're
Roman
not-
emperors,
no.
right?
No.
Are we talking about
Yeah.
Nero? Are we talking about
I don't-
Caesar? Because how did they die? I forget. How did they die?
Personal protection.
In their sleep.
Happened.
Because I'm pretty fucking sure
We're talking
Caligula?
about
that they were literally killed.
Commodus.
Sorry. Hold on. What did I just say?
You're the five
I didn't
emperors.
say they didn't get
You get four emperors.
like emperors didn't get killed. Of course they get. No one would say that otherwise, right? I'm saying that you have protection from random assaults, right? Not from
And they were less safe than we are now. They're less safe because they died more frequently. You pick a Roman emperor and they probably died by a rival or some neighboring empire. Most people die lately due to heart disease or cancer because they're living till they're 70. That's the just reality of
the gap between.
I don't believe that about Roman emperors. I think the ones that you were thinking of are the
Who-
ones that
who are
died,
you
the
thinking
ones
of?
Who didn't die. But
I think Nero and Caesar are the two ones that everyone thinks
I'm
of.
going to get down my list.
Commodus,
I'm going to get down my
Commodus,
list. You're not going to
Caligula.
fucking
You're the four emperors. You're the five
Emperor
emperors.
gets
I can
better
keep going.
food.
I got about.
Emperor, they get
Caligula was
freshly-
assassinated.
They get
I just literally just said that. Thank you.
They
Sorry.
get freshly gathered and killed and prepared food night after night, right? They can get banquets whenever
So
they
am
want.
I.
Of
And
this
it was
food.
unsanitary
I.
food, though.
Property-
Unsanitary food.
No, there were plenty of food that was sanitary.
I get a
prepare
banquet
food, right?
every fucking
People
night. I go
understand
to
how
the
prepare,
local Chick-fil-A.
Prepare food.
Go vegan.
Sorry, excuse me. I am going to get through this, right? Emperor has access to more food at any point in time than a regular person does. Well, if they're regular salary, at any point in time, they can have.
We have more
that
access
and
to food
now-
now, though. If I go to HEB,
yes,
it's
then
oh,
right
well,
now,
I get
than a
as much as I
regular
want.
person,
No,
than
if I
a
go to HEB or
regular
Walmart, I have more
going to
food
a
choices than
fucking-
an
going to a
emperor did. You
local,
realize that, right?
Old Country buffet is not the same
No,
as
if I
what
go
an
to a
emperor
grocery
had
store,
access
if I go to a
at-
grocery
at
store, it's
any
better.
point in time, right? And then emperor, no,
I can
that's
go
not
get
having
something from
sorry,
any part of the world,
no,
like
no,
imported,
not
like
just-
literally
no,
this
simply
second.
walking to a grocery store is not the
Yeah, it's
same.
better.
Something-
It's
I
better.
don't own the grocery store. I don't
They don't
own
need-
the
I don't need
grocery
to.
store,
So what?
and
I
it's
have-
not prepared.
I have a
for
better
me
food
by the
selection.
grocery store.
No, hold on,
Anyways,
they're using their
I'm not
wealth to
talking
pay for
about
this.
selection.
Wait, hold
I'm
on.
not
Wait,
talking
wait,
about-
wait.
We
Hold
we
on. Hold
probably
on.
have
Hold
that-
on. Hold on.
we
Wait,
have-
Gibbs.
we
Wait, just Prime, just one second. I just wanted to mention this. I did just look up like kings in Europe, how many of them died. It says 1,547 out of every 100,000, which currently we have a 6.51 out of every 100,000 for murder rates here. So it's
Not good. I mean,
it's
also
murdered.
you're saying
That's
the food choice.
kings were murdered at like
also-
1,000 times the rate.
Well, also, Prime's fundamentally just like misunderstanding something here because you're saying that they spent their wealth, or the emperors had their wealth, their power to do all this, to have this banquet. Guess what? That's no fundamental difference than me taking my economic check, going to the grocery store, and using my wealth and power
1,000,000%.
to have every option plus more options than they had. Like I could get,
Okay,
I could get,
no.
I could get Emerald Alfredo
That's
for the frozen section,
selection.
and it'd be better than what their
Selection
chef
is
cooked like
different
back then.
from
The
owning
selection?
the
Yeah, it's
food.
better now. Yeah, it's better.
Yeah, selection. Hold on.
I
Selection
can
is
get it from
different, and
anywhere
we
in the
do have
fucking-
better
I get
selection,
pecorino
and we
cheese
do have
tomorrow
better
from Italy.
selection.
I
I'll
could get
give you that,
Muslim
right?
food tomorrow
We
from
do
the Arab
indeed
market.
have
I
better,
could get Mexican food from the
selection of food.
taqueria.
We can have food
Prime,
from
they're just
across
doing
the
it on
world,
purpose.
right?
They're just doing it on
Yeah, I
purpose.
know,
Yeah,
right? Yeah, they're
we're winning.
bullshitting. They're not
We're
actually
winning.
engaging, right? You know, you
We
can-
are engaging. You're not engaging.
But like any which way, right? Like yes, you have better selection. I will give you that, right? But that's not owning the food. That's not having delivered or prepared, right?
Sure.
By
I
your
don't need to own it if I can
personal,
just buy it.
like, army of chefs. No, that's different, right?
So I guess my
Amazing you
question
can't
is-
understand
And
the
it's
difference
still
between the
better
two.
than that.
I have a
No,
question.
and then emperors get space. That's what wealth allows you. It gives you space.
Nobody lives in my
right?
house other than me.
Space against. Yeah, sure. I give you space against the riffraff, the commoners, right? And that space also protects you. It protects you.
We've
from,
been over that. It
diseases.
doesn't.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Not
You
from
said it.
disease.
They
It
died on
does.
a
It
1,000
absolutely
times
fucking
rate.
does, right? Actually, if you don't have disease spread, of course it does, right? Yes, of course it does. And
The
those,
French
and
Revolution
emperor's
happened,
servants
brother.
Live better. I don't. Emperor servants live better than simply like other slaves in other areas, right? Like of slaves of people of lesser status is what I'm trying to say. And so yes, there's like levels to this shit of between your servants and your slaves because they have access to be able to clean themselves, right? And then there's emperors are more likely to reproduce. Yes, because they have money and access to women, access to females. You can reproduce more often.
Wait, so why do we have different
is-
lineages of emperors
that
like
is-
multiple times? Did they just
emperor-
kill their kids? They just killed their kids.
emperors get to impose their will and not be opposed upon. Right? The best you can oppose
Unless there's a
your
rival
will.
kingdom.
Right? Sorry, what?
Unless there's a rival.
But within
kingdom.
your
rebellion.
kingdom, you can impose your will and not be imposed
Yeah, unless
upon.
you get fucking
Yeah.
invaded, like happened all the
Oh my
fucking time
God.
2,000 years
but then
ago.
the other king is
Or
the
rebellion.
invader, right? And we're comparing. Wait, but then the other king that invaded is an emperor that we're also still comparing ourselves to, and we live better lives than them, right?
Hey,
we
Hunter.
Yes.
live a better
Isn't
life than
imposing your
Yeah,
will
you-
different from
hey,
quality
you
of
can
life,
just make
though?
the
I
argument. It
feel like
doesn't
we're
have to be
getting
the
off
worst
topic.
emperor, the best emperor to ever live, right? The
Hey,
one with
Hunter,
all
are you
the
worried
we
about a
still live a
slave
better
revolt
life
tomorrow?
than
I'm
them.
not.
But
Yeah, hey,
yeah,
are
that's,
you
yeah,
worried about
that
a slave
doesn't
revolt?
matter.
Wait,
I'm
but
not
isn't
worried
this
about a slave
isn't
revolt.
this off topic though? Like when we're talking about quality of life, like isn't this totally separate from like whether or not you're able to impose your will and things
Yeah.
like that? Like that is
Oh,
separate
no.
from quality of
No.
life.
It's
then.
because he's a
No, actually,
leftist
no.
who
Hold
sees
on. No,
wealth as an
absolutely.
inherent struggle. He sees it
Stop,
as an
hon.
inherent zero-sum game
No,
between
it's not
the
a zero-sum
oppressor
game.
and
I
the
never
oppressees.
Hey, you're gonna stop. You're gonna fucking stop trying to speak for me.
Okay.
That's not what I believe. So
Fair
stop
enough.
fucking saying that. Okay,
Okay.
great. Yeah. No, I don't believe it's a zero-sum game. Not at all. But well, that's a different subject, so I'll just leave that alone for now. But being able to impose your will rather than being opposed on, right? Like yeah, tell that to, for instance, our undocumented immigrants here, right? Like the country is imposing its will upon them, right? Tell it to poor individuals who get hassled by the cops and then sometimes killed by those cops for no particular reason,
Dude,
right?
prisons
Either
are accurate.
for no fault of their own, right? Like there is being able to change the world around you, the local world. They didn't have a limited power, but the local world around you, to your whims. Actually, of course, it's a form of protection.
I would wager
right?
a prisoner in the United States in maximum security, if they get stabbed, they're more likely to live than if you were a Roman emperor that got attacked by the Victorian.
They had better. We have better. Medicine here.
Oh, we have better. So then, okay. So then,
I
thank you.
agree.
You're right. So,
Hold on. What did I say previously? Again, this is you not actually engaging.
No,
Because
I
said that
am
previously.
engaging
I talked
because
to you.
the
I
pride-
talked
because-
about,
but
hey,
you're
No,
not-
we
Gibbs,
talk
that's
about
not
this every
relevant.
fucking
No, no,
Friday.
it is
with
relevant
Corey.
because this is the point that I'm making, right? Is if you take the person of the worst and lowest of the low in American society, the gap between them and a highest level of a Roman emperor is so small, it's almost being negligible, right? Because we've advanced so far today. And this is someone that at one point in history, due to all the things you're saying, was literally a god for all intents and purposes. They were so high above the average person, they were literally a god. And right now, the average person in America is comparable to that. That is how quality of life has improved dramatically. You can talk about privilege and all these other things, but you're only proving my point, which is that we have advanced so far that this people can be doing dog shit in life here. You can live under a bridge and you're less likely to die from getting stabbed than if you're a Roman emperor. You're less likely to die from smallpox than if you're a Roman emperor. You're able to feed yourself probably better tasting food. If I go to Whataburger, arguably Whataburger might be better than anything a Roman emperor ever ate. You might might be able to go down to the Walmart and get some frozen foods out of there. And goddamn, don't show them what Totino's pizza rolls were. They probably would have started a war to invade that country. But now anybody can do it. And so when you're telling me this shit, you're not really being a serious person unless you're sitting here talking about like, oh, the privilege. You're coming from a place of privilege right now. Every time you argue this,
that is the argument.
Okay, great.
Well,
right.
we've kind of definitely reached the time where I do think some things are being a little oversimplified regarding the understanding of why people feel the way they are. So I'm not going to try to do that argument again because it's a bit long-winded and Gibbs going to interrupt me again. So I am instead going to ask Gibbs a question. Gibbs, do you think that the people who feel like they can't afford anything right now are delusional?
Should ask Hunter.
No,
in America.
No,
I don't think
not.
Hunter thinks that. I think he was arguing something else, to be honest.
No, I don't think. I mean, if they're by delusional, like I think they're just like
they're making it up in their head.
Crazy. No, yeah, I don't think they're making it up. I do think that the perceptions are skewed. I think that people have gotten sense of sort of comfort, and whenever they go online and see like Keeping Up with the Joneses, I think it makes people depressed. I think that technology has advanced so quickly, society hasn't really caught up to it, and I think that's driving a lot of depression and societal angst. But like in reality, I would say that yes, they're not delusional, and there are reasons why they believe the things they do. But the facts of the matter is that they are the best they've ever been for most people worldwide.
Well,
So
Rodell, just real quick,
Rodell,
just real quick, to put that in perspective, I mean when like a stat that's brought up a lot is that like 60% of Americans don't believe that they could afford $1,000 emergency, right? That when you're talking about 60%, we're talking when you look at the bottom 60%, we're including people who are making over $200,000 a fucking year at that point. And people who are making $200,000 a year also not being able to afford $1,000 emergency is fucking weird, dude. This is like when we're talking about putting these things in context is important because somebody who can makes like $40,000 to $60,000 a year, a lot of those people can easily afford $1,000 emergency because of the way that they portion their money, the way that they like the type of lifestyle that they live, whether or not they have roommates, but these are when people who go house broke and want to show off to all of their friends that they have such a nice house spend literally and I know this, I grew up in a very wealthy area where these people they called it house broke. I had to learn the term because it was a very common thing where they spent all of their money on their house and on their cars to impress their bosses and impress everybody else so they could get more deals and shit like that. And they struggled every fucking day and barely had anything in their fucking fridges and shit like that because
did
they were
feel like
trying
they had to wait. Did they feel like they had to do that to get deals?
Do you think this applies to the majority of Americans that complain about affordability?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I don't think the house broke thing does. I mean, I think that once again, I think it's like it's all perception.
Wait.
Like,
you said you wouldn't say that, Tom. Would you say that?
Would I say what?
Do you think the perception that you're eliciting in terms of the scenario you gave, do you think that applies to the majority of Americans that complain about affordability?
No, definitely not.
But it certainly contributes to some degree of them who are complaining.
Yes, I'm saying we're overinflating it when we're talking about 60%.
Yes,
we're well overinflating.
Definitely, there are people who are broke who are saying that they're broke and they're being very honest with the fact that they can't afford groceries.
But yeah, but this is the other thing though. Is like I think it's also like perception, like for the region, right? So if you're like making 60K in San Antonio, I could go to the bottle service.
Confirming majority, or are you not confirming majority? I need to get something clear. So
I'm
Tom,
saying I would not say
it's
60%. Okay, so when we're saying 60% cannot afford $1,000 emergency, I would say if we're being real and these people actually lived within their means, it would probably be closer to like 20%. But like I think those people truly can't afford a $1,000 emergency. It's just that I don't really care when you make $200,000 fucking dollars a year.
I'll give an example. There's something called lifestyle. Wait, hold on.
It can make sense.
The reason why I'm asking this is
it depends on the place where that happens.
Sure, if you live in New York City,
there are people. Yeah, and like in San Francisco, right? And people say like, well, it's your choice to live in San Francisco, but like if your job is there, if you're like part of the tech industry and your job is there, then you have to live in those that highly inflated.
Yeah, but you're not struggling for rent even in San Francisco with $200,000.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but in Texas,
but
but
yeah,
if you
people are
work like
struggling. Yes,
but if you
people
work in
can
like
struggle.
Texas at the .com air bubble we're having, right? Like not .com, the tech bubble we're having. Like you can make 60, 70K and you can live like a king. Like if you're making 60K here
Yeah,
in
no,
Texas,
I agree.
live in San
Yes, yeah,
Antonio,
that's
I
all
can do
I'm
You
bottle
could
service every
saying.
weekend at the
you
club.
could
Like,
say that. I
not
mean,
a problem.
I'm saying it's location.
that's a different bubble of
Yeah.
argumentation you can talk about with these people, and you can bring up certain factors on why they think the way they think, and how certain elements of people with extreme wealth have conditioned them to think this way in the first place. You can make that argument, but based off what I've been hearing from what you guys have been saying, you guys don't think the majority of the people have this kind of misguided notion. No, I'm assuming you think they're really struggling. So I just don't really understand.
We're saying
this,
very
this
specific. Yeah,
Okay, go
when we're
ahead.
talking about struggling, it's a very weird conversation that we're having because I've got a buddy
Okay.
of mine and he complains about being broke all of the fucking time, and he makes like 90K, and we live in I live in the middle of fucking Utah. Like it is not rent is not that expensive back here. Like obviously it's a
Does he
problem.
have credit card debt?
No, he spends all he earns. He has lifestyle inflation, which is a term where you consistently spend all the money that you give. And he plays video games all the time. He spends all his money on magic cards. He likes fucking entertainment. And there's nothing wrong with that inherently. Okay? He is
But that falls
struggling
in the-
wait, hold on. He is struggling in a sense because when he looks at his bank account, he does recognize, oh shit, wait, I'm gonna have to move money around to pay rent this time. And that like psychic damage genuinely does something to him because he keeps moving his money around, and yet he's also spending every time he gets his paycheck on like $2,000 worth of magic cards. And like
So
all I'm saying is that is some percentage of the percentage of people who are saying that they can't afford a $1,000 emergency.
That,
That
that's
is some
fine.
percentage.
And hold on,
Th-
wait, I
hold on,
wanna
hold on, hold
respond to
on.
what-
That's
what
fine,
Prime
but they
said real
exist.
quick.
They exist in the first bubble that I was listening to, and I do think there's a different conversation on why these people perceive the way they do. And I don't necessarily think that their struggle is unrealistic, considering how society is kind of made up. Regardless, I'm still speaking about the majority of the people that do not have $90,000 in their bank account. So my thing is, when we're having this conversation, and the reason why I use the word struggle, which you can use it as a generic term based off interpersonal, like,
Would you say
feelings
that
of
about
the
my
things that
friend?
you're going on. But I'm using it in the contextual term of understanding the people who actually are suffering under economic pressures
Okay.
based off current
Yes,
American
but that's,
Right, but when
that's
we
why I'm
look at
trying to-
that,
wait,
yes.
hold on, wait. That's why
Unless
I'm
you
trying
tell
to,
me these
like,
people
mention this
don't
is 'cause-
exist, then I'm trying to
No
understand.
one
what
said
you're
they don't
saying.
exist.
I'm not, they
I-
don't exist. Hold
No
on.
one said they don't
I
exist.
want to
We're
break
talking
from
about-
these
hold
two.
on.
Chill,
Wait,
chill.
wait, Ibs,
One,
hold on.
one.
Okay, so there was a period where like I was making like a $60,000 a year plus bonuses or $70,000 a year. I lived so fucking comfortably, dude. Like I could afford my rent so easily. I was buying
Okay.
so much extra shit, nice fucking TVs and everything, and still had so much money that I was putting into fucking stocks and bonds and saving up thousands of dollars. And it was so fucking easy for me. But the reason it was is because I worked in a fucking corporate job in Atlanta and I drove an hour every fucking day to get there and then drove back to the fucking suburbs. Atlanta is the second highest rent in America. It has the second highest fucking rent in America. I'm not
Okay.
fucking paying that shit. I'm driving an hour. And this is one small inconvenience to me to have a billion other conveniences in my fucking life that a lot of people choose not to take. A lot of people would rather live in Atlanta and live close to work and live in a nice area where they have nicer, there's a lot of like prestige that comes with living in Atlanta as well. And so there's choices that people make that makes it to where things are uncomfortable. And I think that we should improve that to make it to where people who live in
but
Atlanta,
it's-
people
it's
who live in New York
so-
City,
hold on,
that
it's
we are
simpler
able
than
to
that.
We're
live
over
in
time.
those
We're over
lives
time. You guys,
still.
I'll give you guys all outros.
this the
We're over time.
majority?
You can continue talking.
I just,
afterwards. We're
I'll
over
land
time.
very quickly.
Okay.
Yes, I'll land very quickly. Is that I think that we should still improve those things for Atlanta to where we are able to make it to where rent is more affordable. I'm not arguing against that. I am arguing that the rate at which we believe people are struggling is overinflated. Not that it doesn't exist, but that it is overinflated.
Give me a
would
percentage.
ex-
I,
I
need
just
to
want one
I'm trying to
scenario.
understand your frame of mind. I
Well, just-
need to understand how much you think these people are really struggling.
Well,
I'm
this is
trying
the
to
difference
understand.
between me and Tom and thing. This is just one sentence. All right, listen. In the world today, there are places in the world where there's and some of them are pretty advanced in Indonesia, right? Where you could go outside and get eaten by a python tomorrow. Like it literally happens to people at night.
Okay.
And guess what? Here in America, it is very unlikely, unless maybe you live in the Everglades, that you're going to get eaten by a fucking python or get eaten by a mountain lion. And these are not problems that we have. And so when you say you're struggling, yeah, it's relative. But if compared to someone in another country, the poorest person in America living under a bridge doesn't have to worry about getting eaten by a fucking predator. And I think that is something that we need to take into account. So yeah, maybe someone's not doing as good as the next one, but it's all perception, really. And I think that's kind of where I'm breaking from Tom.
Okay, so I'm gonna give everyone an outro here. You guys can still keep talking afterwards. Nothing's stopping you from doing
Find
that.
someone to stream out to.
I will. Thank you. Thanks for
That's an order,
reminding
Brian.
me.
Do it.
I'm very thankful.
Hey,
these
as the
people gave me-
moderator, Prime, can you make sure that you outro to someone?
Okay, thank you so much.
Good shit.
Thanks all for being here. Thank you. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. Follow the channel. Follow the channels on any of the platforms you happen to be on. You know the buttons to do that if you'd like to. Okay, I'll give an outro to each of these individuals, starting with our friend Hunter. Thanks so much for being here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm Hunter Kozak. I make videos on TikTok mostly. I'm on YouTube. I'm on Twitter. Follow me there. I'm a progressive. I like talking about positive ways that we can meaningfully change people's lives. I know it doesn't seem like it if you have Ollie's framework or if you listen to everything Ollie's saying. Well, you think that I'm just cool with exactly how it is, the status quo. I think there's a lot of meaningful changes that we can be doing to fix people's lives, and I love talking about them. To answer Riddell's question, I don't know if the poverty line is super fair, but about 10% of the U.S. population, I just looked it up, is under the poverty line. Those people are for sure not fucking joking about how difficult it is to live in America. It can be hell. And I've seen a lot of people's circumstances that really freak me out. And there's a lot of ways that we can implement UBI, that we can ensure that there are basic guarantees to those people who are living underneath the poverty line, and probably people above the poverty line too, because something that we don't really talk about is welfare cliffs that really fuck over. Honestly, there's a really good conversation about the fact that the worst people, the people who have it the worst, are the people right above the welfare cliffs rather than the people who are actually below the poverty line, because they usually get benefits like Medicare and
You're
WIC.
absolutely correct, by the way.
Anyway,
Absolutely correct.
Thanks for watching. Follow me on places. Thanks for having me, Prime. Hope I didn't annoy you too much. I'm sure I annoyed you a little bit, but hopefully not too much.
No. You were fine. No, it was a lot of fun actually.
Okay.
Next is our friend Gibbs. Gibbs, I'm very happy you were here.
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me back as always. Yeah, listen, I love coming on all these panels because, as much as Dems and Republicans hate each other, they'll never hate each other as much as liberals and progressives. And it is wonderful because they will keep eating each other alive. I'm a big fan. I was also very fun to have the liberals on the Republican side and speaking for the choice of sanity. Big fans of that. If you like what I had to say, check it out. I was on the Social Hour with Sean Kelly. We're going to be on that show should be posted soon. We'll let y'all know. Wednesday, we're going to be debating Destiny and some new person with Dragon Fist. It's gonna be exciting. That'll be a YouTube exclusive because Twitch has got him banned. So that'll be cool. So check that out. And we got a lot of new stuff coming up. It's good stuff. Thanks for always having me. And yeah, I'm also gonna raid some Big Titty EU off this. So big fan, guys. We're doing this in the manner of Prime. All things good. That's the way to do it. And that hits as always.
I wanted to say two things. First, in our DMs, Gibbs thought like the topic would be over in a half hour. It wasn't.
We did move off the main thing into whatever this is.
Only to the last half hour. So.
I said earlier to somebody that I was talking to, I said this is either going to turn into an abortion debate or something totally unrelated. It ended up being both. So
I did have a hint
for the most, and the abortion was related. Yeah, abortion was related to the topic, right?
Yeah, it was a good topic.
Yeah. Okay. And then the second thing I wanted to say is that, hey Gibbs, I didn't know all that stuff about your past. I didn't know you were adopted, and I know that stuff about your mother. And yeah, it's really fortunate. I just want you to know that I I love you, Gibbs. Right? I think you're a good dude. And I enjoy hanging out with you. Yeah, I'll hug.
yeah.
Hey, Tom, join them. You gotta
come join us, man.
And I want you to know that, like, if I ever call you degenerate, it has nothing to do with your father. It's because you are uniquely a moral individual.
Well,
And
that's
I
right.
think he
That's
should
right. I
that.
did this on my own. It's not his
Oh,
fault.
yeah.
It is because my
That's right.
decisions. That's right. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Yeah, how could he
Yeah,
have
but-
daddy issues if he didn't have a dad?
That's right. Actually, for the record,
He had
my
a
adopted-
dad.
Checks out.
Yeah, my adopted family is my real parents. Call my dad, and that motherfucker is a saint. Like now my mom.
Sure,
Yeah.
That's why he's a saint because he had to deal with her. So that you know what I'm saying? Like that's usually how
But
it
yeah,
works.
just I maybe I don't know how it interacts with your life, but my heart goes out to you, friend.
Well, I
That's
appreciate
all I'm
it. I
saying.
mean, yeah, I don't think about it, so it's all right. Thank you.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to our good friend Corey. Thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Always grateful to be invited. And I do. So I appreciate Hunter for all the engagement that you did in me and grilling you with my questions. I also have to comment that I do find it interesting that you had valid critiques of I think like Ali and Riddell, like not understanding the theory of mind of conservatives. But then I would say you seem to struggle with a theory of mind of understanding Ali and Riddell as well. But yeah, you
And
can find me
Prime.
and Prime, absolutely. But you can find me on Twitch, CoreyCam84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. Ali, Tom, Riddell, Gibbs, Hunter. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Wealth is zero sum. You either have it or you don't. Okay.
Was that Prime talking? I could have sworn that was Prime talking.
Dude, there's like
That's
two
for
of
sure
you.
something that only Prime would have
It's
been
like
saying.
there's two of you.
That was not me. I can tell you that. That was not me.
Let's go to Adele. Adele, you've been fantastic over these past few weeks, and we really want more of you. So I'm happy that you showed up tonight, and hopefully you'll show up in the future.
Yes, sir. These are interesting conversations. I don't really get to talk with a lot of people about politics. So that's not really my circles typically. With that said, Riddell, I am the host of the podcast called Purple Political Breakdown, where I talk about politics. Similar to Hunter, I prefer to talk about solutions, talk about things to improve the country. Of course, I'm heavily critical of things that I think are bad, i.e., like MAGA or other lefties that I really don't like either. But for the most part, I do want to push the country in a proper direction, and I do think understanding certain things in terms of like the issues that we currently have need to be dissected and analyzed and truly really understood on why people have certain point of views, because politics is only important when people understand people, to be honest. With that said, you can check out my podcast on all audio platforms. I also do live stream. I had a recent conversation with a great young progressive Ohio candidate who's running in Ohio. He was pretty cool, and I plan to talk with like more people. Of course, did a whole thing about Supreme Court packing, and that was very interesting. I'm not gonna lie. So with that said, check me out and to see some good conversation.
You pro or against score
Absolutely.
packing?
Yeah, there's only one right answer.
Amen. I do
Check out
think
the
there's some
podcast if you wanna
valid
find out.
there's some valid things there. I'm not all the way there.
We'll get you
I'm
there, don't
definitely
worry.
pro term limits. I'm pro ethics reform. And I do think the court packing argument is extremely valid, especially when you know
Hell
for
yeah.
a fact in 2016 MAGA started it. So I just want
True.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally not fascist or socialist at all to want to pack the court and subvert the Constitution. Totally. Yeah.
that's why we've done it.
I also
multiple
think
times
that in
throughout American history.
2016, when
So-
fucking shit, what is his? I can't remember. his
Exactly.
name.
You
McConnell?
forget
Mitch
yours is
McConnell?
not
No,
a thing.
McConnell. Yeah, McConnell. Fucking.
McConnell.
What'd you
Fake
say?
news. But
Um,
nothing. Nothing.
Okay. So let's go to our friend Tom. Tom, I also learned some things about you, friend. And I'm also again happy that you made it through those very rough times. You've always been really fun and positive person to be around. So whatever those times you were dealing with before, it seems that made you stronger. So shout out to you, friend.
Appreciate it. I did want to ask Hunter. I was literally going to ask, what is your position on court packing?
Oh, it's based as fuck.
Okay,
Love to
thank you.
hear it.
I do you have Discord?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's in the
pretty sure we're
Discord
all
thing
in a
with
group
you.
call
The
right
Discord
now.
group
Added
DM.
you.
Oh, we
Yeah, the
are in a
group
group
DM.
call.
Did I? I
Yes,
think I
send
added
me
you
a-
as
send
a
me
friend.
Tom muted it the moment he joined. He's like, I don't want to hear this from these mother.
Yeah, true.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send you a DM later.
Okay.
So
I actually really like the last conversation that we got into because it is part of something that I talk about very regularly. Is that I do think like within the populist rhetoric that is growing in America, that we are primed to be unhappy with everything regardless of how good it is. And especially I think like within our politics, I think that a lot of people think things are a lot more corrupt and a lot worse off within our government than they actually are. And I think it's the same for the economy. This isn't to say that there aren't problems. Like the middle class is shrinking, and there are definitely issues with the differences between the privileges that the ultra wealthy have when it comes to lobbying and getting things that they want done that poorer people don't have. And so there are issues with the wealth gap, but that there are issues with a wealth gap inherently, I don't agree with that. And I think that like people are able to make it. And it seems as though from after COVID, there were tons of studies done showing that a growing amount of millennials were choosing to work less and were averaging about 30 hours a week, which to me was a triumph for the economy, that it showed that a lot of people were able to just choose not to spend the majority of their time at work, that they valued personal time. They valued playing video games. They valued hanging out with their girlfriends and hanging out with their friends and, doing all sorts of other things more than making money. And that to me says, oh, wow. So these people are capable of paying their bills on less time working and are able to then have more leisure time. This is a huge W for us. And I like to hear it. I like to see it. It's also causing a lot of problems within our workforce because we're having less people who are working and causing labor shortages. But we'll get a bunch of immigrants in here to fix that.
Hell
once we
yes.
get Gavin Newsom in office. But
hell yes.
These are issues that I think are very important and really good conversations that I think should be had more. Is the state of our economy, how bad it is in reality. And I would say that like it's probably about 20 to 30% of people actually are truly struggling to some extent. I think people who make $40,000 a year or less are going to have a hard time, and especially if they have to live in a big city where things are a lot more expensive across the board. They even have to pay like $12 a fucking cigarette carton sometimes in New York. Like it's it can be really expensive to live in certain places. But in the words of the great Ben Shapiro, just move. I think smart idea.
uh, and last but not least, we had our friend Ali, who it's always interesting, like which topics you end up being the center of. Like it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it gets pretty explosive. So I like to see it when like you're out there fighting the whatever good fight is that you're involved in, and like how you approach it, how you argue it, because you usually do it very differently from a lot of how the rest of us do it. So anyway, I was just happy just to watch you work, whether I agreed with you or not. But yeah, shout out to you, Brent.
Yeah. Yeah. So what I will say is, listen, I have no problem admitting a lot of you guys are a lot smarter than me. You guys do a lot more research. You guys do research, period, right? You know statistics and you know history, and I am simply what I like to call the voice of the everyman, right? This is just like I see the topic, I have an opinion, this is my opinion, then I get yelled at for it. And I watch everyone else get yelled at, which probably have kind of the same opinion as me. They have the same feeling as me, right? Which Hunter, like to your point, I don't have to say anything. I think a lot of people are disillusioned with like the Democrats. I think a lot of people are disillusioned with like your basic liberalism. I think your average American, your left-leaning American is looking around the world and they're seeing other countries develop and kind of get like the free shit that they want. They just want the free the free healthcare and the free college and the free school. I think these things help, right? And I think during COVID, you saw a lot of Americans not go to work because there was a lot of government assistance being handed around and passed around during these. There was a lot of rent stoppages or like rent short, whatever it may be. The people had more money. They were able to have more time. I actually couldn't work for like a year and a half during the pandemic. I wasn't going out of my way to get a job. I was going to ride that government benefit. But like Hunter, what's going on is I think the people online are too smart. You guys are looking at the statistics, and then you're not looking at the average person who doesn't give a fuck about the statistics and only gives a fuck about how they feel, right? They give a fuck about how they feel and what they're seeing. Like to your point, yeah, that your friend's making $90,000 a year, but he's kind of in a loop of like, well, I made this kind of money, so I should be living this kind of lifestyle. This was what was kind of a little bit promised to me. I like magic cards. Magic cards are expensive, especially if you want to build certain decks. You want to buy certain cards. It just is. So people get looped into lifestyle. So it's like the amount of money you make. Yeah, there's the competing with the Joneses, but you don't just get to stop because like, what was the point of making the money? The money isn't just to like. The money's to spend, the money's to buy. That is what America is. I make money, I get to buy. I shouldn't be in fear of losing my job or losing these opportunities and losing these things. But we see that like a lot of people are disillusioned. We're looking around the world. Everyone seems to be living a better life. Maybe it's the propaganda, right? But like you guys are like not in touch with your base. You haven't even gotten to the Free Palestine part yet, right? We've been in so many panels. I ended every time Free Palestine. But like we haven't even gotten there. We haven't even agreed on that yet. And you want like right now, the only reason you're winning is because you have an anti-Trump party. I'm sorry. But yeah, thanks Prime for having me.
Ollie, I learned a fact for you, by the way, just because you liked this fact last time. Are you ready for this? More people die from lightning strikes worldwide than gun homicides in the United States each year.
More people in the UK die from heat exhaustion than gun violence.
Yeah,
per capita, if you adjust it.
I said that one too, and you didn't like that one either.
Gibbs, that's a
this is something I've literally been talking about for like a year. It's funny that everybody else is all of a sudden saying this.
I'm not gonna lie, Tom. I think I saw you say that statistic,
gun-related other stuff.
And I'm regurgitating it.
Wait, what statistic?
That per capita, more people in the UK die of heat exhaustion than Americans die of.
I always say it's from more people who die from not having AC than people die from guns in the US, but it's not really.
I learned that.
But yeah,
I learned that gun fact just for you,
while.
Ollie. Just for you. I thought of you this week when I learned that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, shout out. I do think oftentimes when we have conversations about, like these, that I was definitely in the camp before, was like understanding the statistical probability of things that
I
are
already
actually
rated out,
happening.
just so you know, so you guys can do
I
whatever.
was gonna rate out. Y'all be good. Thanks for having me.
I'm down to chat.
Shout
Yeah,
out.
I can hang for a little bit.
I will say I do think that oftentimes people have like I was in the camp where like I understood the statistical probability of these things, and people are not really meeting the statistical reality to what they're perceiving. But at the same time, when it comes down to politics, you got to be able to engage with people and how they're feeling and what they're experiencing.
No. I agree that but that's what I feel like the role is of the pundits rather than the politicians. Like I see us occupying different niches, and I do think that the politicians what?
The pundits don't do that anymore. They don't engage with the people's feelings.
They're bad about it.
Almost no, they do rhetoric. They do propaganda for the politicians. So if Trump wants to tell everybody that the immigrants are invading, that everything sucks, that you need to get rid of the Democrats to fix everything, then all of the Republican pundits immediately jump on board and start saying the same things, that all of your problems are because of the immigrants. And I think on the left, a lot of the same problems is like, oh, we need to blame the elites in the establishment. We need to blame them for all of our problems, and they're the ones who are making everything suck. They're all corrupt. Like, and this is I think this is part of the problem, is that the rhetoric is like, I think, making people believe that things are a lot worse than they are in reality. It's not to say people don't struggle, it is to say that it's not as bad as they make it out to be.
And Ollie, can I just say, I do feel a little frustrated when you talk about the everyman, how I'm completely blind to the everyman. I don't know, like I go to a community college right now, and I work with like I work in a treatment center for kids with like who've been in some really shitty situations. Like I feel like I know people's perspectives, and I think whatever. Like that's what polling is for, so that we don't feel biased. Because I obviously have whatever. Like I probably think I'm biased to think that there are way more Republicans than there actually are because I live in Utah, you know. And it's like I would be wrong to think, oh man, everyone cares about trans people in sports because that's what everyone around me is constantly talking about. That doesn't make, like, that's sort of what polling is for, so that we can sort of remove ourselves from the bias. And I feel like you probably have similar biases to make you think that Free Palestine is a guaranteed winning issue, and that's all politicians need to do is just talk about that, and they'll win primaries. When we've seen that doesn't really work out all the time. There's a lot of situations which politicians like
No,
go
I'm
really
saying
aggressively on that messaging and then
I'm saying
lose.
that they haven't even learned to engage in that, right? There isn't even an agreement amongst the party in the left, right? That what is the stance? And there isn't even a conversation.
Well, no, wait, hold on. You keep saying that, but then also tuning out all the politicians who are having this conversation. Like, I think Ossoff, I think Buttigieg, I think a lot of these people are having conversations about Palestine. They're having these conversations about rent. They're having these conversations about Trump. Like, I don't like, you're not really listening. Yeah, go ahead.
No, my issue is that I'm hearing these conversations and you hear them forever, but then when I say the reality on the ground is it doesn't feel like anything is changing or things just kind of get worse. And then you're like, but no, statistically, and if the polls, it's like,
Wait.
well, if I say Tom's point earlier that well, he was making 70K a year with some bonuses, but he was able to live it up because he was living an hour outside of the city, right? Well, you should be able to live in the city. The city should be the city should be able to be afforded to the people who work within the city, but it's not. Yeah, but the issue is it's not. And then we keep saying and we keep saying, well, we're gonna make the rents cheaper.
Yeah.
Right. And it's like, well, I don't really see a world where the rents get cheaper. I know the abundance argument. I promise you, I know the abundance argument.
Okay.
My thing is, I don't think these people are the people who are building the buildings are fighting for us, right?
I think. Do you really think that everywhere should be cost the same though? Do you think that
I think you should be able to live in the city you work in. Yes.
Obviously,
I don't think that everybody should be able to afford to live everywhere, though. I think some places.
No. I live where you work, though. I never said live everywhere. I said live where you work.
I understand that, but you have to understand that when we say live everywhere, people have to work everywhere. There's going to be a McDonald's on every fucking corner all over the place. Just because there's a McDonald's there doesn't mean that you have to be able to afford to live there. When I'm saying some places can be more expensive, that doesn't mean that they don't have McDonald's.
Tom, this is the first time that that you lost me. I don't know what you're referring to because obviously there's got to be people who work those McDonald's who have to live there.
And then what should they do? Just get fucked?
Well, that's okay. So
I don't know because I do think that every city should be affordable.
Some places be okay. I don't think every place should be affordable to everyone. I think that it's okay for some places. I mean that it's okay for some places to be right now. I grew up on a road that's known for having just 5,000 square foot houses and up, $300,000 houses and up. Well, that was in early 2000s. They're probably a lot more now, but that area is insanely expensive, and there's still McDonald's and Taco Bells and shit like that on that road. And I don't know that the people who live in that area or work in that area need to be able to live.
Sure, I think I might have. Hold on. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, I think that there's a distinction between living in an area of the city and living in that city. Obviously, somewhere in that city should be pretty damn affordable and close enough to those McDonald's. There's some really rich, nice houses that are right next to me, and there's some poor places nearby too, and there's a McDonald's next to the rich people.
But you understand that even just building an apartment complex, even just a normal apartment complex that's maybe in the middle of Nebraska, it'd be $1,000. When you build it next to a bunch of mansions, that apartment complex is going to get more expensive because of
which is my argument.
Want to live in the area around those people because they get a lot of benefits.
Right, but there's
usually my argument.
But why exactly?
But there's higher demand. There's higher demand, which just means that we need to facilitate what that would supply.
You keep that's what I keep trying to explain this to you. Just because there's higher okay. I'm going to do this one more time, and then maybe Tom will be able to illustrate it better than me. But I lived in Detroit. I lived in Midtown Detroit. My rent wasn't that expensive. It was $1,200 a month, right? But then if someone built a new apartment in Detroit, right, that rent, because it's probably going to be a little bit nicer, was $1,700.
Yeah,
that didn't make my rent any cheaper.
Yes, it does.
No, it didn't. I was still paying $1,200.
Okay,
wait, I was still paying $1,200, and then the following year they wanted to up it to $1,350.
Okay.
So my rent doesn't get cheaper.
No,
just because there's a more expensive apartment next to me.
I understand what you're saying.
That's it.
Allocation goes up because, largely speaking, there are more people who are living in that area. That the demand has also increased with the supply.
But there's new people. There's an influx of people who want to move into the city.
That's
it's not just the people within the city.
Correct.
That's
demand.
Yes.
So, but yeah, but it's a higher demand at that price. So they're still moving into a $1,700 apartment.
Yes.
My apartment, once again, is not cheaper, and if anything, the
Of
following
course.
year is going to get more expensive.
Possibly, yes.
Yes.
So then, like, when you guys say we're gonna make living cheaper,
Yes.
it's not it's cheaper compared to the expensive
Okay,
apartment,
hold
but
on.
it's not a
Hold on.
cheaper, like, it's not cheaper.
Okay.
It's
there's-
still more expensive
there's
for me to live there.
Oh,
two
so
things.
you're arguing against the abundance
Yeah,
philosophy.
yeah.
No. I'm for like I'm for abundance and building like new apartments.
you
And
don't
I
think
understand that, like, I want people to live in cities more, but I'm sick of being told that
Two
it's
things.
going to make rent cheaper for people
It
or
does.
more accessible. It's not.
Two
The
does.
rent stays
No,
the same
it
for the
still
people.
does.
If
It still
anything,
does.
increases.
It still does. I can explain why.
Doesn't.
No. It doesn't
Go
for
ahead, go ahead.
you. It doesn't for you. And I know you keep saying, okay, but there's a
Me, the
mansion
individual
nearby.
who's living there.
No, wait. Yes, for sure. Just
Okay.
hold on. Allocation gets increased. So because Detroit built more housing, more people moved away from different cities into Detroit, right? You had an influx of a bunch of other people. That
Correct.
decreased demand in other places.
Yeah, so I'd have to move out of the city that I'm living in.
Wait, hold on. Rent got cheaper from those places that they moved from. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. If you have a
No,
negative,
wait,
yes.
no,
If you have a negative population,
Wait. So I'm from Dearborn, which is the city right next to it's a suburb, right?
Okay.
In the surrounding suburbs around Detroit, even as as they're building new apartments and stuff, the rents in the homes are just competing with the apartment prices. Like the home rentals are like I think the average right now is like 16 to 1700. Everything is still going up. So like just because people left a suburb or are leaving a suburb, they're not leaving in mass enough to make like the rent go down in those areas.
Wait, why not? Why wouldn't that be the case?
Because there's still like there's new families, there's always people looking for houses within suburbs, within things like so on. So there's always people like moving.
Obviously, housing supply needs to outpace population growth, right? Otherwise, we're not actually building more housing. We're just keeping up with population. That doesn't do shit. That keeps the situation exactly the same, which is why building. So if we just build we build a place for every. If we just build exactly how supply is
demand
going,
doesn't go up if you outpace it.
Yes.
Demand does not go up. So if like this is when Trump and JD Vance, I use this as an example regularly because when they were talking about the Haitians were eating the cats and dogs and crap like that in Ohio Springfield, Ohio.
Springfield,
a lot of people started did a bunch of documentaries about the fact that yes, there are tons of Haitians moving into Ohio, into Springfield, and then this is causing so many problems. They would talk to all of these people and they'd be like, yeah, all these Haitians are coming in and now everything's getting expensive because they're upping the prices for all of these people who are getting all this government money and blah, blah, blah. It wasn't true, but the truth of it was that tons of Haitians were actually moving into Springfield at a really high rate, buying up all of the fucking properties to where there was there wasn't anywhere left. They didn't build at a high enough rate, even though they had a bunch of new jobs being created in Springfield. They didn't have new housing there. And so when there isn't new housing, yes, the demand shoots up. But if you're outpacing the amount of people who are moving in, demand isn't going up. It's just
and just to be clear, wait, hold on. And just to be clear, you can build housing, but if it doesn't outpace the immigration, then you will actually see rents increase.
Agreed.
So even if you can point to an apartment building getting built and point to your rent going up, but those aren't causal. We need to factor in the immigration.
So then my only issue with that, and then the thing I need to be convinced of in this argument is that you guys want builders like landlords, people who to build enough buildings so that they're outpacing demand, which loses them money, right? So that
which the bill that Trump isn't signing currently, it was like part of that is to build more housing.
Who builds more housing?
It doesn't.
Wait, who builds more housing?
What? Developers?
With the bill that the builders, but then
developers.
Why aren't they losing money if they're outpacing the demand?
Because if I can make 2 hamburgers and I sell them for $5, but then I can sell 10 hamburgers and the price has to decrease to $4.50, I'm actually still making more money because the margins multiply over 10. So I still have more apartment buildings because I can operate more, even though rent is decreasing.
Okay, that's fair. Then the only other issue is you have to convince people of like to be acceptant of the timeline that this happens in, right?
Sure.
Because right now the argument is anti-freeze the rent,
Well,
which for the people who are living in the apartments that they can barely afford is that like that's the solution for them is that hey, we want to be able to just
I
pay this
understand.
consistent rate,
But it's
but
not a
you
long-term solution.
It's not even a
well,
short-term solution either.
it has to at least coincide with how long it takes to build against demand, right? So like if it takes 30 years to build beyond demand, then we have to freeze the rent for 30 years, correct? Or not? No,
What?
I'm literally so
I'm not
like
when
freezing the rent has to be temporary.
I wouldn't say
that was
freeze the rent at all. I wouldn't. I think it's a bad policy regardless.
well, you
I
think it's a
mean, I'm
bad
pretty sure
policy
that's what
because long
Mamdani is trying to
term.
do right now in
No.
New York.
No, because short term
Right,
as well.
but if you do freeze the rent, nobody is going to build there because then
Yes,
it's
exactly.
not
It
profitable. So
disincentivizes profit.
like they're not because
Well,
you
why? If
would
the
have to
rent is
say
going to go
they
down if they
also
build anyways,
because
what difference does it make if the rent
because
is
Because
frozen
they
at
can't
all?
make their
also have to
margins.
wait 30 years before yes, they would also have to wait 30 years before they could actually make a
So
profit.
so here I'll explain it this way. If you when you raise rents, it's almost certainly to pay for stuff like maintenance costs or things like
I
that.
mean, it can be, but most of these landlords don't actually put that money back into maintenance costs, which is why we've seen a lot of apartments,
Well-
particularly in New York, that haven't been kept up. Which is why
agree.
Mamdani's kind of like, well, freeze the rent. If you guys haven't paid to update your shit, you're making all this money.
Sure.
You need to put it back
Sure.
in before you raise the rent on people.
Sure, but we can look at margins of landlords, and it does seem like housing is in particular some of the more competitive markets out there. There doesn't really seem to be like a monopoly or even an oligopoly of like just a few housing organizations. Honestly, most landlords are mom and pops, so they don't have this like organization, and they do have to compete against each other. So the margins are fairly slim. Now, obviously,
And
there's
it's
gonna be
becoming
corruption.
less, just to be clear, it's becoming less because a lot of people are not meeting their margins. They're not making enough money and they're losing a lot of their property. And the only people who are coming in and buying it up, they're getting it through auctions. And so now it does end up getting condensed by people.
The real concern when it comes to rent freezes is twofold. And by the way, I actually have a debate on rent freezing tomorrow, so you guys should check that out on WIC TV because I'll be there.
Are you debating?
arguing.
Oh,
I actually don't know. I don't know if
You
they
don't
told
know.
me.
Talking about rent freeze.
Yeah. So there's
I'm not a big abundance bill guy, so
there's two big concerns. The first is that if owning a building, owning an apartment building for housing is not profitable, they'll simply shift to another industry. They'll shift to a business or to like a restaurant. They'll convert the building because they're like, we can't make money here. Okay, lumber costs too much, inflation costs too much. We need to increase those rents. We're actually losing money on this apartment. But no one is putting rent controls on businesses. No one's putting rent controls on restaurants. We can make as much money as we can if we just convert this into a McDonald's. So they shut the whole place down, they reconvert it into a McDonald's, and then that takes more housing off of the market. All of those people in that house get displaced now. They have to move, they have to shift out of this apartment and go to other places. And now, because of the second issue, which is that developers don't want to build if they feel like they can't make their profits anymore. So now other developers aren't moving, and it basically just displaces people and makes them shift elsewhere. And they're like, "What the?" Yeah, go ahead.
Don't they also get displaced if they can't afford their rent if it keeps going
Yes,
up?
I agree, of course.
So then, like, what
The solution
are we doing
the
here?
solution is to increase the housing supply. I don't know what to tell you. Yes, sure.
Yeah, so but like in order to increase the housing supply, you're having to tell people it's going to be like 20, 30 years. I don't know how fast people
20,
are
30 years.
I mean, how fast are people building like buildings across America?
Okay, wait, hold on. First off,
Like, there's consistently zoning laws and shit.
Yes, and I'm in favor of
they're trying to
disabling
deregulate
almost
a lot
all
of
of them.
those.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I know they're trying to deregulate, but the issue is we keep going back and forth in this country.
Wait, hold on.
You know?
I don't know what your solution. You keep saying, yeah, but
I-
that's a solution,
I don't
but
have
it's hard
a solution.
to implement.
No. I don't have a solution, which is why I'm telling you people like leftists are gaining like the traction that they are because it's like
yeah, because they're
we-
lying to people. They're saying
no,
it's an easy solution that we can
they're
fix
lying
in
to
2
people.
seconds.
It's not because they're lying to people. It's because the perception is like they saw Trump get into office and it feels like he just does whatever the fuck he wants,
I know,
and his base seems to be happy.
Mhm.
But it seems to be analogous to what it is that we're talking about with Trump. Just
Yeah,
saying,
I know,
blaming
but like
everything on
it just-
immigration.
yeah.
like if we're not giving people the correct problem, we're also not going to be able to give them the correct solution.
What it feels like,
we
Ollie,
have to actually.
the issue is that
But
sometimes
well,
it feels
just
like
real
you're
quick,
like, wait, hold on.
I do want to say,
Okay.
I just do want to say that, like, the main problem that we have currently is that our issues are too complicated for the average person to understand.
That's exactly
And
what
the
I'm getting
last thing that a politician can do is stand up there and go through all of the fucking data and explain markets to people and go through like algorithms and crap with folks.
Well, I don't
That's
think they
not
would
gonna
care
win.
anyways. If they can't
do that.
afford their rent, none of that
Yes,
matters.
we agree.
And if they
We
have to get
agree.
displaced, it doesn't matter.
Right,
So, like,
that's exactly. And so that's what we're saying is that they can't even give a real solution because real solutions aren't going to win.
And
so they
yeah,
have
because the
to
only
give
solution that
shorter-
applies
it-
here,
it-
because,
I would
because the
say
only
it really-
solution that
it really
applies for them is
depends.
freezing their rent.
No.
That's the
a
only
lot of
solution that
this-
applies
No.
to
Wait,
them.
hold on.
To be
Yes,
honest, a lot of
in
this
their-
needs to be rerouted to
doesn't.
more local politics. This is why, like, Mom
does.
Dami just got in and everybody's feeling happy about him, even
Yeah.
though he hasn't drastically changed anything. But it seems like he's doing something consistently because he's so apparent and
Charismatic.
obvious and
Yeah.
also charismatic. So a
Charismatic
lot
is,
of
is a
it-
huge thing, but I just want
It
to
is.
say it feels so aggravating because I'm pointing out that this is a bad policy. It feels good. It does. I understand where you're like, you see the number go up and you go, just stop that. Just fucking just stop that.
It doesn't.
And
Wait,
it
why
feels-
is rent freezing a bad policy?
I just went over the two issues. It
I
leads to
know. I just
displacement
wanted
and
to repeat it because I do question the idea of why, and this is kind of something a little bit intrinsic that I'll eventually go over in my own time.
Okay.
Why do we have to treat housing as an investment property?
What, like I fundamentally, of course, I agree with you. Of course, I think that it's bad that housing is an investment. For one, it's I don't even understand that question because, of course, I'm against that.
Yeah, when you say why do we have to, like, wait,
I 100% agree with you.
is-
Of course, we shouldn't be.
Well, I think if we should probably reroute. I don't know how you would do that, so that's why I would have to do.
Yeah, there's a lot of things we can I can go through just the YIMBY talking points, which are we need to bypass environmental regulations to increase infill housing. Environmental regulations have been so overburdened in the legislative
Agreed.
process, where essentially all that someone can do is they can just point to a house and they're like, we have so many different mechanisms to prevent that from being built so that my specific market price goes up. And what's good for the landlord is unfortunately really bad for the tenant. So like, because they see it as an investment opportunity, they decrease the amount of housing in any particular area, and they can do with a lot of different mechanisms like environmental regulations. Now, there's like 3 different layers that they can use for infill housing, which if you essentially what that means is like 2 houses and then there's a house in between. If these 2 houses got fucking accepted by environmental regulations, why can't you put a third one there? That feels crazy. You obviously environmental regulations are somewhat important. We shouldn't build houses on top of lakes or whatever. We shouldn't drain rivers or something to build a house there. But if there are houses in that area anyway, it's obviously been approved and we should be able to prove it. And there's a lot of different mechanisms that California is actually trying to bypass right now. Shout out Tom Steyer because he was one of the few people who was really fucking pushing for this shit.
The billionaire?
Yeah, he was huge. He was huge in this.
I'm just trolling.
No, but like
no, I'm
that's
with you.
one policy. I could go over so many different policies.
Environmental regulations, and I'm sure that I am
Zoning.
also curious though about the whole aspect of people who want to keep it this way. So this is another big part and issue that you need to really resonate with the people is people getting very much involved because I'm sure you know the NIMBYs want to keep it the way they are,
Yes.
of course,
Because
they don't want to lose value.
It
of
increases
their
their
home.
bottom dollar 100%.
And they're probably more problematic than the individual, the institutional investors. that people
1
have been talking
million
about.
percent. And that's the real black pill when it comes to housing policies is that the actual issue is 65% of America who own houses and just don't want to see their property value go down. So they prevent rent from increasing at any turn that they can. And it like that is the black pill. It's not corporations. It's not billionaires. Sure, they're not helping the situation, but it's also just our fellow Americans who just don't want. They want your rent to increase because they bank off of it. Most landlords are mom and pops who go to their city council meeting, shut down any attempt to actually alleviate the situation, and then bankroll it. And then we go, oh, but the billionaires, and it's genuinely and whatever. I'm not trying to. There's a lot of issues.
So
that
fuck them.
billionaires
We
are all-
freeze their rent. We freeze their rent. They have to keep their rent, or they got to sell their house.
Yeah,
at a
and then they
loss. Fuck
fucking
'em.
they stop being landlords, and then no one's
Yeah.
landlords anymore.
Sell them.
No,
Sell
stop,
it to-
stop,
sell it-
stop,
sell
stop,
it at a loss.
Sell to
Sell it at a
who?
loss.
Sell to who?
Yes, but
At a
only the
loss.
big
no,
corporations
no, no,
are
no.
going
They
to be able to
convert it. They don't
afford
just
them.
sell. They don't just sell.
Yes,
they
but-
convert it.
So
Yes, no,
No,
not
that's
only are
fewer
they
housing
converting
for
them-
everyone.
So basically
You
the
feel like a
all-
toddler who's just like,
this is
let's
the
just
issue.
tear it
This
all
is
down
the
and
issue.
just-
This is the issue. You're not making it sexy when
I
basically
agree,
all I'm hearing.
but
I'm
trying to treat
hearing is
I'm trying to
all I'm
treat
hearing
Americans
is
like
the
adults
renter.
here.
All I'm hearing is the renter has to go fuck himself because the stats
No,
say
I'm
this.
not saying
That's
that.
what
No,
is
no,
you
no,
are
it's
saying.
not.
That's what's being said. That's what's
It's
being said. That is
not.
what's
We're
being said.
trying to say
Your
we're
rent has
trying
to go
say
up
that-
because
It doesn't have to
because
go
the-
up. It can go
we're saying
down.
that
Does.
freezing the
What would you
rent
think
is
of like
going to
renters
cause
being
more
able to
pro-
own
Wait,
rooms? I know that's
on,
like
can you
something
guys hear
that's
me?
been done in like other
Yes, we
countries.
can.
where
They're
they
just
can
ignoring
own
you, Tom.
rooms.
what the fuck is happening? Okay, so we're saying that the problem is that we are hurting the renters long term.
Yes.
Like we are hurting them. Not only
Don't
are
shrug,
they like
that
so
matters.
Every way.
the one
If you
Every
lose the
way
builders,
one-
you are.
No,
Hold
we
on, wait,
don't.
we said that there's three main issues. Is that one, like yes, there's going to be less building, but two, even for the people who are like currently living there, they're not going to get as much upkeep. They're not going to get upgrades. They're not going to get like
Yeah.
they're not going to have as much people who are going to be able to come in and fix the dishwasher when it's down or come like
A lot
And
of
it's
places
really
don't get
difficult
things
to move.
anyway, and the
Stop.
rent is still
It's
going
gonna be
up.
yes,
worse.
but you're saying
It's
that
gonna be
there's going to be
worse.
less.
It's gonna
Yes,
be
we're
worse,
saying it's
dude.
less.
I know it's going to be worse, and you're saying it's going to get better once we have an abundance, and I'm saying it's going to take too long to
It
have an
doesn't.
abundance.
It takes one fucking year if we all just fucking get on board. It genuinely. I live in
Okay,
a 15
but we all
minute.
have to
hold
get
on,
on
hold
board,
on.
and you
Yes.
don't even have the average American on
yes.
board because you have NIMBYs
yes.
and YIMBYs.
Because
like
you're
we have
fucking, you're
transfer-
fucking
That's-
doomering,
exactly.
going, we can't
Yes.
fucking
I'm not
solve
doomering.
this. Get on
I'm
board
not
with me,
doomering.
and then we
I'm
can
not,
fix
I'm not
the
doomering.
situation.
This is what I'm saying by you're not. You don't like. I'm simply saying that people can't afford their rent, and the rent keeps going
I
up
know.
every year.
I
And
know.
for them, freezing the rent is the only thing that
I
makes sense.
know. I know.
And then you're saying, well, no, these people are idiots. It's gonna fuck them over in the long term. It's gonna fuck them
No,
over in the
we've said-
short
we've
term
said we
too.
understand that the majority of these people
So-
can't understand these things because it's
Yeah.
not easy to explain it to everybody in a way that's
Yeah.
digestible. And so the problem is that like the people who are in charge, they do have to be able to encourage people that they're going to fix things and give them a solution that makes enough sense to get into office in the first place, but then
That's-
also go do the thing that's going
but
to
then,
actually
but
help
then
that
also
person.
on top of that,
I could fix this with
I
education
feel
and
like
government involvement.
I'm what?
I could fix this with better education.
That's
and
what- here's what pisses me off.
mandated
That's-
and
Here's what.
mandated
No, just pause.
government involvement.
Here's
You
what pisses
understand
me
that
off.
right now
That
we're
is what
going through
I'm
education
doing.
and we
I'm-
still can't even get
I'm
people to get on board
educating
with
All
it.
I'll
right
probably go
now.
education dog shit.
I'm educating. I'm showing you the graphs. I'm showing you the surveys. I'm showing you all of
Oh,
the
I'm
different
with you.
mechanisms
I
of
hear
the
you.
economic behavior and showing how incentivization works. And you're like, stop educating people. They don't want to be lectured to. I'm like, okay, what the fuck then? What the fuck? Like, I don't. What?
No, I mean, I think the abundance thing's already been selling, so a lot of people are there. People
I
are starting.
agree.
It's
I
starting to
agree.
become bipartisan in terms of cutting regulation and cutting red tape. Like
Once
people
we
are already
fucking
getting
get
on
rid
board
of Trump.
as well. For sure, I do think this movement is going in the proper direction.
I agree.
I also think people need to reroute messaging to have all these people focus on their local politicians because that tends to determine a lot of these more than federal
100%
government
agree.
involvement. So like,
What, like
for
genuinely,
sure.
one of the biggest issues when it comes like genuinely, if I had a magic wand to fix this situation, what I would do is I would just have fucking college students change their addresses to the house they actually fucking live in. Because one of the most common situations is they do it to their house that they live in, and then they don't get sent like ballots. They don't care about the situation because they just vote in another state that they don't even live in. And like college students are the ones who are the most impacted by new housing, and they don't fucking show up to city council meetings. All you get are these fucking boomers who are 80
ain't
years
mad at
old
that, to be
and want to
honest.
sell their houses, even though they're never going to sell their houses.
Bring back
They're
the
like,
town hall.
like
As
sure.
that's actually a real
What do
statement.
you-
Bring
what
back
do you think-
the town hall.
What do you
What-
think of renters owning rooms like they do it in other countries?
I think
I'm
it's
gonna
a
take
bad
off,
idea.
guys. Love the conversation, even though I
Ali.
pissed you off. So hope I didn't piss you off
Yeah,
too much.
No,
Hunter, you
never,
know?
never.
Oh,
You're
wait,
always good.
Ali,
You can't piss me
I
off
did
too
want
hard.
to, if I could, just real quick. I meant to say
Yeah.
this earlier and I totally forgot. Okay. I maybe we can get into this later, but I wanted to clarify because after the last panel, I had a bunch of people who were mad at me, and I realized that like I didn't explain this in the last one. there was a part where you were talking about like APAC politicians all being corrupt, and that like the fact that like Democrats, even Democrats, don't want all of this money going to Israel for military. And I kept saying like, dude, all of these people were elected in the early in like 2012 and 2014. Like, why are you making such a big deal? I was like, they're not corrupt. And everybody in my chat is like, who fucking cares? Like, what does that have to do with anything? And I don't know that it made any sense. But my point was that the people who got elected in 2012 and 2014, which is by far the majority of Democrats, they are that like Democrats, by far the majority of Democrats were still pro-Israel at the time. And normally like politicians don't change with the times. You change politicians. Like they get in on what it is they ran on initially, and then as an incumbent, they keep doing what it is that's worked for them the entire time. And so until that old guard is replaced, they're going to keep doing the same thing that's always worked for them. And it frustrates me when people say it's corruption, because it's not corruption. It's just them doing what they're supposed to do.
Good take. That's so good.
So I think, so for me, right, I didn't even do politics before I talked to this panel, right? The past like 2 years is when I like kind of started getting involved. And I think a lot of people got involved over maybe the past 5 years. So when we say like APAC, and we're looking at like all the new elections, and then when every time APAC posts like another one of our candidates won, and it's like a both sides thing. And so like we're looking at maybe the new politicians that are coming in, or at least what's apparent now. And so like even if the old guard has been doing it since like 2012, well then I mean like it's 2026 at this point. If you like they haven't been listening over the past 2 years, to the point where like Hillary when Kamala was running and they came to Detroit, she brought who the fuck was it? She brought Bill Clinton, was it?
No,
to talk
Liz
about
Cheney.
like Judea and Samaria and Dearborn or wherever the fuck it is. And then when
Liz
the DSA
Cheney?
was in, sorry, maybe I don't know. I forgot who they brought, but someone was talking about like Judea and Samaria. It's like, hey, you're in Detroit, like Dearborn is kind of like the population you're hitting. Or when the DSA was in Detroit and like they didn't have a Palestinian speaker, and when they were walking outside and they were like plugging their ears to the Palestinian protesters, right? That's like not a good look.
Well, it's
and that's
also
kind of like what I'm saying is like these are things that are apparent today. So like whatever happened in like 2012, sure.
Whatever. I think that there's so much more nuance in this conversation than I think you're invoking. Like there's
I think like when you look at sorry, go ahead.
Well, no, I was gonna bring up the speaker, because it does feel like Palestinian activists, like bar none, have the worst tendency to shoot themselves in their own fucking foot, and it really upsets me, because
all of them, all of them, just like you can't find like one decent speaker.
No, of course I can.
So then like so then do it.
Wait, just
you know what I mean?
No, hold on. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
I'm saying those people that you're asserting, the people outside of the conference, there were like 2 speakers who were vehemently pro-Palestine and talked about Palestine in that conference area, and yet they weren't Palestinian. And then we still had Palestinian activists screaming about it. And I'm like, man, like you can imagine them going like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Like,
well, you brought a Jewish Israeli speaker, but then you didn't have a Palestinian speaker, and you're in Detroit. So like pander a little bit. So like when we're talking about like you're running for president specifically, like Trump came to a cafe. Now to you who's maybe more politically involved, it's like, you guys actually, well, yeah, people felt like the guy who's going to be president came and talked to them on a personal level. And lied and said, yeah, I'm going to take care of it and I'm going to fix it.
Ollie, here's what pisses me off. Fucking every single Democratic politician does that right now. I could point to 20 times that Tallarico has gone to a bar or a restaurant. In fact, I saw Tallarico and Obama in a Texas little restaurant, meeting their family and doing a meet and greet with all the workers. Like, you keep saying, but I saw this thing that Trump did. Democrats don't do it. And I go, Democrats do that. They do it all the time.
In my state, what was apparent to me and apparent to us within our state, which Michigan was a swing state.
You keep asserting that you are the voice, you are the fucking loudspeaker of your entire state, and it really does frustrate me, because like you're not.
Hey, did Michigan go red? Did Michigan go red?
I mean,
Michigan went
the
red.
non-Palestinian speaker became a
Dearborn did, yeah.
mainstream.
Dearborn
talking
went
point
red. Wait,
against
why
Kamala
did
Harris
Dearborn go
there.
red?
I don't.
Why did Dearborn go red?
There's
Maybe
a
the
lot of
pandering worked, right?
situations.
Maybe the pandering worked. Maybe people in Dearborn were
Sure.
really hyper specific to like.
Maybe they
the
fucking hate
Israel
trans
Palestine.
people. I don't know. I would have to see polling.
Maybe if you're gonna come,
But
maybe if
you
you're gonna
don't know-
come
you
and
know
you're
as
gonna
much as I
pander to
do.
Dearborn, what?
You know as much as I do, and I'm really saying that. Like we would
What?
have to see polling on Dearborn. You don't know. You're completely biased. You see your friends, and you see your community, and you see your friend, like family. And
Dearborn
you see,
is the city I'm from, the
No, I
community I'm from.
know.
I
But
watched the
Ali,
same
there's
pages.
no way people
I've seen
in
the people
Dearborn-
who are speaking.
Ali.
I talked to people who are voting for Trump.
I
And they're like,
know,
yeah,
I
man,
do
listen, he's at least
too.
going to do something.
Ali,
So it's like, well,
Ali,
if that's
what
what
percent-
happened, you can tell me it's
disregarding the
anecdotal, but they
public
voted
outcry?
for him. So like, am I wrong or am I right?
you're wrong.
Yes, but what?
But they
chance do
voted
you
for him,
think
so
there
I'm
was-
right.
You're wrong.
What chance do you think there
Okay.
was that he was? They actually thought that Trump was going to be better for
Enough of a
Palestine than
chance to
Kamala
vote
Harris.
for him and turn the
I
state.
don't think so. I don't think so. I think that,
And the
like,
polling
I
shows
don't
you-
think
shows
that
otherwise.
That was, yeah, I don't think that was
But
the
the
issue.
votes-
I don't think that was
No,
the thing
you're
that
wrong.
they were voting on.
It's
Okay.
not correct.
So, are you
Okay.
guys saying that the idea of bringing up a Palestinian speaker, considering this was made into a huge outcry against Kamala Harris, you don't think there is something there in
No,
terms of
I
We're
didn't,
not
say, I didn't say that. I'm
not
saying two
salient
things.
enough.
I'm saying two
their
things.
argument.
No. I'm saying two things. First off, that you're not helping any situation because one, they were the Democratic Party, especially at that conference, is largely pretty pro-Palestinian, or as pro-Palestinian as you really can be in America. The second, laugh as much as you
They
want,
have to
but see
ride
the-
a tight line.
No, genuinely.
they're
You know how-
definitely more
Yeah, fucking
pro-Palestinian.
try going Al Aqsa flood, pro Hamas. I think
You don't
that
have
the
to go Al
terrorist
Aqsa Flood.
organization-
Just have a Palestinian speaker when you're in Detroit.
No,
I think
that's
that makes
not.
sense.
That's the one
I
thing
think
you're
don't
advocating
bring
for.
Liz Cheney
But
to
if
talk
they-
about Judea and Samaria.
No.
Yeah,
Here's your
I don't know.
issue, Ali. If they had
I
a
think that
pro-Palestinian,
helps.
if they had a pro-Palestinian speaker, you would go, but they didn't in fucking Indiana. They didn't have it in Maine, and you would point to different issues that
they
the
didn't have one
Democratic
at all,
Party does.
yeah.
No, just listen. Every single issue that you have with the Democratic Party, it just keeps pivoting into different directions because you're biased against them. You really don't want them to win. And I find that really aggravating because you're like, well, they just need to visit restaurants more. Oh, they do? Well, they just need to be pro-Palestinian enough. Oh, well, they are. Well, they just need to advocate more
Well, to be fair,
to
Kamala
populist
didn't really
messaging.
have the
Well, they
opportunity
do,
to run a whole campaign, so like we didn't really get to see what she would have done had she had a whole campaign. So I will give her that like bit of credit. But like, so like, I can only speak to my experience, right? Like I'm not, I don't know where every politician goes and what they do. And I'm saying what I witnessed happened in my hometown is this. And it seems like, well, the vote went to the guy who did the thing that you seem to be like, well, they're doing it everywhere. But like they didn't do it in the place where they needed to vote.
No. I'm
So,
not
like, I
saying
don't
that they're
know.
doing it enough. I'm saying you don't have the answers. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying there are probably better things that the Democratic Party could be doing, but your solutions are not solutions.
Like Kamala Harris.
My
did- she
solutions
did
aren't
get
solutions
a
for my
ceasefire.
area.
Yes.
No, well,
Okay.
yes, no. She Kamala Harris did get a ceasefire, right?
Mm.
And then even Donald Trump's ceasefire was built off of Kamala Harris's ceasefire. And so the idea, even still today, is that they didn't give a fuck about getting a ceasefire. They never tried. They never even wanted
Because what does a
to.
ceasefire
And
mean?
Exactly. See, thank you. Perfect. You're doing a perfect job of encapsulating how a Democratic candidate can never do enough. And like,
Wait,
if you
wait,
you want to be
like-
if you want to be aggravated that it's if you want to
The promise from Trump was to end a war, not a ceasefire. The promise from
what the
the
fuck does
Democrats
it mean
is
to end a war? What is it? What is it?
that's the first step to end
To
the war,
people
is
who
a
have
ceasefire.
families in the war, it means a hell of a lot when someone comes who's potentially going to be president of the United States of
Uh-huh.
America.
What's the
and they
distinction
lie to
between-
them and they say, "Hey, we're going to stop the
wait,
war."
but
no. What's the
Yes,
distinction
but they
between a
got the
ceasefire?
ceasefire.
versus
Wait,
being
wait, wait,
pro
hold on,
a
wait, wait, no,
ceasefire,
no,
which
no.
we've seen
They
get
got-
broken
hold on.
multiple
They
times
got
from
the
both
ceasefire.
sides.
They got the ceasefire,
is your-
and then Trump got into office, and then
Yeah.
things continued. Right? What
Yeah,
if
Trump was-
Kamala had
Trump
gotten
was
into
bad. He
office
lied.
and had been able to continue
sure.
the ceasefire and had been able to
A
continue
ceasefire wouldn't have
negotiations,
continued
been a
under
different-
Kamala. It
You
wouldn't
keep
have continued
saying
under-
that.
Wait,
says
wait, wait,
who?
wait. Ollie,
I-
Ollie,
I-
just
Joe
so we
Joe
have an
Biden
understanding,
was the one
are you
who
saying
threatened-
that
Yeah, but
you
for a
Joe
year and a
Biden was
half
the
under
one who
Biden, they were
threatened
doing all that
military
shit, and then we got
Ollie,
6
Ollie,
months of
Joe
Trump.
Biden-
So I mean, like,
Joe
I don't
Biden
know.
was
Ollie,
the one
Ollie,
who
listen to
threatened
me,
military funds.
Are you
if
saying
they
are you
went
saying
into
you would
Rafah.
not have given credit to Biden and then by extension Kamala if she became president if they retained a ceasefire?
I don't
did.
know what like retaining a ceasefire means. Unfortunately, it's not even because they're Democrat. It has nothing to do with Democrat. I think like
know.
in that region, you can't guarantee anything unless it's like you can't guarantee us. So this whole like
Yeah.
pandering of saying like, well, we got a ceasefire, that's not a guarantee for the
what-
people
See,
who
my,
actually
my
have
should-
the
what
biggest
should
my
we be
biggest
doing?
issue with
Yeah.
like this conversation though is that
Yeah.
there's there's a misaligned projection that you're automatically applying, and it's kind of similar to like when you said that Kamala did this one thing that wasn't good in terms of bringing a Palestinian speaker, and then Hunter brought up that even if she did this, you would apply it to this and that. And in this scenario, when we're talking about a ceasefire existing and the potentiality if Kamala won of extending the ceasefire, you're already throwing out something that I can't give it to you, even though
I understand.
framework already started.
Yeah.
So it's
an emotional
intuition.
argument. I completely understand where you guys
It's
are
not
coming
even
from.
emotional. The
it is.
automatic instinct is to fight. That is like the biggest concerning thing here, especially when the alternative is very clearly anti-Palestine, very clearly pro.
So I agree with you.
I understand
I agree with you
critique,
that
but I do think you need to kind of sometimes leverage on like what are we talking about right now.
So like I agree. It's just unfortunately for people they are in fight or flight, and so like when they're not hearing the words or they're not seeing anything like at least that is enough for them, enough for the people, right? Then like this is what you get. This is the effect that you get.
Again, I think
And
that's
so, like,
on the pundits,
yeah.
though. I think the pundits
Yes,
should be leading
yes.
people in that direction, and they're
Yes.
not. They are leading
Because
people
we're
people like
freaking
Kyle
people
Kalinske are
out.
finding something to complain about,
Yes, we're
regardless of what's
freaking
happening.
people out constantly, and then we're going, why is everyone so freaked out? It must be the policy. And then we look at the policies, and then we're like, wait, these are better than before people were freaking out.
Well, it's not
What
the
are-
policies. I think this is the realities on the ground, and
No, the
people are
rea-
like,
wait,
"Well,
hold
this
on.
is the reality we feel."
Okay, okay.
And this is the policy that like
There
you're
are
saying is
two
like helping,
things-
or the
the
stats. And
reality-
it's
There,
like, well,
wait,
people
hold
don't
on,
necessarily
Ollie,
feel
Ollie,
that. And
there
it's
are
hard-
Ollie,
yeah.
there are two realities that you really need to contend with. The first is that when we ask people who voted for Trump, or when we ask non-voters, or when we ask whatever, I can go over all of the specific things who we're asking. Trump supporters are like, Kamala fucking wanted trans people in the prison cells to get free surgery on us. That's why I'm voting for Trump. And then you ask non-voters, and they're like, I prefer Donald Trump. I actually don't. I actually kind of really like him, and they kind of like his immigration policies. They kind of really do, and that's a really hard thing to grapple with. The fact that I fundamentally disagree with most Americans. Like most and whatever, like obviously there's a huge sizable proportion who really are in line with my values, and even the Trump
Yeah.
supporters, whatever. I can get, there's more nuance to this, but like, oh fuck, I don't know what happened with my, 1 sec. Sorry, this is 2 seconds. This maybe there. Oh, that's so much worse. Whatever. Okay. Gotta use my backup camera. The second, oh shit, I forgot what the second was. The second thing that
Two things to contend with. Yeah.
Yeah. The first was, I forgot what the second one was, but yeah,
Most Americans are stupid.
most
and
Americans
like,
are like really disagree with us, like really disagree with you, and like really think that honestly, like this Israel versus Palestine conflict, a lot of them think that Israel is in the right. A lot of them think that October 7th was a horrific situation and that Palestine gets what's coming to them. And obviously I disagree with those people. Obviously I disagree with a lot of the things that get thrown around. And that's what I'm doing is I'm on these platforms and I'm trying to educate people. I'm trying to talk to people. I'm trying to see where they're coming from to see if I can budge them in any particular way. But that is the goal of punditry, is trying to shift people in certain directions. And it seems like you've just sort of put your hands up and gone like, look, it's not my responsibility. And it's kind of everyone's responsibility.
What do you mean I put my hands up and got? I'm actually here trying to be convinced. I hope you don't think I'm just
I don't agree
being
with
contrarian
that
for the
last
sake
part.
of.
Okay, fine.
He's
Yeah.
I don't think
Maybe.
he's putting himself in the position of a pundit. He's putting himself in the position of a consumer in
Sure,
saying,
that's true.
from my position, like this is how we feel. But I
That's
do
fair.
think that he is correct that like when it comes to immigration, like that is a great point to where like even a lot of the pro-Palestinian like progressive sorts of groups, when it came to Kamala even saying that she was in favor of the border wall and talking about the fact that she was going to have some deportation policies, that she said this one time, she barely ever talked about deportation, said it one time, and it is something that is brought up by progressives constantly on the fact that she was so far right and that she was hanging out with Liz Cheney and blah, 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 and that she had been moved. And like, it's like that, but that this is what Americans wanted. And the majority of Americans who didn't vote would have voted for Donald Trump. They, but by far the majority of them would have voted for Donald Trump. So it shows that like there are some things when we keep talking about like, well, you guys just need to understand the reality and how Americans actually feel and meet them where they're at. It's like, well, same thing on immigration. Like we have to meet them where they're at on immigration as well, and we have to actually have more humane policies while also making people
Maintaining
feel
a
better
border.
about the state that they're in. Yeah.
For sure. But to be fair, you can also have criticism in the sense that Kamala Harris, and one of the things that people bring up all the time, is she should have been making herself more media available to a lot of
Sure, there's tons of
content.
criticism.
Yeah.
No,
I'm all
sure.
for that. I'm all for
The
that.
biggest the reason why I bring this up is not only like the exposure, but it also allows you to solidify the message that resonates with the people more often.
Yeah, we
And
can
that's
talk
a very
about-
important point,
I-
especially when you consider like certain stances that but depending on the flow of like political discourse and how people are thinking about things, even though people, I wouldn't say, are moving to pro-Palestine, especially not like now where people are becoming very anti-Israel. People were staunchly, very clearly, they are tired of wars. They're tired of giving money to countries. They're tired of being involved in international conflicts. So even if you weren't going to go, you know what, I'm going to be anti-Israel, you can be, this war needs to end and we got to stop funding it.
Yeah,
And
there's-
people would have gotten behind that.
There's
message
a really
True.
hard.
I do
there's a-
got to take off, guys. I'm sorry.
For
I'd
sure.
love to have this conversation with all of you another time.
Later,
so just
man.
like
Appreciate
honestly,
it.
make a chat, and I'm down.
Okay.
Okay.
W.
No, but yeah, to your point, I feel like people say that they don't want war, but then they really don't mind war. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I do agree.
Like, I don't know how
For,
to
like-
say it other than like sometimes we've just been numb to it, and we're like, whatever. I don't really.
The right
fucking
wing
care.
right now is actually upset with Trump for like actually
Iran.
negotiating with Iran. Yes,
Yeah.
like a lot of them actually want boots on the ground. A sizable
Go
portion
talk to
of
Gibbs. Dude.
MAGA
Gibbs is
actually
like
want boots
Gibbs.
on the
Is,
ground.
Gibbs is frustrated. that,
I heard him talking about bombing Iran. I don't know if he's serious or not.
no,
I
he's
can't
pretty
tell
damn
with that guy.
serious. He's
No,
pretty
he's
damn serious.
serious.
He's
Oh,
like
he's serious.
he's frustrated that we didn't go like boots on the ground in Venezuela. I mean, all we did was like capture the fucking president and occupy the country, and he's like, when are we gonna annex them? I'm like, dude, like as much as we talk about how fucking anti-war Americans are, like it really just, I don't know. I don't know how true it is really.
I will say I definitely have reached the point where I know for a fact there is a section and maybe a subsection, if I'm being very good faith about it, of the right wing that are very antithetical to the things that they preach consistently.
Yeah,
very
for sure.
very much so.
But also,
But I do think the average American though are people that especially the ones that are not really locked into politics just want to feel good about the current society and the status of current society, and being in war doesn't feel good to them, especially with
but
the negative opinions
I understand, but it's
recently. Go ahead.
it's always so abstract to the point that it's useless, and that's my frustration. Is like, I agree with you that most people were like, get the fuck out of Afghanistan, and then Biden got the fuck out of Afghanistan, and like we left weapons behind, and then we had a riot on our streets. Like what? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like I don't know. We're so like,
I wonder if it would have been more clever at that point to reroute the conversation in the sense that they were already moving out of Afghanistan, and the reason why it was so bad in the first place is because Donald Trump fucked it all up.
that's what we tried to
But-
do. That's what a lot of pundits did. I know that's what Luke Beasley and Adam did. Like we had a lot of conversations with us about like how we really need to pivot this as Donald Trump's fuck up, because like I was part. I remember being part of those conversations where like, dude, we gotta make sure this hits that this was Donald Trump's fault, but that never hits.
The same with
correctly.
Iran.
Yeah.
Same exact thing with Iran. The fact that like a lot of people are like, yeah, but we don't want them to have a nuke. They shouldn't be enriching uranium. It's like Donald Trump literally pulled out of the fucking deal that stopped them from enriching
Yeah,
uranium.
I
Like
know the
this is his fucking
JCPOA.
fault. He allowed them
But
to do it and then went to war with them for
Yeah,
it.
and
Like,
there's also like
probably
there's also
one
another
thing.
crazy part where we talk so much about how much we fucking hate going to war with Iraq. It's like, why did we? Isn't it the same exact reason right now that we're saying that they had uranium?
Yeah.
That they were
I don't
had
like that.
nuclear.
I don't like that
Weapons of
talking
mass
point.
destruction.
I don't like that one at all. I
Why?
hate that one because it's not accurate. Like the yes, the
What's not accurate about
WMDs
that?
thing turned out to just be like inaccurate
Bullshit.
that they actually had WMDs, whereas
Right.
with Iran they
Oh, sure,
actually
it is
are
true. Okay.
enriching uranium.
I
Oh,
hear
okay,
you.
that's what
I
you're
hear
trying to
drastically
say.
different.
No, no, no. But
Okay,
they,
okay.
it does. Yeah, that might
But
be
I,
fair.
I will say this: the key factor,
Mhm.
and I hate to do this to my boy Biden, man. He wasn't available to control the messaging, and that's just like one of the things that probably the biggest criticism you have to give him
Yeah,
during
but
his presidency, because Donald Trump lies his ass off, but constantly has messaging that can be occupied.
no, no, no. But here's the
Biden
thing.
Yes,
didn't
he
have
claims
that.
Democrats W's. Democrats don't even claim their own
the
W's.
the
So, yeah,
the
it's
the weird
frustrating.
thing is like, I mean, this is something that I know Destiny has been talking about a lot, is that like Donald Trump has like a fucking arm of media apparatuses who will vouch for
Mhm.
him
I agree.
bar none. So like when we talk about Biden's deficiencies, it's like, does he have deficiencies or does he just not have state media?
Mhm.
You know?
I think he had deficiencies in terms of being able to rally people, but I also
We're just
agree
comparing it against Trump, who has fucking Fox News, who
he
just
changed the political landscape, unfortunately, and I don't like it. I'm
Well,
being
he
honest.
did it with a strong arm, though. Like that's the problem is that like
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson, at one point turned against Trump when January 6th happened. He said it was a disgrace. He said he didn't believe the election was stolen. The entirety of fucking MAGA turned on all of Fox News with the quickness, and that's when the emails started coming out that they needed to start being more like OAN, and they needed to start saying
Yeah.
that the election was rigged and blah 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 because they were losing viewers at such a high rate because Trump has a cult on his hands that will do whatever it is that he wants.
I agree with you, and I do think like when Democrats take control again, there really should be a big conversation on how the Ellisons just own all fucking media. It's kind of crazy. With that said, I do think the only reason why Trump was able to leverage this power to control media is because he's Trump and he has that messaging and that character, even though most of it, what he says is lies and bullshit,
I don't
to
No,
capture the
no.
people.
No. Is that the problem with Trump is that he is so fucking unethical. Like he is doing things that
Well,
for like if
I'm not
Biden
saying
did,
that's
he would
not a
have been
problem. I'm just saying
impeached.
that he can capture people.
No. It's not about whether or not it's a problem. It's the fact that like when he's going and suing law firms and shit like that and like trying to hold them hostage. When Massey as a case fucking study is insane. The fact that
Yeah.
like Massey and Marjorie Taylor Greene were the head figures in the House and the Senate in Congress of MAGA. Like they were MAGA in fucking
At first they
Congress.
came with this
And
for the socialists, yeah.
dude, it out of nowhere,
Yeah.
they're fucking the enemy of
Yeah.
MAGA. I've been watching on Twitter just everybody ripping fucking Massey to shreds over the fact, like
It's
you know,
insane. It's
the little
insane.
controversy over the last couple of days. Like it is wild how quickly they will turn on somebody when Trump says so.
And like
Yeah, for sure.
genuinely when it comes down to it, I do have a lot of faith that like this does, I think that people suspect and understand, maybe on an intuitive level, or maybe like at least a majority of America recognizes that this is fascistic behavior, that this is shallow politics, this is mean spirited, and this is unhelpful. But
They do, but even when they recognize it, they'll always say Democrats started it. Like even when they do, it's like,
True.
well,
Democrats are the
Obama started it.
KKK.
I look, I
Yeah.
don't disagree with anything that you're saying, but like I do think that there like a blue wave is coming. I do feel
Oh
that
yeah.
like
Oh, I do
people
think a
are
blue wave is
fucking
coming.
tired of the Republican Party because of those tactics.
I agree with that. And the last thing I'll say before, it's getting late, gotta go sleep.
Yeah, me too.
The last thing I'll say is that what needs to happen for sure, and this is kind of touches upon like some of the other criticisms, but some I think are well founded, some I don't think so. But leadership needs to inspire. And it just does when a Democratic official becomes a 2028 nominee after the whatever the primary, whether it's Newsom, who knows, maybe it's Newsom, maybe it's Kamala Harris after she goes round two, or maybe it's a newcomer like Ossoff. The one thing that is undeniable is people needs to feel like that the person that they're supporting is someone that they can not only trust, like but are willing to listen to, like an
Ossoff's
Obama.
got that fire. He's
I've heard.
really a skilled orator. Like he really fucking lights up a room. And
That's my senator.
oh really? I campaigned for him.
You were
My
at
senator shared ground.
were you in Savannah?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was there. I was there
Fire.
filming.
Very cool. Yeah.
General Ossoff, man. Or maybe it's AOC.
Maybe. I don't know if she can I don't know if she's got the I don't know if people are ready for her, I guess.
No, they're not.
I don't think so
progressive,
yet.
too Hispanic,
Maybe
and
in
too
the
much of a woman.
future.
I
But I think
love her.
Ossoff is definitely.
Ossoff's he really know, like when he speaks, man. I don't know if you heard I recently watched a speech of his where he was like, man, if founding fathers could be here, and everyone started groaning because they knew that fucking how like anti-constitution Donald Trump is, how much they were terrified of
Mhm.
like a fascist coming in power. And he paused and he could feel like all that
Mhm.
tension, and he's like, they would see that slavery's gone, they would see women being able to vote, and he just like fucking like he excited everyone where he's like, and that like kind of optimism paired with what are we gonna do now is really what I'm looking for. And it's really, I think, what a lot of people are looking for. And I know Ollie keeps saying like, we got to listen to people's concerns. We can't keep talking about how far we've come. But I do think that I do think optimism genuinely goes a long way. And
You need both.
Generally, I would
You
agree.
definitely
Yeah,
need
100%.
both. You need
Current time,
perspective.
in this current time, it does have to be a vision forward. That
Yeah.
has to be
No, for sure.
the message, for sure.
I like Buttigieg. I don't know. I mean,
A
obviously,
lot
I'm
of
gonna vote
lefties hate
blue, whoever.
Buttigieg.
Huh?
A lot of lefties apparently hate Buttigieg.
Yeah, they'll hate any fucking candidate. Like it's so useless. It's so nothing.
Well, I think this is why I bring up populism a lot, is because I think when we just watched like a bunch of documentaries on Obama a couple of weeks ago on stream, and Obama, like, he was not a super populist sort of guy. Like, he did not talk about everything being so fucked up and that like he's the one to fix it, but was instead just saying like, we have to have hope, we can improve, we can make things better. Like, he didn't have to like point fingers at everybody and say this is the person to blame. Let's go fucking get him. Get your pitchforks and torches. And
Sure.
he was very good about making things about like, hey, this is good. We've come really far and this is good.
we can
but
go
we
further.
can make it so much better. Yes. And I really like that is the type of messaging that I think we really need right now, because
Yeah.
the everything else, like, while it motivates people, populist rhetoric really motivates people. It makes you can really point them in a direction and get them fired up and going and activated. But it also I think has been really pointing people in the wrong directions and
Yeah.
making people upset about the wrong things and making it to where they have
If they
expectations that are
generalize
not
it,
realistic.
if they generalize it, for sure, but I do think there's a
Well, no, I mean,
necessity.
freeze the rent is a perfect example.
Yeah,
Like, that is
exactly.
like a perfect example.
And
of
there's
one
a
of the
lot of
problems.
slopulism going on.
I
Did you
don't
see,
even
like,
know if that's a populism thing. I just think that's something that people want in general
is.
because they're tired of rent growing.
we're saying the
Like,
same
I,
thing.
I see the alignment, but I wouldn't just immediately put it in the bucket of like this is only something a populist would say. I think other buckets of people would say this as well because they don't want their rent to consistently increase. And Mom Dami, at the end of the day, I mean, he's been advocating for this his entire run, and he won. So you can't be surprised that he's doing something like this.
I'm not
And then
I'm not
surprised.
surprised, but that's the point. Yes.
Yeah, the
Sorry.
populism works because it resonates with people. Like, people are like, oh shit, that's what I want to do. Stop the fucking number from going up, and it keeps going up, and I'm mad about it. Like, and it's cheap, easy answers. And like, I don't know. I think I'm really freaked out by a lot of sloppulist policies that are going on. I saw Katie Porter was just saying that like she wants to not ban, but like remove income taxes for anyone making like under like 80K or something. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like,
oh, isn't that something that
Like,
Cory Booker
Plattner
talked
is
about?
like the
yeah,
ultimate slopulist.
for sure.
I don't think. Yeah, I think Plattner is one of the worst examples. But he's just. I don't know. I don't know how much he actually understands in terms of politics, to be honest. But
I
that's
gotta
who
get
they
going.
chose. We'll see. Oh yeah, definitely gotta go
Okay.
sleep.
I got two
All right.
kids.
Well,
who
I'm
are
probably
wake up
gonna
pretty soon. Not
I'm
pretty
probably
soon,
gonna
but-
do what I normally do, like I'm trying to get back to doing like just regular pop-on panels where I invite a bunch of people on to go over like random news and shit of the week. Are you guys available on Friday?
Yeah.
This Friday, I'm going to a
Oh
Reds
no,
game.
sorry, it's like 4th of July weekend. No.
Oh
July
wait, is
3rd.
it?
July 3rd,
You're
yeah.
asking for July 3rd.
Oh, it is. That's well. So it. Oh, it is. Hold on, I'm on
I
the
can't
wrong
make
month.
that work. I'm doing some family stuff.
Yeah,
I'll
that
be
is.
at a
I'll
Most-
have
Reds
to do it the
game.
following
First
week.
Most
time going to a
Fridays,
baseball
though.
game. Most Fridays I'm good, but this Friday, next Friday I'll be at DreamCon. I'll be available on 17th.
Okay, I'll probably do it next Friday. I've got. I'm hosting. Another debate on Tuesday. With pondering politics and.
Shout out
Jeb
Josiah. And who?
Jebtan.
Okay, do me a favor.
Are they about to talk about court packing?
Do me a favor.
Yes.
Ask Josiah how he feels about Rise of Skywalker. Okay. It really does upset me. And we beef about it me and Josiah are like we're very good friends. We've known each other for like 5 years, 6 years.
Okay.
I love that man.
I haven't really watched I've watched them, but I was never a big Star Wars guy
Every
in the
time I'm
first
on a
place.
panel, he makes the super chat something about Rise of Skywalker and how beautiful of a film it is. And like regardless of what we're talking about, it suddenly becomes about Star Wars and it always pisses me
I
off.
think I
so
reviewed
much.
a panel that you were
Oh,
on.
definitely watched. I've
Netflix, I
seen super
think, where
chats
he
like
sent a
that pop
super
up.
He's
chat.
so
It's
fucking
that
annoying.
hilarious. Shout out Star Wars. Man.
You need to just turn it on its head somehow. I don't know if I have a great idea right now, but
Well, if he responds to my email asking him to come on talk about court packing, then I'll do that. Just that for you.
I can hit him up.
I'll hit him up. Yeah, I was gonna say I've been talking to him all day today about
Shout out that beautiful man.
the
I love
next
him.
debate. But nice meeting you, Hunter.
Yeah. Nice meeting you too.
Likewise. For sure. All right.
I got your friend request, so I'll hit you up.
Beautiful. Yeah, we'll talk.
Peace.
I appreciate it.